In the ancient castle, thunder roared as corpses lay scattered and blood stained the ground red. A girl holding a blood-stained knife approached, praising Qin Feng for surviving the divine ruins despite his depleted lifespan. Amid beast corpses, the young man standing with his blade was Qin Feng, while the girl declared that the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, now belonged to her. Wounded all over, Qin Feng painfully asked why he was betrayed at this moment. Seeing her grasp the eyes, he reminded her of their sibling bond with Tan Xiaodu. She gripped the divine relic tightly, coldly denying kinship, calling Qin Feng just a distant adopted child. A young man appeared beside Xiaodu to dissuade her. She cheerfully called him Song Fei, while he hinted Qin Feng still held some use. He raised the divine artifact arrogantly, thanking Qin Feng for helping them seize it, and revealed he had implanted soul-seizing into his body. Choking with grief, Qin Feng recalled years of nurturing and sacrifice for Xiaodu, only to face bitter betrayal. Xiaodu replied coldly, saying he was just a controlling tool and temporary protector, now worthless and discarded. As she finished, Song Fei lunged with his sword, pretending he would care for Xiaodu in Qin Feng's stead, while Qin Feng struggled to rise. He mustered his last strength to slash fiercely, roaring never to forgive the two traitors. But the strike was useless. His head was severed instantly under Song Fei's sword. Memories surged back. In 2025, the game Abandoned Divinity appeared, where life became currency. Death drained lifespan, slaying beasts increased it. Players could trade lifespan for real power, enough to rip tanks apart, cut down planes, or even withstand nuclear bombs. The world plunged into chaos and disaster. He supported his sister through hardships and finally rose among the top 100 strongest humans. After countless trials, I finally obtained the ancient relic, the Eye of Judgment. At that time, I had enough strength to reach the pinnacle of humanity, but unexpectedly, all I received was the stab of betrayal from my only family. It turned out my whole life was exploited, every effort a mockery. If reborn, I would live only for myself. A young man lay deep in slumber. Suddenly, he jolted awake. Confused, he looked around, wondering if this was reality. Checking his phone, he was shocked. Though he had died, the date showed the year 2025. Gazing out the window, he could hardly believe it. He finally realized he had returned to the past, to the very day the fateful game began. At that moment, Tan Xiaodu stormed angrily into the room. She angrily questioned why he didn't answer the phone, shouting furiously. Screaming and smashing things, she blamed him for stopping her from cheering Song Fei. Qin Feng stayed silent, recalling their big quarrel that year. Before the game appeared, Song Fei was an underground singer known for schemes, deceiving many female fans for love and money. Qin Feng tried to stop Xiaodu from approaching him but was misunderstood as restricting her life. In rage, she still cursed, saying he cut her allowance and blocked her idol support. Seeing his silence, Xiaodu pointed and screamed, blaming Song Fei's ranking drop on his refusal to give money, even threatening him. Before she finished, Qin Feng slapped his sister hard across the face. She fell to the ground, stunned, not understanding what just happened. With a handprint imprinted and blood flowing, she trembled in fear, accusing him. Qin Feng replied coldly, warning that if she caused trouble again, the consequences would be more than a slap. He said this was the money their parents left, which he never touched despite hardships. Today he gave it all to her, then picked up a glass of water and walked out. For the sake of their parents, he would overlook this time, but from now on, he would no longer see her as his sister. After saying so, Qin Feng closed the door, while outside, Xiaodu held her face and cried. In the room, he recalled his past life. To protect Xiaodu, he had missed many opportunities, from precious ruins to dangerous trials. Staring at 2 pills in his hand, he pondered. He wondered if without such burdens he could have reached higher realms, then swallowed the medicine and vowed to use all accumulated knowledge. With superior memory of the game, he resolved to let Xiaodu face her own fate, while Song Fei would definitely be dealt with by his own hand. A moment later, Qin Feng officially entered the game world. Looking around, he realized this was the class selection hall. Familiar feelings surged back, remembering his first panic-wasting hours choosing. This time he had to be decisive, his gaze fixed on the warrior class. In his past life, he became a warrior to protect Xiaodu. Though not weak, it lacked speed. Now, free from burden, he needed a more agile class to climb faster. With firm resolve, he reached out to choose a new path for this life. The system displayed a message, Assassin class selected, while the Eye of Judgment reacted. A giant pupil appeared with a notice that binding was complete. The divine relic activated judgment power, granting its wielder top-tier class and innate talent upon entering the game. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He realized the Eye of Judgment had returned with him upon rebirth. Since it had recognized its master, even if taken, it was useless. That was likely why he revived, as dense shadows merged into his body. A system voice rang out, congratulating him on activating a new function. The job transfer was complete, and he officially gained a new class. Qin Feng's figure was engulfed in dark shadows, darkness wrapping around his body. Bands of gloom glowed golden, his hair turning silver-white. He raised his hand to feel the strange power. This was the highest-tier hidden assassin class, far superior to his former warrior. Just upon obtaining it, he was already terrifyingly strong. Normally, the chance of gaining a hidden class was nearly zero, yet the power of judgment turned probability into certainty, leaving him shocked at the true nature of this ability. Primordial power was described as the oldest force, surpassing rules and order. Though not activatable at will, its passive effects remained, reminding Qin Feng that in his past life, no one touched the concept of order until the 7th year. At that time, only one master escaped the abandoned divine land to reach the realm of order, letting humanity first learn of it. Yet even after years, no one truly mastered it. But now, he possessed something beyond order. With this primordial power, as long as he escaped the abandoned divine land and reached the order realm, he would gain divinity, unleashing his full strength. In this life, he had found a new goal. The system signaled the job selection was complete. Next, the system requested a character name, and Qin Feng pondered the darkness tied to his class. He finally named himself Shadow, then advanced straight into the abandoned divine land. The outer world was a wasteland filled with bloodthirsty monsters eager to kill and steal lifespan. To survive, one had to leave town and slay them. He now arrived at the safe zone, Shell. The system explained further. Death would take half of one's lifespan, both tradable and untradable. Within the town, there were no monsters and players could not attack each other, making it a safe haven. Meanwhile, some players chatted. One panicked man asked where he was, dragged into the game right after a night shift, even feeling real pain. Others doubted reality, but soon realized they were trapped in a deadly game. Qin Feng silently listened, thinking people from all over would soon become experts and reshape the world. To get ahead of all, he had to act faster. There was no time to hesitate. Players around curiously eyed Qin Feng, speculating about his class. Some guessed assassin, but wondered why they chose the same, yet lacked his strange effects. Ignoring the noise, Qin Feng pulled up a scarf and quietly walked away. In another corner, many people screamed in pain. They had just been killed by monsters, and discovered death revived them in town, worrying over how terrifying the creatures outside were. A single monster bite drained half their health. 5 people together couldn't kill one giant worm, and some even lost half their lifespan, throwing the whole team into panic. A young man bent down to ask a girl named Lizzie for advice, just as Qin Feng passed by silently observing. He noticed she was an archer using a longbow, a sign of a hidden class. Upon seeing him, the girl cheerfully greeted him. She suggested forming a party since the outside was too dangerous, but Qin Feng only gave a cold smile, firmly refused, and walked away, leaving them stunned. The group mocked and sneered, saying he was posturing and would surely die alone, though some argued he might be a special assassin with a chance to survive. The girl curiously checked his info panel. The display showed the character name Shadow, making her displeased, thinking him arrogant. Even so, she ordered her teammates to follow, wanting to see what skills he had to learn from them for fighting monsters. She also coldly remarked that she wanted to witness his death. Qin Feng calmly kept walking in the town. The group quietly trailed after him. Inwardly, Lizzie thought the place too dangerous, but relying on years of gaming experience, she quickly formed a team, though still haunted by the monster she had encountered. It was unbelievable that such a creature appeared in the novice village, strong enough to wipe their group, clearly not something level 1 players could defeat. Her teammates discussed as they walked. They remarked Qin Feng's starting gear was different. While they only had daggers, he carried a short blade, moved faster than normal assassins, and wore unique attire. Lizzie watched him more intently. The player named Shadow ahead was indeed strange. Sticking close might yield useful info. Just then, Qin Feng turned his head back. Lizzie panicked, thinking she was discovered, her heart racing. At once, Qin Feng's body was swallowed by black mist and vanished without a trace. The trailing group froze, quickly scattering to search everywhere. The girl puzzled over where he went, wondering if it was an invisibility ability, questioning what kind of class it was, then let it go. The group discussed returning to town to find ways to level up, speculating about hidden rewards or special NPCs, then left, while Qin Feng remained silently gone. The system described the stealth skill as boosting the first strike's damage and making detection harder, making Qin Feng realize the Shadow class was far stronger than a normal assassin, as he pondered while advancing deeper into the forest. He reflected that the town was only for safety, not growth, where the weak were merely prey for monsters, then reappeared as his stealth ended. A notice showed invisibility had worn off, but thanks to cooldown, he could reuse it after a few seconds, along with his character stats. The data showed the Shadow class had evenly boosted base attributes, superior to others, with agility especially high, plus 5 free attribute points. He affirmed most players would misallocate stats, then immediately put all 5 points into agility for optimization. With agility raised, he confirmed it was the key factor. He noted strength or spirit were useless early on, since monsters were too strong. Only superior speed ensured survival, just as a noise caught his attention. A monster ahead made a disturbance. The system identified it as a level 1 common grip. Qin Feng saw it was just a small monster, gnawing. He guessed it was the one that had slain the group of 4, then calmly faced it as it charged. Observing its wounds, he saw its blood had been greatly reduced. So he dodged its strike while calculating. He deduced the monster could absorb players' lifespan to evolve, then quickly retreated to gain distance. From his side, he drew his short blade, preparing to fight. Suddenly, his body was covered in dark mist as he activated a skill. He entered stealth, vanishing from sight, leaving the monster confused. Moments later, he reappeared above it, delivering a lethal downward stab. The strike pierced through, instantly killing the monster. The system reported he dealt 174 damage, killed a level 1 monster, and gained experience. With backstab and other effects, the attack far exceeded expectations. He recalled his past life's experience. As a warrior, 1 critical hit only dealt 40 damage, requiring a long struggle to kill monsters, often taking injuries. Memories of sharing lifespan with Tan Xiaodu resurfaced, fueling his resolve. The monster's corpse dissolved into energy, and the system awarded him 3 tradable days of lifespan and 54 years, 155 days of untradable lifespan, surprising him. He calculated the 5 players had lost over 100 years of life, but the monster kept only half. The locked type was currently useless. Suddenly, The system issued another notice. A power called Judgment Authority activated, granting the talent infinite evolution, allowing him to gain evolution points from solo monster kills and 5 free points daily. If he slew a boss monster, he would receive the full evolution points, currently holding 5 points. He was astonished and exclaimed over the new ability. He was shocked to realize that skills could evolve, something unheard of in his past life, and decided to upgrade Hidden Shadow and Backstab, with the system requiring 4 evolution points. Successful upgrade. Hidden Shadow gained longer invisibility, reduced cooldown, and extra damage upon revealing. Backstab reached a new level, boosting rear damage, making him thrilled. Combined with Stealth Mastery, his invisibility lasted 32 seconds, nearly infinite, allowing instant kills. Just then, a sudden voice came from behind. Another group saw him kill monsters, admired him, and thought the game was too easy. The girl praised his strength, while a young man called Kang Zi bragged about protecting her. But Qin Feng noticed something unusual. He spotted a monster lurking behind them. While Kang Zi kept boasting and invited Qin Feng to join, Qin Feng quietly stepped back and activated Hidden Shadow. He vanished instantly, pondering the nurturer, while the girl curiously asked about his disappearance. Kang Zi mocked that he was afraid of him, unaware of the looming danger. When they turned, they were horrified to see the monster charging. Within moments, both were torn apart into bloody remains. The system revealed info about the Nurturer, a bronze-tier boss monster commanding small spiders. Qin Feng, still hidden, speculated about it. He confirmed it was the Novice Zone boss, with 1,600 HP and minions, far beyond normal players, then decided to test his new skills. Excited, he used Piercing Hidden Strike, thrusting his dagger at the boss's head. The giant spider shrieked in agony as Qin Feng attacked again. He activated Hidden Shadow to disappear once more. The Nurturer boss lost track of him completely. The system showed his strike dealt 338 damage due to a weak point hit. He felt lucky for his speed, knowing a counter would have killed him with his low HP, then grew excited seeing damage over 300 while he only took 9. The boss roared, wrecking everything nearby. Amid the rampage, Qin Feng calmly observed. He noted the monster was intelligent, its frenzy a deliberate strategy to clear the area. The spiderlings were also highly alert, hindering his approach. But he trusted his deduction as the boss kept destroying the environment. He launched another attack to test his theory. A fresh wound cut deep into the boss, with the system reporting 299 more weak point damage. Holding a stone, he realized the main damage came from stealth skill effects and class privileges, even with ordinary objects. He kept throwing stones at the boss, finding that timing cooldowns could re-trigger the special effect. He planned, wait for Hidden Shadow to refresh, then use a thrown stone as a piercing hidden or backstab strike for maximum damage. The next stone hit a weak point, the system showing 279 more damage, proving his strategy effective. After the sequence, he reactivated Hidden Shadow, grabbed another stone, and rushed at the boss. He calculated patiently, waiting for cooldowns to unleash a decisive strike. Meanwhile, in Shelltown, the system broadcast new announcements. The leaderboard displayed player Yin Ying, killing the bronze-tier Nurturer boss and becoming the first to reach level 2, topping the entire town. The news shocked players, many still struggling to survive, stunned that someone soloed a boss. They buzzed with doubt and admiration, unable to believe only one name appeared. Laziz's team was also stunned by the message. Teammates confirmed it was the one who had left earlier, yet couldn't fathom how he was strong enough to solo a boss when they couldn't even handle small mobs, sending chills down spines. Kang Zi and the dead girl also trembled. They were even more shocked learning the giant spider and its brood were slain. The girl suspected it was the hidden assassin from before. At that moment, another forest system notice appeared. The system announced he had slain the bronze boss, gaining 300 EXP, leveling to 2, earning 2 evolution points, unlocking the ranking, and 1 reputation point. After absorbing the energy, he spoke softly. With the boss dead, the spiderlings scattered, making him regret the lost EXP. The system further granted transaction lifespan, the skill Greedy Hand, and a corroding dagger, prompting him to reflect on the new skill. Info displayed: Greedy Hand, an assassin skill with 20% chance to gain extra loot, requiring level 1. He was overjoyed the bronze boss dropped such a rare divine skill, recalling how it once greatly supported teammates in his past life. He remembered someone in his old guild, normally weak, who became crucial thanks to this skill and always had bodyguards. Then a new thought flashed in his eyes. Looking at his palm, he muttered a new idea. Although only 20% chance, if combined with the infinite evolution talent, the drop rate could grow nearly limitless. Scene shifted to the real world. Tan Xiaodu was walking back to class with her classmate. Her friend worriedly mentioned skipping out yesterday to cheer for Song Fei without telling her brother, fearing his anger. Xiaodu blushed, insisting she wasn't wrong and even that her brother should apologize, while her friend sighed, praising how much he cared for her. The friend said she was sometimes jealous of Xiaodu having such a devoted brother, but Xiaodu irritably denied it, saying he was overbearing, not even her real brother, and that Song Fei was enough. Then her friend noticed strange marks on her face. Arriving at class, her friend saw a crowd at the door, confused, and pulled Xiaodu inside. Inside, a male student lay motionless, frightening the class. To everyone's shock, his body gradually turned transparent, and Xiaodu's friend panicked, asking what was happening to Zhang Wei. Someone exclaimed as Zhang Wei faded, while classmates buzzed in alarm. News of the transparency phenomenon spread worldwide. Experts claimed sleeping caused it, but the reason was unknown. Friends called family to warn them, while Xiaodu irritably insisted she wouldn't contact her brother. The system announced the skill Greedy Hand had evolved into its golden version. The new skill increased chances of bonus loot, and Qin Feng clenched his fist to test its power. The system reported he gained extra evolution points and tradable lifespan days, delighting Qin Feng. He calculated he needed more points to further enhance the skill, aiming for guaranteed loot drops. Believing the world now focused on the game, he resolved to train faster, equipped new gear, and silently entered the forest. Qin Feng predicted when game skills applied in reality, society would collapse. To obtain them, he needed levels and tradable lifespan, so he sought strong bosses. Hearing chaotic shouts in the distance, he climbed higher and spotted a group fighting monsters. The system revealed the monster Swift Runner, a bronze tier, making Qin Feng chuckle. Watching closely, he recognized a familiar face among them. It was Wang Mang, once famous for forming a full hidden class team, now leading the fight. Wang Mang's holy shield blocked a ferocious strike from the monster. Qin Feng realized Wang Mang's hidden class was Holy Shield Warrior, far superior to normal warriors with invincible skills. Meanwhile, a female mage ally raised her staff. Magical energy gathered and then burst out, launching a powerful strike at the monster. The magic attack dealt 70 damage, which Qin Feng analyzed silently. He assessed that the prophet mage's power far exceeded normal mages, especially with fireball. Then the archer took aim. Next, a hidden priest joined the fight. Qin Feng noted the archer's unique multi-shot and the divine priest's superior group healing as the team kept pouring damage. The monster grew enraged, shattering defenses and wounding Wang Mang. Panicked cries rose, the archer worrying over the worsening situation. The enemy's speed made ranged attacks ineffective. Wang Mang ordered the priest to heal him while others kept chipping away. Qin Feng thought Wang Mang was too careless, as prolonged fights in the wild would attract more monsters. As predicted, more enemies appeared behind them, corrupted ones. The level 2 mud-covered monsters excelled at ranged attacks. A swordsman charged forward, warning the leader. His slash severed a monster's arm, buying a brief reprieve. Qin Feng was astonished to see this was a rare hidden class he had never encountered. Although the strike dealt 33 damage, the monster's defense was too high, worrying the swordsman. Then it spewed slime from its mouth. Some were hit and screamed in panic. His sword got stuck in the muck, and he was slowed by the ground shackle's skill, while the monster lunged at the female mage. She cried for help as danger closed in, and Qin Feng stirred from afar. A flash streaked, severing the monster's head. The whole team froze in disbelief at the sight. They whispered, shocked someone else had instantly slain the corrupted one. Even with low-level monsters, they needed several seconds to kill, yet this stranger did it instantly. With another swift strike, a second monster fell instantly, stunning the team. Everyone trembled, acknowledging it was truly lightning-fast monster slaying. They tried to guess who it was but failed, only hoping it was an ally, then focused on the last monster. After killing 2 monsters, Qin Feng received rewards: EXP, evolution points, a new skill book, and lifespan days, most notably the skill Venomous Throwing Dagger. He analyzed it as a poison damage over time skill, immediately evolved it to silver grade with 14 milliards range and weakening effect. Meanwhile, Wang Mang was pierced by the boss. The monster skewered both his arms, hanging him in agony. Teammates screamed desperately, calling his name. The priest tried healing but failed. Wang Mang still urged everyone to escape. At that critical moment, a sudden beam shot out, piercing the boss's forehead. The strike dealt 845 damage, leaving the whole team stunned in disbelief. In an instant, the boss lost half its HP, writhing in pain. It roared madly, forced to release Wang Mang. The boss's HP bar dropped rapidly in waves. After several spasms, the monster collapsed, and the system displayed a notice for Qin Feng. He had dealt over 90% of the damage, claimed all loot, leveled up to 3, gained evolution points and lifespan days, amazed by the venomous dart's power. Qin Feng discovered the poison synergized with passive class traits, allowing endless stealth and dart throws, nearly invincible in early stages. Wang Mang exclaimed such power wasn't human. The boss's body dissolved into energy, and the loot vanished suddenly. Everyone was shocked as Wang Mang looked around and asked who had acted. He loudly gave thanks, wanting to know the savior's identity. Qin Feng coldly replied with a warning. He reminded them not to trust strangers in the wild, silencing the group. Before leaving, Wang Mang thanked him and asked to be friends, introducing himself and promising future support if needed. Qin Feng considered Wang Mang a potential ally, especially with government backing, a stable channel to sell his goods. He clenched his hand to activate the system. The system announced Qin Feng gained more evolution points, lifespan days, and new leather pants that boosted defense, elemental resistance, and cooldown reduction. He was pleased with the loot. He checked his inventory, noting many items for other classes, planning to return to town when full to trade for lifespan. His current progress far surpassed his past life. He vowed to face Song Fei quickly this time. Meanwhile, Wang Mang's group still struggled against monsters. They panicked as enemies multiplied, with someone shouting to retreat. But everyone froze, puzzling their teammates. Turning around, they were stunned to see another giant monster appear. The group was horrified, questioning what it was as it charged forward. Sharp tentacles lashed out from the creature's body toward them. Wang Mang's team took continuous damage and was completely wiped, respawning back in Shell Town. Wang Mang angrily lamented the unfairness of monsters constantly appearing. He analyzed that they usually gathered in packs, fleeing when near death. Escaping the game required level 3, but it was extremely difficult, so they needed to rally more people. Some suggested forming squads of 6 to 10, but worried larger numbers would attract stronger bosses. They recalled a 40-man team where the cursed boss killed over 30 in a single move. Without reaching level 3, death was certain. All admit they were dragged in while asleep. If they can't leave the game, their real bodies will starve. Lezi angrily curses the cruel game. A member fears their lifespan is running out, with less than 10 years left. Lezi insists they must not die again. At that moment, the system announces the ranking. Top rank is Hei An at level 3, followed by Wang Meng and Ba La La at level 1. Lazi is shocked, suspecting Hei An holds the leveling secret. She declares the goal is to reach level 3 at any cost to escape the game, and asks teammates to spread the word. Lazi offers 10 million to Hei An if he helps them level up. Teammates are shocked, while she thinks the sum might still be insufficient. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continues fighting monsters. The system reports Qin Feng has slain another level 2 polluted monster. He gains experience and evolution points, enough to upgrade the skill Greedy Hand. The skill evolves to Emerald grade, boosting drop rate to 160% and adding 20% chance to upgrade item quality, making him ecstatic. He reflects that this power is nearly invincible when suddenly a strange sound draws his attention. A massive monster slowly passes by. Qin Feng recognizes it as the cursed origin boss, with the system confirming bronze rank. Observing closely, he sees it draining lifespan from victims, preparing to evolve to silver. It must have just slaughtered a group of 40. Unfortunately, his backpack is full, so he can't claim more loot, and instead marks the coordinates to return later. He decides to clear storage first, then come back to slay the boss, afterward activating stealth to leave. In Shelltown, rumors spread wildly. People buzz that someone is willing to pay 10 million for Hei An's help in leveling. Civilians discuss how they could never afford such a huge sum. At that time, Qin Feng also returns to town. He confirms selling off items, then sits down to prepare for trade. The system announces that the sale of equipment and skills will last only 10 minutes. A series of rare items appear before him, drawing a crowd that gasps in shock. Everyone is stunned that he owns 4 bronze sets, and realize he is the ranking leader under the name Hei An, though his face remains hidden. He activates the mask function, keeping his real-world appearance in-game, making onlookers more curious. A girl approaches to ask the skill price. Qin Feng calmly names the price. 100 days of lifespan per trade. He guesses inwardly the girl is Huisei Mei Gui, ranked 11th, also using hidden face. She is shocked and tries to bargain, finding the price too high. He insists 100 days is cheap for a common ice spell skill that greatly boosts farming speed, while she says she only has real money. Qin Feng tells her to buy lifespan from others and then trade with him. If no one offers higher, he'll just keep the item. She thinks, then asks him to wait. She returns to discuss, and the whole group gives their thoughts. Members one by one agree, praise her leadership, transfer lifespan for money, and she brings it back to Qin Feng. She offers 100 days of lifespan for trade. The system confirms Qin Feng's total rises to 368 days, and she leaves right after. At that moment, Lazi appears, panting but confident upon finding Hei An. She promises that if he helps her reach level 3, he will receive 10 million cash after escaping, shocking everyone around. Others marvel at the offer, while Lazi proudly reveals her identity, boasting of her family's power. She claims to have enough money, but Qin Feng recalls how Zhang Lei was once a crime boss, buying lifespan and killing dissenters, filling him with contempt. He bluntly refuses. Zhang Lei is startled, then continues trying to lure him with wealth. She paints a picture of luxury, but Qin Feng coldly rejects it, thinking lifespan is the true value, enraging Zhang Lei into mockery. She arrogantly says she is raising his worth and would discipline him in real life. Qin Feng's killing intent bursts forth, warning that one more word will erase her lifespan. His terrifying aura horrifies everyone. Even Zhang Lei's group panics and flees. Qin Feng continues selling bronze armor, gaining more lifespan from the system. His lifespan rises to 546 days. He quickly closes shop and leaves, ready for the mission to kill the Cursed One. Qin Feng activates stealth, while this game gradually shatters real-world order, making old values collapse. Only personal strength now decides everything. The crowd is shaken as he vanishes, while Zhang Lei's group stops, gasping after running far. Lizzie rages at being rejected and threatened with death, her heart full of hatred. She vows to take revenge on Qin Feng in reality when a man suddenly approaches to greet her. He introduces himself as Mao Li Jun. He says he can be called Lao Mao, currently level 2, knows the leveling secret, and asks if the 10 million offer still stands, making Lizzie suspicious. Mao Li Jun explains he reveals it only because she is special and gives her an upgrade tip. The secret is to put all 5 starting attribute points into speed to outrun monsters, leaving Lizzie shocked at her mistake. She reflects that she invested in strength instead, feeling frustrated but also realizing the game has depth. She asks him to guide her in leveling, secretly glad to meet someone knowledgeable. However, she lowers the reward to only 5 million if he helps her reach level 3. Mao Li Jun agrees and mocks Qin Feng as foolish for passing the chance. Meanwhile, Qin Feng has entered the deep forest. He encounters a monster and confirms it is the boss. The boss has evolved to silver rank, shrouded in gray mist, while a poisoned throwing dart appears in his hand. He calculates that evolving to gold will take many hours, then immediately launches the dart to attack. The first strike deals 659 damage, and the poison keeps corroding the boss's HP. Its health drains in waves, then he hides again to avoid counterattack. He evaluates endurance, finding the silver boss far tougher than normal types. It has double or even triple the HP of bronze bosses, now preparing to unleash its full power. The monster roars, unleashing a destructive blast, but Qin Feng retreats into the shadows. He concludes he must land 2 to 3 more poisoned darts to finish the giant creature. The attack engulfs his hiding place, but he narrowly escapes, realizing the cursed one is extremely dangerous. He analyzes that the boss, a spellcaster type, specializes in wide area damage with terrifying power, forcing him to hit and run, but it has already locked onto his position. The beast gathers energy, launching a strike at Qin Feng's direction. He swiftly dodges, waiting for his stealth skill cooldown. He patiently endures until the boss weakens, then vanishes right after its strike, and eventually the monster grows exhausted. Seeing its body tremble, he immediately counters with a critical blow. The attack inflicts another 659 damage. The poison continues eroding the boss's vitality. It panics and hurriedly turns to flee. Qin Feng realizes the boss is trying to escape with its HP nearly gone. He is glad it chose to run instead of going berserk. That saves him much effort. He leaps forward with a finishing strike, the boss collapses, and the system instantly announces victory. He gains 1,800 EXP, levels up to 5, receives 4 evolution points, and 124 lifespan days, laughing with delight. Joy surges as he levels up twice and gains extra strength, so he decides to invest in his special skill. The system confirms Greedy Hand has successfully upgraded, granting extra evolution points and lifespan, with power surging through his body. In total, he obtains 12 evolution points and 372 lifespan days, along with bonus effects from Greedy Hand. Thanks to this skill, the loot is upgraded from silver to gold, making him realize why it is one of the rarest treasures. The loot is so abundant his backpack nearly overflows. He wishes for a spatial ring to expand storage. Just then, his eyes light up at spotting a special item. Scene shifts to another group, where a girl cheers for surviving and returning alive. Everyone breathes relief, grateful to Wang Meng for helping them reach level 3 safely. Wang Meng humbly says it was a team effort, regretting there's little time left to rest. One jokes that maybe because they were shabby, the elder ignored them, and if they had worn fine gear, he might have accepted. The town system announces the ranking, with Qin Feng at the top, followed by others. News shocks all as he has reached level 5. Earlier they saw him selling items, now he jumped 2 levels. Some dream of marrying sisters to him, while others envy since they're only level 3. They sigh that the great elder levels too fast, while they can only look up. Many start thinking of informing their families, as this game will surely overturn the world. The group agrees to prepare early, learning to adapt to protect loved ones. Shortly after, Wang Meng returns. Someone notices he has awakened and calls out to the team. The whole squad rushes to him, worried because he had shown strange symptoms. They recount how his body turned transparent, frightening them, some even scolding him for not resting. Wang Meng panics and immediately orders a team assembly. He says something major has happened. Another voice recalls his report about hidden class tiers. That person asks if it was true that when their team was nearly wiped out, they were saved. Wang Meng confirms and names the benefactor. He reveals it was Hei An who rescued them, then only level 3, but moments later rose to level 5, jumping 2 ranks. Everyone speculates that means he is now world number 1, likely by slaying some powerful boss. Some doubt why he reached level 3 an hour ago yet hasn't returned. Perhaps he has no relatives in real life to inform. Wang Meng replies he doesn't know, but it is likely true. A female police officer interrupts with suspicion. She theorizes Haiyan could be a transmigrator, since such people are often orphans and rise quickly. Drawing strange looks from the crowd. Stared at, she blushes and denies, wondering if she's wrong, but the captain corrects her. He sternly warns not to speak nonsense, especially in crisis, leaving An Yu embarrassed but still defiant. Then he stresses Wang Meng's information. He explains game data matches higher-level reports. Many elderly died in their sleep, cross-checked as players who had died multiple times in-game, proving lifespan in the game directly affects reality. If lifespan reaches 0 in the game, one also dies in reality. Some panic that this event is beyond comprehension. The captain confirms this may be a superpower invasion of unknown origin, and higher authorities have urgently formed a vanguard team. This force will investigate the game by region and quickly build a professional army, as this is a global-scale upheaval. He stresses that nations are racing to act or risk losing international advantage, so intelligence must be gathered at all costs, then appoints An Yu as captain. An Yu solemnly accepts the order. Wang Meng is assigned vice captain, and the two may freely choose members, with the main mission to approach the figure Hei An. He explains An Yu was chosen for her temperament suited for investigation, hoping to confirm Haiyan's real identity soon. The top goal is to establish government cooperation with Haiyan, extracting the information he holds. In addition, they must maintain social order. Afterward, he dismisses the team. While at school, a group of girls chat. One says people sleeping in the same area are transported to the same novice village. Another objects, wanting to return to care for parents unfamiliar with games, fearing they can't adapt, but others argue self-growth should come first. Meanwhile, Tan Xiaodu quietly reflects. She feels sad that in such a big event, Qin Feng hasn't checked on her, blaming him for arrogance and not apologizing. She recalls how he always coaxed her when she sulked, yet today he ignored and even struck her, something even their parents never did. She feels wronged, thinking it's only because she skipped school to see her brother's concert, vowing not to forgive unless he apologizes 1,000 times. Yet she feels lucky she attended the performance yesterday, since after this game upheaval, chances may vanish. In her memory, she vividly recalls being so close to idol Song Fei. She secretly weeps, confessing feelings for him. Suddenly, a thought flashes in her mind. She realizes that falling asleep brings her into the game. That means Song Fei must also be participating, so entering the game will give her a chance to meet him again. The idea makes Tan Xiaodu blush with happiness, while she guesses Jiang Wei must be a master to reach level 3 so fast. He decides to ask an expert directly, while Jiang Wei receives a message calling him a master. She requests strategy advice. Jiang Wei chuckles, remembering the name Tan Xiaodu. Even the proud beauty has come to him, so he sees this as a golden chance to approach her and confidently replies. He revealed a tip. Invest in speed to avoid monsters. Even mages need agility for faster casting, especially early game, and if still weak, trust there will be help. Reaching level 5 unlocks City Teleport. She should form a party then, and he promised to come support, making Xiao Yu happy and reassured. She saw benefits from followers, treated Zhang Wei as a shield compared with Qin Feng, and resolved to outlevel him first without letting him profit. At that moment, Qin Feng joyfully looted an item from the boss, a rare ring. The gold ring fit all classes, boosted many stats, had strong dark resistance, and raised weak spot damage from 1.5x to 1.6x, which greatly pleased him compared to normal players. It also dropped a rare assassination skill, allowing long leaps, short invisibility, multiple target slashes, high damage, and fast cooldown, extremely useful. After learning it, he immediately found it convenient, while still having some evolution points to allocate. He chose to upgrade the skill Greedy Hand to Diamond tier, giving high chance of extra loot and even improving item quality when killing monsters. With this greed skill, each kill was worth triple others. He used evolution points to upgrade Shadow Slash, gaining longer range and stronger strikes, though regretting the cooldown remained. Even so, that one skill alone allowed near-constant stealth, while other skills seemed worthless. The Silver Warrior skill book could only be sold cheaply, but before he could act, 3 monsters suddenly attacked. He looked at the monsters with killing intent, ready to test himself. They happened to be level 4 climbers, so he treated them as test dummies for his new skill and unleashed it. All 3 instantly collapsed, dead in a single strike. The system confirmed he had slain the 4-limbed climbers. The reward was 80 experience, 5 tradable lifespan days, and a noticeable boost in leveling speed. He reflected that with poison darts, it would take 2 throws to kill, but now combat time was shorter, reducing risks. His stored lifespan reached 618 days. To bring skill equipment into reality required 900 days. He calculated selling backpack items would meet the requirement, and reaching level 10 would allow real-world extraction. Thinking so, he continued walking in the rain. At that moment came a message. Congratulations to the eldest miss for reaching level 3, reminding her to keep her promise. She reassured him, gave her phone number, proposed to buy all his tradable lifespan at a very high price, and affirmed the dark secret was real. Someone mocked him, calling him stupid for underestimating such a powerful figure as the eldest miss, while sinisterly promising to meet again in reality. He sneered, believing lifespan could always be regained, while turning the game into money was true wisdom. In Shelltown, Qin Feng placed his hand to activate the teleportation array. Seeing the radiant portal open, he softly spoke. Thanks to his action, the Shelltown teleport gate lit up, and the system sent congratulations. He gained reputation and 1 free teleport per day, but further use cost lifespan. Since no other towns had gates opened, teleporting was useless. He recalled that in his past life, Zhongfei once activated the Firefly Gate, so he set a warning in case it repeated. Still, this was not crucial. His main goal was reaching level 10 to enter the Divine Continent where the real journey began. Then he set up a stall selling equipment and skills, planning to keep it open only briefly. Players swarmed in, amazed by the appearance of the Dark Elder, eagerly preparing lifespan to trade. Some hoped for a mage skill book, but only the Silver Warrior book Battle Roar appeared, which still caused fierce competition. The book sold quickly, the trade earning him 300 lifespan days. Many felt spending 300 days for this skill was a bargain, since grinding 2 days would repay it, and they all scrambled for more. People fought over boots and armor until everything he displayed was completely sold out. Checking the system, he calculated a total gain of 650 days, raising his stored lifespan to 2,174 days. Though much, it was still insufficient to fully materialize his power. Those who missed out lamented and begged for another sale. At that moment, a young woman produced a special ring, asking if he was interested. The system revealed it was a spatial ring with 12 extra slots, leaving Qin Feng surprised. This was a rare storage item, allowing separate inventory space. It didn't occupy backpack or main ring slots, with each person limited to 3. Its drop rate was extremely low, and having it this early was shocking. Each had once been worth 3,600 lifespan days, so he asked how she wanted to trade. She only smiled, saying no lifespan was needed. She wished to befriend him and asked for help hunting a boss, to which he agreed immediately. The system registered it. A notification appeared. Black Cloak, Dark Elder accepted the friend request. Afterward, he asked details about the target boss. She explained it was a golden boss far away on an old ship in the swamp, sparking his suspicions. He immediately guessed it could be the Golden Ghost ship, a rare boss. Such a boss had extremely low spawn rate, dropped valuable loot, and usually triggered fierce guild wars. If it appeared near a level 5 town, this was a rare chance to take it down easily. Not only lucky to receive a storage ring, he also discovered she belonged to Wang Meng's group and might be the legendary Carp. He wondered in surprise how she could have found such a rare golden boss. She explained she was waiting for teammates who were late, so she wandered and accidentally spotted the boss under a cliff, reminding Qin Feng of past life rumors. He recalled rumors that Wang Meng's team had someone like a Carp who accidentally discovered hidden bosses, thought fake before, but now proven true. It was this girl. Noticing his gaze, the girl shyly asked why. He brushed it off casually, and they left town together. Meanwhile, a bald man secretly tailed them, while elsewhere someone boasted about past exploits. Suddenly, the bald man reported to his boss that the youth had just left town with a girl, making the boss grin maliciously. He mocked that the boy already lured a girl, then led his men to chase, while outside Qin Feng and Jin Li continued forward together. Qin Feng proposed, if the boss dropped items fitting Jin Li's class, she could have them. The rest belonged to him. Jin Li worried it was unfair to Wang Meng's team, but agreed, only asking him to sell gear to her captain at a discount. He nodded in agreement, and they immediately set off. When Wang Meng just came online and learned the Dark Elder was taking someone to hunt a golden boss, Jin Li grew terrified. She trembled, reminding him he was an assassin, and she was only a mage, fearing she couldn't survive. But Qin Feng reassured her that he alone would fight, while she just watched from afar, which frightened her even more. Though she knew he was powerful, soloing a golden boss was absurd. Suddenly, Qin Feng activated stealth, vanishing before her eyes. Jin Li panicked, calling out, unable to see him. At the same time, the stalkers began their move. Seeing Qin Feng vanish, the boss sneered, thinking he abandoned the girl, and ordered his men to seize her. He rallied his gang, boasting that following him would bring profit, then commanded them to surround Jin Li. But they didn't know Qin Feng stood right before them, suddenly unleashing Shadow Slash. The whole group was instantly wiped out. The system announced he had slain 5 players. The reward was only 12 lifespan days, too little, making him scoff. Then he returned to Jin Li, who asked in shock where he had gone. He calmly replied he dealt with the stalkers, while she thought he just went to the bathroom, adding humor to the moment. She even teased about using stealth while peeing, leaving Qin Feng speechless until he cut her off and urged her to lead to the boss. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tan Xiaoyu logged into the game. She successfully entered the game. She shouted with excitement. Holding a mage staff, she was surprised by how real it felt in her hand. She was thrilled to discover her hidden class life priest, believing it extremely powerful, worthy to stand beside Song Fei. But thinking whether he knew the stat allocation secret, her gaze turned cold, secretly despising him. Qin Feng was criticized for being self-centered, while Xiaoyu felt confident with her hidden class and Zhang Wei's support. The leaderboard showed Darkness had reached level 6, shocking and angering Xiaoyu when comparing with Zhang Wei, who was only level 3. Xiaoyu realized Darkness was the true expert, wishing for his help to surpass Zhang Wei. But she had no way to find him. Another group worried about losing contact with Xiao Yao and could wait no longer. They discussed needing a healer for monster hunting, and Xiao Yu immediately stepped up to greet them. She directly asked if the group needed a healer. Elsewhere, Qin Feng and Jin Li had arrived at the target's location. Looking down, Qin Feng confirmed it was the Golden Ghost ship. He told Jin Li to hide on the deck to avoid ambush. Then he used stealth to descend and face the boss, while Jin Li called him an elder and warned him to be careful. The system announced that time around the ghost ship flowed 100 times faster. Qin Feng calculated that 15 minutes here would consume one lifespan day. But the effect was still manageable. The Level 5 Golden Ghost ship boss had a lifespan limit of 45 minutes, 25 seconds. He sighed in relief at the remaining time, then launched his attack. His first skill dealt 3 consecutive strikes on the boss. Next, Qin Feng threw a poisoned dagger. He aimed at a critical spot with a precise strike. The boss suffered continuous poison damage as Qin Feng observed carefully. He knew the secret. The boss's true weak point was not the hull or bones, but the ghost bell at the bow. Once the bell was broken, it would manipulate surrounding water to unleash wide-range attacks. That wave attack was devastating at the start of battle. Only silver-armored warriors could withstand it. While he relied on his darkness-class speed to dodge, then waited for the boss's ranged move. The boss summoned 12 rotting water ghouls, each as strong as a silver-tier boss. The monsters charged wildly, throwing the fight into chaos. Every 3 minutes, another one spawned, and dragging the fight would bring overwhelming numbers to wipe the party. Luckily, Qin Feng's invisibility kept him unseen. With the right positioning, he could slay them in a single strike. He unleashed a powerful move that wiped out all the monsters, leaving Jin Li stunned. She trembled after witnessing such terrifying strength firsthand. Jin Li was horrified to realize he was darkness, the top-ranked player, moving like a phantom. The boss quickly lost 1/3 HP, and Qin Feng called for Xiao He. Jin Li, confused, asked Qin Feng about the strange name. He reassured her that she only needed to wait for his resurrection, making her blush in doubt. She hesitantly thought Xiao He sounded like a dog's name, while her own was He Bo Lin, then guessed it referred to the one who had tried to kidnap her earlier. The enemy group realized they had been careless. A man who once claimed to be a legend grew bitter at being suppressed and reported that Jin Li had been found. He rallied his comrades, vowing to hunt both Jin Li and Qin Feng fighting under the cliff. Meanwhile, Qin Feng thought to himself, the 4th trial, the hardest of the Golden Ghost ship. It would unleash an extremely strong shockwave. This attack affected the soul in a wide area, applying a 5-second hard crowd control, nearly impossible to dodge. Seeing the danger escalate, Jin Li was too frightened to speak. Below, Qin Feng was engulfed by slime. He took a heavy blow from the slime mass, his HP dropping sharply. The system announced his death, with 2 beams of light rising from the slime. This death cost him 326 years of non-tradable lifespan and 1,087 days of tradable lifespan. Just then, the enemies arrived. Seeing Qin Feng fall, they laughed mockingly, calling him arrogant for soloing a golden boss. Greedy for the huge lifespan he dropped, they shouted to attack the boss at half HP for loot and gains, but the next scene shocked them all. The promise ended, opening into the next part. The scene shifted to Shell Town. The ambushers who revived cursed angrily, unable to believe the boss was so strong, shocked that darkness alone had halved its HP while they died instantly to water columns and ads. They lamented the heavy loss but still decided to return, refusing to believe the boss was so strange. At that moment in the swamp, Qin Feng had revived. He was surprised to see countless loot still scattered around. He asked Xiao He about the lifespan count, while Jin Li was astonished by his quick resurrection, telling him the others had just been wiped out by water columns. He laughed, saying they brought it on themselves, remembering how he had also suffered from this ship in his past life. The Golden Boss only used the immobilization skill once, So with half HP it was easier, but it could teleport unexpectedly, making it hard to kill. Thinking so, he drew out a poison dagger, ready to strike. He aimed straight at the ghost bell on the bow and hurled it. The boss roared instantly, murderous aura covering the area. Qin Feng reacted quickly, using stealth to evade. He was confident since he had mastered all of the boss's movement patterns. Right after, he struck the target with a slash. On the shore, the thugs respawned, saw him fighting the boss, and shouted to their leader, planning to kill him for the loot. Jin Li grew angry at their attempt to steal credit, vowing not to let their plan succeed when the boss was about to fall to Qin Feng. She gathered energy into her staff, releasing violent bursts of lightning. She shouted the incantation, thunder crashing down on the thugs who couldn't dodge. They were scorched by the lightning, and the survivors panicked, spotting a mage as the culprit. Enraged, they cursed and prepared to kill the girl, making Jin Li tremble and scream. She fled in panic, crying for help, while the thugs chased her madly. Not far away, another group was also observing the scene. In that group, one person stared coldly at Jin Li and her pursuers. Qin Feng, still hidden, fought patiently while waiting for his chance. Seeing the boss's HP nearly gone, he sighed, admitting that even at level 5 the boss's power was terrifying, and soloing it was still exhausting and lengthy. He noticed the groups lurking around the swamp, clearly planning to wait until he killed the boss before striking. Finally, the boss weakened by poison. Its HP dropped to 0. The system announced he had slain a golden boss, gaining huge EXP, leveling to 8, along with evolution points and tradable lifespan. He stayed hidden, watching the boss's corpse fade, sneering at the failed ambush plans of others. The system broadcasted, Darkness was the first to slay a golden boss at Woso Town, gaining extra fame. Players worldwide were shocked, amazed by Darkness's supernatural power, debating which nation he came from. Everyone compared the massive power gap. Xiao Yu read the news, becoming even more determined to seek Darkness's help to advance and meet Zhong Fei. When the boss died, several loot bags dropped. The greedy observers thought Qin Feng had fled in fear, discussing using special skills to track him and seize all the loot. One of them drew a bow, preparing his ultimate move. He fired an arrow that turned into a spirit eagle, the skill being Ghost Soul Horned Eagle. The energy bird soared high into the sky. Then it shattered into countless feathers falling onto the lake. Qin Feng admired the rarity of the skill, recognizing it as a counter to stealth, but remained confident since his dark profession granted superior invisibility beyond their detection. A Guang returned reporting no target found, assuming Qin Feng had fled from the numbers, and the boss coldly scoffed that at least he knew his place. They gathered at the loot site, reminding each other to guard it for 5 minutes until it became theirs. While they rejoiced, streams of dark energy appeared with cold slashes cutting their throats. Qin Feng stepped out from the shadows, eyes icy. He calmly looked at the pile of loot, murmuring that it was finally quiet, wondering where Xiao He went, then decided to use his evolution points to upgrade skills before collecting items. He activated evolution for Greedy Hand, and the system announced it upgraded to Epic, with greatly enhanced loot-stealing power and an extra tier boost for obtained items. Qin Feng was excited, thinking it was a transformation, deciding to unleash all the light spheres. He gathered all dropped items, upgraded them with Greedy Hand, laughing loudly in delight. A massive energy burst erupted on the lake, with the system confirming he had used a special skill. He continuously gained evolution points, tradable lifespan, and 2 ultra-rare items called Ghostfire Spirit Lamps. Holding the twin Ghostfire bells, he was thrilled by their domineering effects, protecting lifespan upon death, increasing lifespan drop rate, even immobilizing a wide area. Plus, they took little inventory space, leaving Qin Feng extremely satisfied. While hesitating, he heard Jin Li's cries for help and frantically called for Xiao He. Qin Feng hurriedly searched around, calling her while hearing her shouts resisting the enemies. Jin Li was tightly surrounded, threatened and mocked, forced to surrender. Jin-Tu looked down the ravine, trembling inside. She suddenly leapt down, stunning the thugs. Her body slowly fell into the deep abyss. Upon impact, the ground cracked, and her blood spread red. Seeing her fade away, the leader was shocked by her resolve. Xin Feng heard Jin Li's voice reporting her death, telling him to keep the loot and wait at the small town. He agreed. After collecting the loot, Qin Feng felt relieved and happy with the lifespan and evolution points gained, his main skill reaching epic, and the system asked if he wanted further upgrades. Reading the massive resource cost, he realized it was too expensive, so he prioritized upgrading offensive skills. He spent points to boost Shadow Shield, letting him dash quickly while invisible and deliver multiple powerful slashes. He further upgraded Backstab, increasing damage percentages when striking from behind. After empowering the two skills, he felt new strength, with base damage multiplied and backstabs capable of dealing thousands. Golden bosses usually dropped silver gear, rarely gold, but thanks to Greedy Hand he obtained many valuable items, including several suited for an assassin. The system announced an item: Platinum Twin Ghost Blades, greatly boosting attack, speed, and armor penetration, usable at level 5. Qin Feng assessed that although the special effect wasn't very useful, the base stats and attack speed made the weapon extremely valuable. A golden armor with high defense and fire resistance unexpectedly boosted his HP, making his defense nearly unbreakable. After checking all the loot, he decided to hide the equipment's appearance to avoid suspicion, then opened the newly acquired skill book. He was surprised that the learned skill was usually underrated, since evasion in the game was hard to use effectively and failure was highly risky. However, he was different, as his limitless evolution meant upgrading evasion only gave pure benefits without harming other stats. He planned to return, intending to sell surplus gear to Wang Ming at a discount, silently grateful to Xiao He for helping him slay the golden boss. On the way back, he suddenly encountered a group of thugs. Both sides stared tensely at each other, uncertain of the situation. Suddenly, the thugs screamed in terror, shoving to escape after seeing something frightening in the darkness. Qin Feng only let out a cold snort as he watched. He accelerated past them and swiftly reached his grandparents. The leader thought he had escaped, but Qin Feng blocked his path. Seeing him, the man panicked, begging for mercy and claiming he had little lifespan left, but Qin Feng coldly questioned his crimes. Then he struck, making the man die in agony. The system warned he was marked with the title Slaughterer, meaning death would cost more lifespan, but he stayed calm since he had protective gear. Back in Wo So Town, his appearance shocked many players. The crowd whispered, discussing how he soloed the golden boss but showed no gear on him. Some mocked him, saying he exploited a bug, while others approached, calling him a senior and asking him to stop. One offered him a newly bought skill book, hoping he would accept to clear up hostilities. The system revealed the new skill, Bandit Strike, which dealt bonus damage and stunned the target briefly, surprising him. He took the book, nodded in acceptance, then left. That man's companions were furious, calling his concession too cowardly, and plotted to unite against him. Xian Shao signaled silence, stressing that darkness surely held a great secret, and if caught in real life, they could control and exploit him. Hearing this explanation, the underlings understood and flattered him, while Xian Shao schemed to use a honey trap to extract Qin Feng's secrets, believing he was just a poor nobody in real life. At this time, Qin Feng met Jin Li, gave her gear and told her to trade, making her happy, but also revealing she wasn't Xiao He, but Dai Li Zi. Receiving the equipment and skill, Jin Li was thrilled as her power and recovery improved greatly, constantly thanking Qin Feng. He replied calmly, then reminded her to hand over the promised spatial ring, which she quickly gave him. She then mentioned a strange cave resembling ruins, unintentionally offering him valuable information. Hearing this, Qin Feng was secretly amazed, feeling lucky he had shared loot with her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have learned this crucial news. With the new ring, his inventory reached 27 slots, and he planned to sell extra gear, then head to the ruins with her. But she said team leader Wang Meng would return in an hour. She pointed to the map location, explained how to find the entrance, and admitted she fled out of fear of the monster's sounds, leaving her embarrassed. He nodded, deciding to head straight to the ruins, then vanished with his skill, leaving Jin Li dazed as he departed. At that moment, Qin Feng was moving at maximum speed. On the way, he reconsidered his plan to grind to level 10, realizing with ruins available it was unnecessary, as this was a rare opportunity. Whatever type of ruins he encountered, for him, the monsters inside were merely sources of lifespan and evolution points. At the ruins gate, Qin Feng began to enter. As he descended, he reflected on 3 common ruin types in the town: tombs filled with tough monsters and a golden boss at the end. Cursed ruins contained twisted former humans turned monsters, while temples held cultists of evil gods with complex terrain. The latter 2, if cleared, could grant rare rewards like special items or skill books. Seeing the stone walls, he recognized this place as a temple. Murals on the wall depicted scenes of ancient gods being judged. Suddenly a scream echoed deeper inside, and Qin Feng immediately linked it to the eye of judgment he possessed, sensing a connection. The scene shifted to another forest. There, Wang Meng was struggling hard against an enemy. A monster relentlessly pressed its attacks. Wang Meng was struck away, coughing up blood violently. His teammates panicked, urging Tan Xiaoyu to heal quickly, but she only screamed in fear. Her whole body shook, stammering that she didn't know what to do. The monster charged again, and a teammate with a sword shouted at her to use her skill immediately. But in panic, she dropped to her knees, sobbing without acting. As a result, the whole team was quickly wiped out by the monster. Soon after, they respawned at Woso Town, all gloomy and disheartened. Seeing the group return, Jin Li cheerfully greeted them, mentioning that the Senior Darkness hadn't yet come back to sell gear. One member angrily pointed at Tan Xiaoyu, scolding her harshly for being useless, unable to dodge or use skills. Jin Li quickly intervened, defending that she was a newbie playing for the first time, and dying once was normal, but the man grew angrier and wanted to keep scolding. The swordsman raised 3 fingers, accusing her of dying 3 times in under an hour, which surprised Jin Li. She immediately changed the subject, showing off a necklace that boosted her power, suggesting she join the team to prevent further deaths. Wang Meng nodded in agreement, praising the idea as reasonable, believing her presence would make the journey easier and even possibly let them meet darkness again upon return. Xiao Yu outwardly admitted fault, but inwardly scorned them, blaming that only by clinging to power did she receive protection. Qin Feng returned, walking while surveying the desolate ruins. A strange sound caught his attention. He discovered kneeling corpses, fanatical believers of the ancient god, ranked silver. Seeing this, he only showed cold disdain. He unleashed Shadow Shield Slash, striking them fiercely. Noticing their HP barely dropped, he was shocked that even with a sneak attack he only halved it, realizing silver bosses were tougher than the golden ghost ship. Suddenly he saw them kneeling toward him despite his stealth. He guessed it was due to the divine item Eye of Judgment's aura, which made them hesitate. He spoke, ordering them to lead the way, but they only growled in response. Observing carefully, he judged they were corrupted, mindless beasts driven only by killing. Suddenly their eyes flared with rage. They all charged in a violent assault. New players entering the ruins were attacked by them, and someone shouted a warning. Qin Feng stayed hidden, listening to their fear of facing 2 silver bosses at once, then chose to retreat. But all of them were quickly slaughtered. Looking at the loot, he remembered. This was the group of girls who bought an ice mace, seemingly called Grey Rose, who had found this place but lacked strength to go deeper. He collected the items, delighted to gain over 100 tradable lifespan days, secretly judging her as wealthy. After exploring fully, he grew frustrated at finding no treasure or traps, only the 2 silver bosses. Holding his deadly poison darts, he decided to act decisively. He threw the darts, killing the 2 silver fanatics, earning EXP, reaching level 9, with more evolution points and 188 lifespan days. He immediately activated the Greedy Hand skill. He rejoiced at the massive harvest, 32 evolution points, over 1,500 lifespan days, 4 golden items, and 10 silver items. Among the loot was a golden assassin gear, a believer's necklace boosting agility, reducing cooldown, and summoning a silver believer for support. After checking carefully, he judged the necklace very useful, greatly shortening skill cooldown, and since only he could use it, he kept it for later sale. Suddenly, a strange sound from behind made him alert. A pillar rose up, and he instantly used Stealth Shadow skill to hide. Seeing this, he confirmed his guess. Clearing monsters had triggered the mechanism. He observed the stone pillar and thought it was a secret device. Suddenly, the pillar gave a loud clack. Then the surrounding area began shifting. When it lowered, he suspected it might be a moving lift. Looking up, the stone slab above slowly closed. After a long descent, the block stopped, and he sighed in relief, estimating it had gone down several hundred meters. Looking around, he realized this place was very unusual. It was a labyrinth hidden inside the divine temple. He recalled that in his past life he had seen many such mazes, full of traps. If someone led the way, it was easier, though time-consuming. He took out the necklace he had just obtained, thinking that thanks to its attributes he avoided death, then examined its golden believer, summoning effect. He immediately summoned a loyal silver rank believer identical to the one outside. He ordered it to scout ahead, and it roared in obedience before moving forward. Watching his companion scout made him feel safer, but he still decided to enhance passive evasion for security. He used evolution points to upgrade Phantom Shadow and Shadow Shield Slash to epic level, gaining very high dodge rate and much greater attack power. He analyzed that evolving from epic to legendary required 10 times more points, so starting skills stronger saved costs. He gave an example. A skill already epic needed fewer points to reach legendary, and from there could reach myth, godhood, or immortal levels. On the other hand, weak skills needed multiple upgrades to reach epic, costing hundreds of points. But his advantage was being able to raise all his skills to epic baseline first. With 11 points left, he only managed to evolve Stealth Shadow, increasing invisibility duration and ambush damage, but cooldown was still long and power insufficient, so he planned to change it later. Just then, the Believer Scout triggered a trap. A massive stone block fell and crushed it instantly. He calmly said he would wait for cooldown to summon again, noting the labyrinth was too dangerous so he must probe slowly, hoping to find precious treasures. Meanwhile, on the upper floor of the Divine Temple, the group that had been killed revived and appeared again. A member reported to the red-haired female captain that 2 monsters had vanished, shocking her. They realized their lifespan was reduced. Guessing only the one who killed the Silver Boss could take it, surely the Dark Elder. Terrifying, yet lucky they didn't die again. The female captain recalled seeing a shadowy figure talking with monsters, suspecting it was the Dark One, whose power was unfathomable and formidable. Meanwhile, Qin Feng kept summoning silver believers, but they were quickly destroyed. He concluded after 3 hours of probing that he might have reached the maze's end, where sending many people would only lead to mass death. After a while, he summoned another believer. Then he let it continue, scouting the path ahead. When they reached a large door, he ordered it to open, but despite trying, it didn't move. The door remained completely still. He wondered why it couldn't be opened. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the door himself. Suddenly, the door opened by itself, leaving him more confused. A cold air current flowed out from inside. He felt a chill down his spine, sweating nervously. Before him appeared a girl and a treasure chest. He saw the chest was locked, covered in thorns with an NPC standing beside it. The system showed only question marks for the girl's information. He was shocked to meet for the first time a mysterious NPC with no data. The NPC emitted strange, incomprehensible sounds. Then suddenly she knelt and gradually vanished. He stood, stunned, puzzled about what just happened. The thorns on the chest also disappeared. He guessed that female NPC must be connected to the Eye of Judgment. Seeing the chest glowing, he concluded it could contain an epic tier item, but danger or traps were still possible. He ordered his loyal believer to open the chest, and it roared in obedience. As the lid opened, golden light burst forth. He rejoiced to find inside a rare assassin skill book with both active and passive effects. He obtained the epic skill book Grace of Liberation, whose passive guaranteed critical weak point strikes with doubled damage, plus an active throat cut dealing heavy continuous damage. After reading, he was stunned at the overwhelming effects, greatly boosted weak point hits and a terrifying active ability. He analyzed that if the initial strike dealt 300 damage, the skill would add 900 more over 3 seconds, totaling 1,200, tripling the actual damage. He judged that even using Shadow Shield Slash's multiple hits would still count as one strike, synergizing with this skill. With just 10 more evolution points, he could raise it to legendary, truly an enormous gain. He believed it was all thanks to Xiaohei's blessing, then decided to sell the remaining loot to their group and contacted them to prepare to return to the small town. Jin Li immediately replied joyfully that he had finished exploring, and said their group would also return. Upon reaching Shell Town, Qin Feng was surprised by the scene before him. Crowds of players gathered, cheering and praising him as the Dark One, asking to be friends, followers, or boasting status to form ties. Some begged to join, others promised to give wives, with all kinds of requests pouring in from many towns. Looking at the crowd, he realized the teleport gates between towns had opened, meaning he could now reach Songfei. He used Shadow Shield to vanish in front of everyone, leaving them astonished. The crowd instantly erupted into quarrels and curses, while he calmly left under stealth. Meeting Jin Li again, he called out, and she happily turned and called him Elder. She waved to inform Wang Meng. And just then, Qin Feng suddenly noticed something strange. He quietly observed the girl and thought about Tan Xiaodu. He wondered why she joined the group, worrying she might cause trouble for them. He reminded himself to keep his identity secret, since his power couldn't yet be used in reality, and enemies lurked everywhere. One blade was already dangerous. Xiaodu blushed while watching Qin Feng, feeling he was incredibly strong, far beyond Wang Meng's group, and believed with his help she could soon meet Song Fei. During trading, Qin Feng sold equipment and class-fit skills to Wang Meng's group at very high prices, shocking them, but allowed delayed payment. Wang Meng was moved, promising to repay and to help him in the future if needed. The group quickly equipped, thrilled by their surge in strength, touched by the installment deal. Xiaodu looked on full of hope. Wang Meng suddenly noticed no items for a priest. Xiaodu was stunned, while someone mocked that joining for free experience was already lucky. Xiaodu nervously approached Qin Feng, asking about priest gear and sending a friend request. She trembled when she met his cold gaze. Immediately after, Qin Feng used stealth to vanish, leaving Xiaodu bewildered. Xiaodu asked around. Wang Meng comforted her, others mocked, while Jin Li revered him as unfathomable and even praised his looks. While moving, Qin Feng recalled he still had a high-level priest staff and skill book in his bag, but he did not want to easily give such treasures to Xiaodu. He understood that soon he would have surplus items, making it convenient to cooperate with the government-backed force behind Wang Meng, so he needed to find another priest to replace Xiaodu and avoid entanglement. He resolved to find Xiao Shui soon. Yi Shu, once guild manager of Godslayer in his past life, had the hidden priest class Whitebird Divine Priest, able to solo epic bosses with her spirit bird, unlike the weak Xiao Du. He placed his hand on the teleport array, remembering Xiao Shui, like Song Fei, was in Firefly Town. Qin Feng planned to meet her and add her to Wang Meng's team, then stepped into the teleport. Upon arriving at Firefly Town, he immediately used stealth to hide. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. Turning back, he saw two recently revived players angrily cursing, vowing to return to fight the silver boss, scolding Song Fei for dragging many girls and swearing to kill him in revenge. He secretly rejoiced at quickly finding Song Fei's whereabouts. Soon he reached a valley. This was a level 5 area called Quozeng Valley, inhabited by fire fiends and stone shacklers. Qin Feng hid behind a cliff to observe, hearing a group shouting to slay the boss. One yelled for teammates to run as a blazing monster charged at them. He recognized it as the two-headed fire fiend, a silver boss. But the battlefield was complete chaos. Players were not only fighting monsters but also slaughtering each other. While watching, he saw a youth shielded by a group of differently shaped girls, though none truly beautiful. That youth was Song Fei, the target he had long sought. The girls all stood forward to protect him. Two enraged players rushed in, accusing him of stealing lifespans and threatening to kill him, while a shield-bearer declared he would use anti-mage skills to finish him. A chubby female mage rushed up, smashing her staff on the shield-bearer's head and shouting not to touch Song Fei, stunning the man. Qin Feng quietly recalled that Song Fei was the heaven-defying mage god, once empowered by fangirls who gave him all gear and skills to rise quickly. Though he was the only mage, they devised ways to support him. The fangirls dumped all attribute points into distorted mage builds, initially letting Song Fei dominate and steal lifespans everywhere, but gradually they all died off. The fat mage shouted loudly and swung her staff at the foe. Song Fei feigned sorrow, acting worried for the girls and wishing the boss would be slain soon so the world would be filled with love. The fat mage was moved, declaring he was the one truly suffering, then rallied the sisters to rush forward and protect brother. The fangirl group chanted in unison, hailing Song Fei as their only king and swearing to follow him to the end. Suddenly, the boss targeted Song Fei and unleashed fiery attacks. Immediately, a girl rushed out to take the hit for him. He sat down pretending to worry, making the girl madly moved, willing to risk her life for him. The fat mage kept rallying, shouting that if they killed the boss, Vika would top the rankings and surely surpass the one called the Dark One. The other girls excitedly shouted slogans, vowing to stand by Song Fei. The fangirl's spells rained thunderbolts on the boss, making it roar in pain. Song Fei secretly felt smug, thinking if this boss was so hard, then how could the Dark One slay a gold boss? He must have exploited a bug, while he himself was still only level 7. He longed to kill the boss to reach level 8, confident he could surpass the Dark One stuck at level 9 and become number 1 in the game. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly appeared, seizing Song Fei's head. With a light swing, he severed it. Qin Feng softly said, "Shadow Shield, slash," still holding Song Fei's head in his hand. He squeezed hard, distorting the man's face grotesquely. The fat mage screamed in panic, calling brother. But before she could act, Qin Feng swept through and cut everything apart. The system announced he slew the two-headed fire fiend boss, gaining 1,500 experience, and killed Song Fei along with all his fangirls. Damage numbers kept flashing, all nearly 2,000 or more. The remaining players were stunned, unable to believe one strike could instantly kill the boss, the damage tens of times higher than their skills. They panicked further, seeing the wide area strike kill both Song Fei and his fans, concluding this must be the Dark One who had slain the gold boss, quickly surrendering all loot. The crowd cheered, praising him for avenging them and swearing loyalty. But Qin Feng coldly thought that in his past life, he would already have been besieged. He returned to Firefly Town. Song Fei revived and received notice he lost over 1,000 tradable lifespan days and nearly 20 years of permanent lifespan, panicking that the Dark One appeared here and stole his boss. The fangirls also revived, bewildered then furious, cursing him as a dirty backstabber and accusing him of only stealing the silver boss. A green-haired girl approached, asking to join Song Fei's team, introducing herself as a shooter with stealth detection skill. The fangirl mages drove her away, saying shooters killed monsters too slowly and would hinder brothers' rank climbing, making her uneasy. But Song Fei immediately spread his arms, appearing magnanimous, claiming he believed love could make up for everything. He held her hand gently, saying he accepted her even as a shooter, inviting her to accompany him. The girl was moved to tears, confessing her love to him. The other fangirls also pushed forward to declare their devotion, one as an assassin with stealth, another having learned control skills to freeze foes, all wanting to fight for him. Song Fei once again acted like a leader, proclaiming they were a big, loving family that welcomed everyone and calling for eternal unity. The fans were moved to tears, believing that following Song Fei was a choice they would never regret. They screamed in unison, vowing revenge on darkness and promising to let their brother personally finish him. The slogan, "Avenge, Brother Fei," resounded, making surrounding players gossip and marvel at such fanaticism. Many could not understand, thinking that if even with so many girls protecting him, he still died to darkness, it proved the opponent was terrifyingly strong, while the female fans were blindly obsessed. After sowing sweet words, Song Fei secretly felt smug, believing that if he defeated darkness before witnesses, his fame would shake everyone, since he thought an assassin could never compare to a noble mage like him. At the same time, Qin Feng used Greedy Hand to gain 16 evolution points, over 200 days of lifespan, and a haul of silver and gold loot. He immediately spent the points to upgrade the skill Grace of Liberation from Epic to Legendary, doubling weak point damage and adding the active move Throat Cut, which inflicted continuous damage with shorter cooldown. He calculated that doubling weak point chances meant nearly half an enemy's body counted as a weak spot, making every strike devastatingly critical. And the empowered Throat Cut could potentially one-shot even a gold boss. He realized upgrading from Epic to Legendary required few points, but evolving to Mythic would need 100 times more, 200 evolution points in total. By this rule, other skills would also demand massive points to advance. With 9 points left, he chose to enhance Backstab Empowerment, raising back attack bonus from 30% to 40%, leaving just 1 point in reserve. Qin Feng rejoiced at harvesting over 1,400 days of lifespan from the Silver Group, then decided to head back. Suddenly, a female assassin appeared from behind to attack him. He only glanced at the one charging in. Then he smoothly dodged, ignoring her screams as she unleashed dark skills. All her continuous strikes missed, leaving her panicked and bewildered. Failing the assassination, she angrily used stealth, smoke rising to cover her retreat. From above, Song Fei's fans shouted together, believing they had darkness surrounded. They declared they had come to avenge Brother Fei, with mage and archer readying their attack. Below, Qin Feng immediately activated Shadow Shield to conceal himself. The female archer sneered, confident her skill could detect invisibility. She fired an arrow, its magical feathers scattering everywhere. But the effect only revealed the failed female assassin, not Qin Feng. The crowd foolishly thought she was the real enemy and shouted to launch a full attack. Countless skills rained down, leaving the female assassin panicked and crying injustice. But she couldn't stop it in time and was instantly overwhelmed by the fierce assault. Realizing the mistake, the fat female mage hastily made excuses and urged them to keep hunting darkness, and the female archer nodded. At that moment, Qin Feng used the Ghostfire Spirit Lamp, a treasure that froze enemies within a wide radius for 3 seconds. All the female fans were immobilized, including the archer who panicked at being unable to move. A streak of light flashed through the space, followed by a flurry of storm-like slashes from the Shadow Slash skill. Then Qin Feng advanced straight to Song Fei. Meanwhile, Song Fei, hiding in shock, suspected that the mysterious enemy had taken down all his companions. Suddenly, Qin Feng appeared beside him and whispered that Song Fei was destined to die, startling him. He hurriedly raised a magic shield while cursing, but the shield was swiftly broken by a poison-coated dart that struck his forehead. Song Fei immediately collapsed unconscious. Seeing the dropped items, Qin Feng judged that he still had about 2,000 days of lifespan stored for trading. Qin Feng wondered why Song Fei's female fans had no tradable lifespan, guessing they had offered it all to him. Truly delusional. He regretted that if they had kept it, it would be at least a few hundred days. But now only monsters nearby would benefit. The scene shifted to the resurrection zone in Dom Nom Town. Song Fei revived, furious that out of 2,000 days, only 500 remained, and cursed darkness. The fat female mage questioned the archer about her tracking skill. She explained it only revealed the female assassin, not the other, maybe due to higher stealth level. The female archer admitted her skill was only level 1 and couldn't counter higher stealth types, so she was helpless. Song Fei raged, thinking there was no way to guard against this, and wondered why he was targeted since he hadn't directly offended him. He encouraged his fans to follow him to another area to level up safely, and they all promised to stick with him wherever he went. At the same time, Qin Feng had returned to town. Not seeing Song Fei and his group, he suspected they had moved to another town or logged off. He asked a nearby player, who panicked upon realizing darkness was standing beside him. That player pointed out Song Fei's direction, begging Qin Feng to spare Fai Bao Mian, the hunter girl, as his girlfriend. But Qin Feng advised him to change girlfriends, secretly guessing she was the archer able to detect stealth. The man begged desperately, afraid of losing his girlfriend, but Qin Feng had already vanished with Shadow Shield. He kept calling after him, but Qin Feng ignored it, thinking searching for them would waste time, and that finding Xiao Shui was better. Suddenly, a figure flashed past him. He was surprised to recognize it as Xiao Shui. He revealed himself, approached, and asked for help. Xiao Shui, startled, asked if he was darkness. Qin Feng requested Xiao Shui to use her wide-range scouting ability to track Song Fei, promising to sell her a platinum staff cheaply, which delighted her. While operating, she asked in surprise how he knew that secret, but he brushed it off and asked if she wanted the deal or not. She nodded, agreeing despite worrying about money. He reassured her it only cost a few hundred days, far cheaper than the original 700-800, then immediately completed the trade successfully. Holding the gleaming staff, Xiao Shui laughed happily. Qin Feng tapped her head lightly, reminding her to work quickly, and she nodded in obedience. She released her bird to scout, wondering why darkness felt familiar, then asked why he wasn't afraid she'd scam him. He replied, "Didn't she hate Song Fei?" Xiao Shui was shocked, suspecting he might be someone she knew in real life, but the tone didn't match. Qin Feng only smiled and told her to guess. She bluntly said she disliked pointless guessing and kept controlling the bird to work. Her eyes gleamed in sync with the bird's movements. Through the bird's vision, she observed the surrounding scenery. After a while, Xiao Shui exclaimed she had found Song Fei. She reported the coordinates 3866 to 9527, but warned they might move before he arrived. Qin Feng asked to add friends for continuous tracking and updates. Xiao Shui worried about the time, but he reassured her it would be brief and dashed off immediately. Soon, he reached the canyon area. His eyes flashed as he noticed something. Nearing the forest, he stopped, making Xiao Shui ask why. He walked to a tree marked with a strange symbol, asking her to check if there were others nearby. She agreed. Xiao Shui quickly confirmed one tree 100 meters ahead and another to the left at the same distance. Qin Feng placed his hand on the symbol carved into the tree. Mysterious light beams emerged, prompting Xiao Shui to ask what it meant. He only replied briefly, telling her to guess. Soon after, light from the 3 trees formed a triangle encircling him. At the center appeared a glowing chest, which Xiao Shui gasped at, realizing it was a gold-tier treasure chest. Qin Feng silently praised it, amazed that in a novice zone the ancient god's blessing had produced such a rare chest. The blessing of the ancient gods could appear anywhere on the continent, requiring enough symbols to activate, sometimes spawning fierce monsters, sometimes granting special treasure chests. Xiao Shui excitedly said this chest could sell for 1,000 days, and Qin Feng silently confirmed it was close. Recalling in his past life the real-world exchange value ranged from £110,000 of the first day to £150,000 of the second. She secretly memorized how he activated it, thinking her searching ability could help her find more in the future. The system announced he had opened the gold chest, receiving the skill book Curse Flower, which made him curious about its effect. The info showed a gold tier skill used on a player's corpse within 15 seconds of death, spawning a flower that drained all tradable lifespan until empty, with no cooldown. He was stunned, realizing this was an extremely rare skill he had only heard of in his past life. Just kill and guard the corpse to drain the opponent's entire lifespan. He thought to himself that Song Fei's glory days were over, determined to kill him until he quit the game, then quickly reach level 10 to cash out benefits in real life and continue destroying him outside the game. Meanwhile, Song Fei and his group were working together to kill a boss. After defeating the boss, he felt secure that he had run far enough, believing darkness could not catch him, even though he had already been robbed of a boss and killed twice. His expression turned vicious as he swore that once he reached a higher level, he would return for revenge. Suddenly, the fat mage shouted that another group was also fighting a boss nearby. Song Fei glanced over and fabricated that they were fans of darkness, enraging the fat girl. The deluded fans immediately screamed, treating the other group as helpers of darkness, and urged to slaughter them all for Brother Fei's glory. As the crazed fans charged, the shield-bearing boy thought they were allies and invited them to fight the boss together. But in return, he was struck in the face by a staff. That strike carried full force, born from the fat mage girl's fury. The other team panicked, shouting in horror at why they were attacked by mistake. The deluded fans, filled with killing intent, declared it was the fate of those siding with darkness. The female archer, wronged, bewilderedly said she knew nothing about darkness. But immediately arrows pierced her face and eyes, leaving no chance to explain. The last teammate could only scream in terror. The crazed marksman howled that all enemies and monsters must be wiped out to glorify Brother Fei. She shouted hollow slogans while continuing to fire arrows wildly. In an instant, both the monsters and the victims were slaughtered cleanly. Song Fei looked at the pile of dropped loot, excitedly thanking his loyal family for eliminating such undercover fans. The crazed fans cried while shouting that no matter where, they would forever stay loyal to Brother Fei. At that moment, Qin Feng appeared from afar, witnessing their celebration. He immediately activated Shadow Shield to hide. His voice echoed through the air. Hearing that voice, the group's faces instantly turned pale with panic. Song Fei froze, starting to turn back. But before he could move, his head fell, accompanied by a cold declaration of his death. The foolish fans burst into tears, crying out, "Brother!" At that moment, Qin Feng's figure became visible before their eyes. He unleashed his newly acquired skill, Curse Flower. From Song Fei's neck bloomed a crimson, blood-soaked flower. The fans screamed in horror at the sight. The scene shifted to the respawn point, where Song Fei reappeared. He shouted in fury, cursing darkness for haunting him. Was it just out of jealousy over the girls surrounding him? He thought the man's appearance in Dom Dom Town was because of him, even suspecting one of his fangirls was involved. But suddenly the system reported his lifespan dropping, 400, 390, 380, 370. He panicked as his remaining lifespan fell below 400 and kept draining, suspecting it was punishment for multiple deaths. At that moment, his loyal fans were also resurrected. They trembled while recounting that when Qin Feng used the skill, a blood-red flower grew on Song Fei's body, sucking something from him, terrifying him. The strange flower grew on his corpse, draining his life, while the system reported his lifespan sharply decreasing, making him curse the dark enemy trying to steal his existence. He told his fans to log off, buy more lifespan in real life, then return fully equipped to take revenge. And they cheered him on. Gritting his teeth in hatred, he swore retaliation, unwilling to let years of grinding and money invested be wasted at darkness's hands. On his group's corpses, more cursed flowers bloomed in succession. Qin Feng seized the chance to harvest a massive amount of lifespan from the victims. The system warned that the killer was on the 4th floor, where death would cost nearly all life. Qin Feng ignored it, happily receiving another 1,000 days, guessing Song Fei's group had logged out. High above, Xiao Shui secretly observed everything through her bird. She was horrified to realize darkness's true power, the top-ranked player whose might struck fear into hearts. Qin Feng asked about Song Fei's status, and Xiao Shui confirmed he and his fans had logged out. He told her to report immediately once they returned. When she asked to leave, Qin Feng stopped her, saying he had a valuable priest skill book to give her. Xiao Shui's eyes lit up instantly, and she eagerly agreed. Qin Feng told her to wait in town. The scene shifted to the area called Dom. He offered the valuable book at half price if Xiao Shui accepted, but she misunderstood and thought he wanted her body. He helplessly clarified, only asking her to join the team and take the fixed healer role. She agreed, but warned she would report back if the team was weak. He reassured her, confirming the team was strong and he was contacting them. At that moment, Wang Mong swung his hammer to fell the monster. His body was poisoned, but he sighed in relief as the battle finally ended. He hurriedly asked Tianyu to detoxify him, but her confusion made him impatient. Tianyu pretended to understand while nervously searching her skill panel for antidote abilities. Tianyu shouted the wrong spell, and purification art struck a tree instead of curing poison. Wang Mong coughed blood as Qin Li panicked and dodged. Tianyu awkwardly apologized for using the wrong skill. The whole team urgently called for help and rushed Wang Mong back to town for treatment. In town, everyone tried to calm him down. Wang Mong felt resentful, thinking of replacing the priest, but new good ones were already in teams. Meanwhile, Tianyu proudly boasted she had reached level 4 and wanted to meet Song Fei soon. Tian Feng messaged Wang Mong, recommending a hidden class priest and asking if the team wanted them. Wang Mong replied calmly. Trusting Tian Feng, he agreed immediately. Tian Feng told them to train at Firefly, and Wang Mong agreed since Conch was too crowded. After that, he turned back to look at Tianyu hesitantly. He explained the new area was too dangerous for her level, so she couldn't come, leaving Tianyu stunned. She quickly protested, insisting she could still keep up, but the team left in haste, telling her to manage alone, abandoning her in shock. Gritting her teeth in fury, she cursed being abandoned and decided to seek help from darkness. At that time, Wang Mong met Tian Feng and respectfully called him Big Boss. He paid 800 days of lifespan, saying Captain An would later add 500. Tian Feng thought of An Yu, then introduced Xia Shui Tian to Wang Mong. Suddenly, a new voice declared their arrival. It was a female gamer, with the ID Executor of Justice. Tian Feng recognized her as An Yu, the hidden dragon swordsman, top 20 worldwide in the past life, pillar of Great Xia, and nightmare to foreign enemies. An Yu shook Tian Feng's hand cheerfully, respectfully introducing herself, while he politely responded, noting this was his first time meeting a past life expert stronger than himself. And Yu half-jokingly praised Darkness's speed, even suspecting he was a transmigrator or reborn. Tian Feng recalled that in the past life, An Yu never joined Wang Mang's team. She likely now represented the Zhanghai government managing lifespan, which was safe with her dragon swordsman power. And Yu continued to express her wish to buy all equipment from him, revealing she held all lifespan entrusted by the government, and asked if he planned to kill her. Tian Feng reassured her that cooperation was best, while inwardly noting she appeared naive, but was actually shrewd, tough, and a vital link to the government, saving him much effort. Scene shifted to the real world. Fans of Song Fei chatted on the phone, panicking as the government announced that in-game lifespan was tied to real-life survival. A girl trembled wide-eyed, saying she had donated all her lifespan to Song Fei. Another cried because killing too many had given her a murderer status, which doubled lifespan loss on death, leaving her with very few days. One person numbly calculated they only had a few years left after several deaths. A fat girl fell into despair, once a tank mage who died too often, now left with only a single day of lifespan, unable to accept facing real death. Suddenly, she discovered Song Fei was buying lifespan. She rejoiced, believing he would save her. Thinking of dressing like her idol, she prepared to wear everything modeled after Song Fei, including the newest items. She then put on a red dress and puckered her lips to match his taste. She hurried to where Song Fei was hosting, loudly calling for him. Meanwhile, the scene returned to Tian Feng's home. Tian Yu had just logged out of the game, shocked to be back in reality. She checked the news on her phone and was stunned to learn 1 day of lifespan sold for 15,000 yuan, meaning her 200 days made her a millionaire. Tian Yu's eyes widened as she noticed shocking news. She screamed in terror, trembling upon reading that darkness had killed Song Fei 3 times. Tears streamed down as she grieved for her idol. Recalling the warning, she fearfully calculated, originally having 100 years non-tradable, after 3 deaths he had just over 12 years left. Her idol was in danger. She wondered why darkness pressed Song Fei so hard, horrified he could defeat her idol even under dozens of people's protection, showing terrifying power. At that moment, the fat girl messaged calling female fans to gather and sell lifespan to Song Fei for support. The message revealed Song Fei was at Jiang Square, buying lifespan at 10,000 yuan per day. Fans were encouraged that this was both a chance to earn money and a way to support their idol. Tian Yu hurriedly changed clothes, deciding to rush to the square, unable to sit still watching Song Fei's lifespan dwindle. She told herself she was lucky to have saved over 200 days from other fools, enough to dedicate to her idol, then dashed out of her house. In-game, Tian Feng kept slaughtering monsters along the beach. The corpses scattered everywhere proved his killing power. The system announced he was first to reach level 10, unlocking class promotion, stat boosts, reputation from city to world level, and activating a special teleport condition. A global notification rang out. Darkness was the first player worldwide to hit level 10. People were stunned, praising his strength. From slaying the golden boss to killing Star Song Fei multiple times, truly living up to his name. In Tianzhu, a man named Smith grew furious, proud of being the only hidden class at level 8, but now saw darkness far ahead, lamenting that out of 1.5 billion, no one could match him. The system reported he spent 13 evolution points to raise backstab to Jade grade, boosting damage 40 to 50%. Tian Feng checked stats. ID Darkness, level 10, tradable lifespan, 7,455 days, non-tradable, 1,219 years, agility-focused attribute, unmurdered 11. He noted leaving town required 7 players at level 10 to open teleport, but the current highest was only level 7, so he had to wait. He decided to log out to handle other matters in reality. Soon after, Tian Feng quit the game. Outside, his body lay still. A moment later, he opened his eyes awake. The system asked if he wanted to use tradable lifespan to extract powers into reality, and he instantly agreed, opening the extraction panel. He spent 100 lifespan days to bring the hidden class shadow into reality, instantly boosting strength, physique, agility, and spirit. He then spent 2,000 days to gain real-world level 3, with attributes soaring again. After that, he chose to extract skills. He calculated and found extraction cost was based on base quality, not evolution level. Surprised that stealth only cost 900 days to platinum, an immense gain. He spent a total of 3,162 days to obtain platinum stealth and silver toxic throwing dagger, leaving 1,292 days unused for now. Black energy swirled around his hand, spreading like a demonic force. He felt confident, now twice as strong as a normal human, with superhuman speed, invisibility, and deadly ranged poisoned daggers, enough to assassinate Song Fei. He checked his phone, discovering Song Fei was burning lifespan madly, likely preparing to confront him with the square only 10 minutes away by foot. Suddenly, a message came from Hu Chi-yin, abusing authority, demanding Tian Feng call back immediately or face consequences. Tian Feng cursed in anger and blocked the number. He then immediately left the place. He tossed the phone aside and activated his stealth skill using shadows. With cold eyes, he believed they would soon learn the cruel truth of the game. The square was packed with cheering crowds chanting Song Fei's name. Among them, Tian Yu also appeared to watch the event. On stage, Song Fei sat beside a girl as the chants echoed non-stop. He smiled in satisfaction at the adoration. The girl whispered that although he had died 3 times in-game, she had already sent people to investigate darkness. Song Fei asked eagerly about the investigation results. She replied they had people approaching him in Firefly Town, ready to lure him with money and wait for him to accept cash in reality. Her face turned vicious as she vowed to catch him so Song Fei could vent his anger. Song Fei laughed in agreement, recalling her company had once used that trick to force players into unpaid labor. She sneered, remembering the tortures, saying those people were trash, while many women willingly donated lifespan to Song Fei. Hearing this, Song Fei grew even more arrogant and proud. Suddenly, a man in the audience shouted, warning people not to sell lifespan carelessly. He reminded them the government had clearly said lifespan lost in-game meant death in reality. The man pointed directly at Song Fei, accusing him of knowing the consequences, yet still luring fans, threatening legal action. Song Fei closed his eyes, expecting troublemakers like this. He took the mic, apologizing that buying lifespan caused public issues and wasted resources. His crazed fans screamed in denial, insisting Song Fei bore no fault. He continued manipulating, calling for healthy love, rational pursuit, and spreading positive energy together. He painted himself as someone cooperating with authorities, spending his own money on lifespan, a role model to admire. Song Fei declared his purpose was for the fans' happiness, but he wept, saying he had caused them trouble. Fans below cried with him, feeling more sorrow at his sincere apologies. The crowd praised him dazedly, marveling at his warmth and character. They then turned on the critic, hurling insults and threats until he cowered in fear. A fat girl spoke up, urging the crowd not to believe false rumors. She climbed onto the stage, flaunting her body, loudly cursing and denying that game lifespan affected reality, shocking Song Fei. She pounded her chest, claiming she had died for him many times and was willing to sacrifice real lifespan to prove her love. The blinded fans roared in agreement, expressing insane devotion. One by one, people offered their lifespan, from dozens of days to their last few, all willing to give him everything. Amid the frenzy, Song Fei pretended to be moved, declaring his love for all fans. He especially acted touched by the fat girl, stepping forward to hold her hand in gratitude. She wept while vowing she could die happily as long as she saw Song Fei's gentleness. He feigned choking with emotion, shedding tears without words. Suddenly, a poisoned throwing dagger flew in. It pierced Song Fei's head, giving him no chance to dodge. The crowd below froze in pale-faced shock. The girl on stage was splattered with blood, staring in horror. Nearly half of Song Fei's skull was blown apart. His body collapsed onto the fat girl. At that moment, she realized the horror, trembling at the corpse. She fell to the ground, wailing in despair. Her mouth kept calling Song Fei's name in panicked cries for help. Then she also collapsed dead beside him, her lifespan completely drained. Bodyguards immediately escorted the powerful girl to retreat. As they fled, she frantically urged them to escape quickly. In her mind appeared the scene of Song Fei's death, the lifespan orb appearing and vanishing, taken by someone. She realized the killer had used game skills in reality. Only darkness could do this, and jumped into the car. But another poisoned dagger shot through her head. Blood and brains splattered, her face twisted grotesquely. The bodyguards screamed in shock, realizing Tianfeng was hidden right there. He stood invisible, cold-eyed, leaving her to die in despair. By then, the sky had turned to dusk. News spread online. Star Song Fei was brutally killed in Jiang Square. A fan who donated all her lifespan also died beside him. Police concluded it was supernatural power. Tian Yu, close friend of that girl, burst into tears reading the news. She sobbed in disbelief that just yesterday she watched Song Fei perform, and now he was gone. Her friend suspected the throwing dagger and stealth were game skills, wondering if the killer was Darkness, who had slain Song Fei 3 times. But it was hard to accept. How could game skills appear in real life? Tian Yu began condemning, convinced Darkness killed Song Fei, since only an assassin with daggers and stealth could do so. She grieved, believing Darkness murdered Song Fei. If he truly brought game powers to reality, her light had gone out. She resolved to approach Darkness by any means necessary to exploit him for strength. Her taxi had just stopped. Her friend worriedly called her name, but Tian Yu stayed silent and determined, fixing on one goal. That was to destroy Darkness and avenge Song Fei. Her expression made her friend shiver in fear. Meanwhile, Qin Feng leisurely ate noodles after killing Song Fei. He reflected that in-game he was invulnerable, but in real life he still needed food for strength. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. A message from Hu Banzi. Angry at being blocked, threatened job loss and pay cuts. Qin Feng thought of Yang Xiaonia. He remembered she had joined his guild in the past life, now comforted her to quit and focus on the game. Yang Xiaonia, surprised, followed his advice to add agility, then asked about his lifespan and wealth. Qin Feng mocked Hu Pang and saw Qian Shishi as the real threat. He recalled Qian Shishi, the debauched heiress of the Qian Corporation, notorious with many men, and now eyeing him. After the game launched, Qian Shishi went to North America, founded the Alice Guild against Great Xia, once his guild's great enemy. He calculated he must eliminate her before she left the country, or Alice Guild would become a disaster. Rumor said most Alice Guild founders were her former lovers. If she died, their bond would collapse. Just then, Qin Feng's phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Tan Xiaodu angrily shouted that if he hadn't died in-game, he shouldn't bother her, boasting she had enough money for a house and cut ties. Qin Feng replied coldly, while Tan Xiaodu insisted on severing relations forever. He simply said, "Okay," and hung up. Gazing into the distance, he resolved to keep leveling until the truth was revealed. When the secret of real-life skills was exposed, the world would fall into chaos. The scene shifted into the game. Tan Xiaodu's friend advised reconciliation, but she proudly revealed selling her lifespan to Chan Corporation for 2 million. Suo Nian was shocked, while Tan Xiaodu boasted of buying a house, inviting her friend, and soon meeting Shadow. A young man suddenly approached, calling her name. He gave her an assassin skill book, reminding her of their intimacy promise. Xiaodu smiled awkwardly, but secretly despised him, waiting to reach Shadow and abandon him. Then she messaged Wang Meng, asking him to tell Shadow she had an assassin control skill book ready to gift if needed. She thought that Flatterer was still useful, and the book would be her bridge to bind herself to Shadow. She fantasized about Shadow's closeness, guidance, revenge, leveling, and endless protection. She planned to rely on him step by step, then discard him once he was no longer useful. She then swore to kill him and gouge out his eyes to avenge Song Fei. But Wang Meng coldly said her skill was only good for selling, leaving Tan Xiaodu stunned. The story shifted back to when Qin Feng logged into the game. He heard panicked voices behind shouting to dodge. Qin Feng approached and heard them yelling about a tough boss. A shield warrior blocked while shouting warnings to teammates. As the giant sword fell, he screamed in despair. The shield shattered, and he was swiftly killed by the monster. From afar, Qin Feng recognized it as a level 8 golden centipede. He remembered this boss could resist level 2 stealth. That meant invisibility was useless against it. The monster roared, shaking the sky. Qin Feng immediately canceled stealth and charged. He slashed repeatedly, dealing massive damage to weak spots. While fighting, he analyzed the situation. Attacks from outside vision doubled damage but failed if detected, costing him power. However, thanks to his legendary weapon, the boss's head and heart weaknesses were magnified, compensating for the loss. He silently thanked the girl who had led him to the divine temple to obtain this treasure. Nearby, the girl who bought a skill was shocked by his abnormal damage, one strike draining huge HP from the boss. Qin Feng then threw a poisoned dart at the target. The dart pierced the boss's forehead, causing massive damage. He frowned that silver darts were too weak and needed profession upgrades for strength. The enraged boss charged, but he dodged swiftly. The boss suddenly leapt and slashed its sword at Qin Feng. The girl screamed in panic to warn him. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy, locking onto the target. He dodged the deadly sword strikes as lightly as a feather. The onlookers were stunned by his speed and precision, as if he knew every attack beforehand, as though he had practiced against this monster countless times before. During battle, Qin Feng recalled his past life, where he had to train alone because weak teammates couldn't help. His battle spirit made his eyes brim with killing intent. He struck the boss relentlessly, confident he could enter the top 100 even as a mere warrior. The monster glared at him with hatred. Qin Feng compared it, finding it far easier than the golden ghost ship with its unavoidable skill. The girl was stunned that a golden boss actually tried to flee. Qin Feng drew a short blade. With one decisive slash, he beheaded the boss as the system announced rewards of experience, evolution points, and lifespan. He immediately activated Greedy Hand, harvesting Da Liang evolution points and tradable lifespan days, thrilling him. He opened the system panel and discovered a new skill, Black Light Shield, turning evasion into a damage immune barrier. Qin Feng was very satisfied, realizing that combined with his dodge ultimate, he could stack multiple shields and become nearly invulnerable to bosses. He upgraded the skill to epic level, greatly enhancing duration and conversion efficiency. Qin Feng laughed with delight, confident that 7 immune shields would let him explore high-level zones early. He used 16 evolution points to upgrade poison darts to Jade level, doubling range and damage with near-instant cooldown spam. He also picked up a platinum ring boosting overall speed and golden gloves adding defense and HP, perfect for an assassin. The new gear boosted his stats sharply, cut cooldowns, and gave him enough durability to withstand golden boss strikes, especially with Black Light Shield. The girl approached, praising him like a deity and asking if he had items to sell. He took out a golden mage skill book, pricing it at 800 lifespan days, surprising her as she compared to cheaper ones. Qin Feng explained it was level 7, 40% stronger than level 5, making the price fair. The girl quickly agreed, deciding to buy at his price. After trading, he left as the group waved. He thought no early game boss could threaten him now, next heading to town to spread news and hunt more silver and gold bosses non-stop. At that moment, Wang Meng messaged, saying Xiao Du asked to gift him a skill book, but Qin Feng dismissed it as trash. Inwardly, Qin Feng sneered, suspecting Tan Xiao Du's intent in gifting to Shadow, and refused, telling Wang Meng to relay that. Wang Meng passed the message, making Tan Xiaodu furious and dark-faced. Then Qin Feng told Wang Meng to prepare lifespan because he had goods to sell. Wang Meng suddenly asked if he was the one who killed Song Fei. Qin Feng fell silent for a while. Then, he decisively admitted it was his doing. He thought Wang Meng guessed by matching Shadow's offline time with Song Fei's death. This showed the government had nearly confirmed it, and with someone soon reaching level 10 to bring skills into reality, hiding would be hard. He chose to test their reaction by asking if they planned to arrest him. The scene shifted back to town. Qin Feng had returned and met Wang Meng's group. Captain An Yu immediately asked if he had really killed Song Fei. He calmly nodded in confirmation. An Yu smiled, saying their team had investigated thoroughly and suspected him strongly. But they also knew Song Fei and Zhang Li had intended to harm him, and Dajang Corporation imprisoned and tortured players, so their deaths were actually self-defense. Qinfeng thought they hadn't found his real identity, so cooperation continued, unlike his spotless past life. This time, killing Song Fei and Zhang Li directly would create major changes. He wondered how this rebirth would alter the fate of the divine game. He decided to sell excess platinum gear to them, since the government had enough lifespan. When he pulled out piles of rare items, Wang Meng's group shouted in shock, not believing he had slain platinum bosses without a world announcement. Qinfeng modestly said it was just luck from treasure chests, while Xiao Shui confirmed he had even obtained a jade-level skill, astonishing everyone. Jin Li grew jealous that he called her friend Xiao Shui while she was only called Xiao Hei. He laughed, offering to call her Hei Zi, but embarrassed, Jin Li asked to keep her old nickname, so he continued calling her Xiao Hei. Wang Meng sighed in comparison. While An Yu admitted their team struggled to kill silver bosses, yet he casually gained platinum and jade loot. Qinfeng priced each item, from platinum skills to golden gear, totaling 25 items valued at 1.6 million lifespan days. And Yu immediately agreed to pay, shocking Wang Meng for not bargaining, but she insisted the price was fair and also cleared an old debt for her team. After the deal, Qinfeng praised An Yu's generosity, and she laughed heartily in reply. He calculated inwardly that the lifespan converted to about 400 million in cash, an enormous figure even for the government. He understood this equipment would help Zhanghai build strong forces earlier, giving them advantages in international competition. After a while, An Yu asked if he wanted to join in rescuing players imprisoned by Dajiang. Qinfeng realized this was the government's way of pulling him to their side and erasing his infamy, but he refused directly, only promising to provide intelligence. He frankly revealed he had used in-game powers to kill, and upon reaching level 10, lifespan could bring skills into reality, shocking both An Yu and Wang Meng. Qinfeng reminded An Yu to understand the meaning and make use of time. Then he left, while An Yu explained that Dajiang Corporation was buying lifespan, and once their people grew stronger, missions would be harder. Qinfeng used his skill to vanish before everyone. An Yu discussed with Wang Meng that the team should split up to levels separately for higher efficiency. Wang Meng nodded in agreement. An Yu urged the group to reach level 10 quickly, while Wang Meng was tasked with reporting the situation outside. Elsewhere, people noticed Shadow had set up a stall again, but this time he was buying instead of selling. Above, Qinfeng displayed a quest to collect coordinates of silver and golden bosses within a deadline. A blonde-haired guy asked if Shadow was still running his stall there. Another revealed that helping Dajiang's young lady level up would earn 300 million-plus company shares, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Qinfeng reminded them that Shadow was the one who killed Song Fei and Dajiang's young lady, shocking them and making them pity the beautiful girl. The blonde thought Zhang Li brought it on herself, since she tried to capture Shadow in real life and was killed. At first, she promised 10 million for help, and he greedily joined hoping for profit, but was defeated. Later, he woke up imprisoned in a basement, tortured daily and forced to play the game to scam lifespan from others. When he learned Zhang Li died to Shadow, he gleefully cursed her. He realized he was the true fool, while Shadow was far from stupid. Qinfeng questioned him about the kidnapping. He denied, claiming coercion, but Qinfeng scornfully called him trash and left him for the government to handle. Someone offered to sell Silver Boss coordinates, and Qinfeng immediately agreed to trade. The scene shifted to another town. People gossiped about Adbic. In real life, Qian Shixi, heiress of the Qian Corporation, notorious for killing players to steal lifespan. She appeared with a black man and a white man, flaunting foreign obsession. Qian Shixi sneered that the game was nothing special. She scornfully said one only needed to buy gear and kill high lifespan players to be strongest. She was annoyed that the game had delayed her flight. By now, she should have been in North America, enjoying herself with Big Dick and Mark Fay LK. Instead, she was stuck in Great Shia's motto, disgusted by weak local men, praising foreign men as more attractive. Dentoni flattered her, boasting Westerners were superior, then hinted at offering her real-life experience, which Qian Shixi eagerly accepted. She mentioned Song Fei's death, saying she had tried him before but was disappointed at how weak he was. Knowing the killer was Hei An, she grew interested in approaching him, her eyes filled with desire. She reasoned that if Hei An could kill Song Fei, then killing a civilian was trivial, making this a good chance to talk. Soon after, she said she would log off to let someone contact Hei An. She thought that 3,000 days of lifespan would be more tempting than money, making it hard for him to refuse. She smiled wickedly. Eager for the moment, Qin Feng died in agony. The scene shifted to a young man struggling to kill monsters. Tan Xiaodu supported him from behind with healing skills. Saved, the young man lightly scolded Xiaodu for healing too late, nearly costing him his life. She arrogantly said he wasn't dead, so it was fine, then casually mentioned being hungry and wanting to log off to eat, dragging Ren Ran with her. After that, the two logged off together. The young man grew angry, thinking Xiaodu once called him Big Shot, but after meeting Hei An, she looked down on him, so he vowed to humiliate her. The scene shifted back to real life. In her new home, Xiaodu woke up with a growling stomach. She tried ordering food but found all restaurants closed, no drivers available, as everyone seemed inside the game. Remembering how Qin Feng always handled meals before, she had never touched kitchen work. Xiaodu suddenly fell into silent thought. She shook her head, telling herself food was nothing compared to freedom. She encouraged herself that she could live better even without Qin Feng. In a seaside cave came the sound of collisions. Metallic echoes spread through the dark space. A giant crab appeared, its eyes glowing red. Qin Feng suddenly appeared above its head. He swung his sword, cleaving the crab in half. After over an hour, he killed 4 silver bosses, gaining considerable evolution points. Each silver boss granted thousands of days of lifespan, and now all his gear had reached golden level or higher. His cooldown speed increased greatly, with main skills reusable in seconds, enough to dominate any low-level boss. To grow stronger, he needed a job promotion, since platinum bosses had stealth level 2, requiring him to raise his own to level 3, still short by over 20,000 experience. Only with stealth level 3 could he lower the risk against platinum bosses, since in his past life it took 20 people working together to defeat one. He decided to return to town and sell all loot to the government. His goal was to get ahead of others and solo the first platinum boss kill. The scene returned to the bustling town. Qin Feng had stockpiled over 100 years of tradable lifespan. Someone asked to buy more gear, and he nodded, thinking his lifespan was nearing 40,000 days, enough to exploit many things. A stranger approached, asking Qin Feng if he was Hei An. He proposed Qin Feng take on an assassination mission in real life, promising a generous reward. Qin Feng ignored him as if he hadn't heard. The man blocked his way, stressing the target was just a civilian named Qin Feng, even giving the address and reminding him of killing Song Fei. Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned slightly. Kill Qin Feng? The man thought he was tempted and offered 3,000 days of lifespan. Inwardly, Qin Feng calculated this was worth 50 million, wondering who in real life wanted him dead. Clearly, this man was only a middleman. He reasoned that being targeted so early meant it was someone familiar, and only someone with wealth and past conflict could spend so much. The image of Qian Feifei appeared in his mind. Only she had both motive and resources, but if she wanted him dead before, she wouldn't need to wait for the game to start. So he deduced her true aim was to use this as an excuse to approach Hei An. Eliminating Qin Feng was only secondary. He laughed, agreeing to the job but demanding half up front and the right to choose the timing. The broker stammered, saying he needed to ask his superior. He quickly messaged the person behind. After a while, he confirmed, agreeing to pay up front. The trade finished with 1,500 days of lifespan, and Qin Feng thought of it as opening interest, looking forward to meeting Qian Titi soon. The man even gave the target's address, which matched Qin Feng's current location. He sneered inwardly, thinking that no matter how arrogant Haiyan acted, he was still just a hired hand for the young lady. Suddenly, a girl blocked the way, calling Qin Feng to stop. She said she had the coordinates of a golden boss and asked if he wanted to buy. Qin Feng agreed to pay 100 days of lifespan after confirming the boss, and she happily led him north of the town. He asked what type of boss it was. She answered it carried a plague. Qin Feng was convinced she had truly seen it, while she nervously warned he should bring allies, but he refused. He confirmed inwardly this was indeed a real golden boss. This boss emitted a toxic aura draining health constantly, so it had to be killed quickly. With his strength now, a few moves would suffice, and the girl pointed the way. At the cave entrance, she pointed inside, saying her team had cleared the minions but failed to kill the boss. She went in first, Qin Feng silently following behind. At the end of the cave, she pointed out the boss's location. In front of them was a monster tree spreading deadly poison everywhere. Qin Feng immediately paid her 100 days of lifespan while she stood stunned, and he explained that his evasion skill would nullify the poison damage. The girl suddenly confessed it was a trap, and when he acted, people would appear with items countering stealth. He calmly replied, "It's fine." As she tried to add more, she admitted the plan forced her to pretend resistance to approach him and then gather real-life information. Hearing this, Qin Feng sneered, dismissing it as childish. She hurriedly explained she was coerced, begging him to punish the mastermind since she too was being controlled in real life. He asked who it was, and she revealed Dongfang Xian, known in-game as Yun Xian, whom he had once killed. Qin Feng recalled this was the one who contested the ghost ship Golden Boss, eventually begging for mercy by surrendering skills. She panicked, urging that since he had killed Song Fei, he could easily kill Dongfang Xian. She begged him not to betray her, or she would be tortured to death. Qin Feng mocked the foolish plan, thinking that man had already died in his past life, then decided to fight the boss. He played along, telling her to lure the others over and leave the rest to him, then leapt into the air. The girl panicked as he charged the boss area, recalling Dongfang Xian once led 54 players in 3 teams, all wiped out in half a minute. The boss's poison dealt devastating damage. Before they could lower its HP by 5%, all had died, making her want to flee, while Qin Feng entered stealth and used a skill to expose enemy weaknesses. His eyes lit up as the activation succeeded. He unleashed Shadow Shield Slash, striking the boss repeatedly. The boss's health bar quickly dropped by more than half. The girl stood stunned, shouting in disbelief that one strike had cut the golden boss's HP by 2/3, dealing over 80,000 damage. Qin Feng silently watched red dots fall from the tree's body. Then he used stealth again and vanished. He reappeared beside the girl, calculating that the cooldown of Grace of Release was 14.3 seconds left, choosing not to kill the boss yet, waiting for Dongfang Xian's group to arrive as offerings. Outside the cave, orders rang out to prepare for the boss raid. Anyone blocking the way would be killed immediately. Recognizing the leader, Qin Feng doubted their plan, unsure if the girl could stop 10 of them. She suddenly summoned a massive shield, surprising him as it was golden gear, realizing why they needed her. With such defense, few early-game players could break it. She had obtained it by opening a golden chest after encountering an ancient god blessing. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes warily. He then slashed straight at the charging group with Shadow Shield Slash. That single strike killed them all on the spot. His eyes glowed again as he cast Blooming Curse, causing flowers to sprout from the corpses and drain their lifespans. The girl was terrified seeing him kill everyone with one strike, secretly glad she hadn't followed Dongfang Xian, or she'd be dead like Song Fei. She quickly suggested adding him as a friend, promising to reveal Dongfang Xian's real-life location, and Qin Feng agreed. She then offered lifelong special service to him for free. Qin Feng understood her intent, found it amusing, then used Shadow Shield to leave. Afterward, he slew the level 10 golden boss, gaining experience, 7 evolution points, and 555 tradable lifespan days. Seeing the loot, he sighed that the lifespan drained from over a dozen people was less than one boss, blaming the troublemakers for seeking death. He asked why the girl hadn't left yet. She quickly excused herself and vanished. Once she was gone, he immediately used Greedy Hand to collect loot. Looking at the drops, he was surprised to find an assassin skill book. It was a platinum skill, Dark Moment, blinding all enemies within 20 meters for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown, requiring level 10. Qin Feng grew excited and instantly learned the new skill. He thought that with this blind ability, even without stealth, his damage could double, making boss stealth resistance irrelevant. There was also a platinum weapon, Plague Blade, adding +2 16th attack, +42 agility, +0.3 weak point damage, with a poison explosion after 3 seconds dealing 50% damage. He was delighted that his evolution points had reached 98, almost upgrading Greedy Hand from epic to legendary. With only 10,000 experience left to advance his class, he went to farm small monsters, scaring shrimp and crabs into trembling. Qin Feng activated massacre mode, monsters dying like grass, with survivors fleeing in terror. After sweeping for a while, he finally stopped. He breathed a sigh of relief, at last meeting the job advancement requirements. Immediately, golden light enveloped his body. The system announced his shadow profession had advanced. All stats surged. Strength 3 to 9, Constitution 3 to 9, Agility 8 to 24, Spirit 5 to 15. His body shone as new job skills activated. Invisibility lasted twice as long, stealth usable while already hidden, stealth level boosted, and out-of-sight damage rose from 2x to 3x. After reading the message, he was thrilled to realize he could maintain near-infinite invisibility. Moreover, out-of-sight attacks now tripled, proving this hidden class was utterly overpowered. The global system announced 7 players in Shanghai had reached level 10, and the teleport gate to the abandoned divine continent would open in 10 minutes. The leaderboard appeared: Nobun 1, Hei An, Nombumar 2, Hui Hong, Nombre 3, Xiaxue Tian, Nombor 4, Huayo Xue Han. Qin Feng was surprised it was already 8:30, and many locals reached level 10, unlike in his past life when only foreigners did. He realized that selling so many items and skill books had altered the situation, possibly changing the world's future, filling him with anticipation. The scene shifted to the real world. Police were escorting a suspect. An officer reported that most leaders of the Dajiang gang had been caught, with only 3 still inside the game, their bodies virtualized and untouchable, awaiting orders. The commander praised them, then ordered to inform An Yu, demanding a way to force the criminals to log out. Someone suggested that although they hid in safe zones in-game, their bodies still needed food. When starving, they'd be forced to log out, where they could be arrested. They noted the operation's success was largely thanks to Hai An, who not only provided intel on the Dajiang Syndicate, but also warned the game could extract powers into reality. Had they delayed, the leaders under Zhang Lei would soon reach level 10, gaining extraction powers, making arrests extremely dangerous. Riots had already broken out in some countries, killing thousands, though their in-game armies also leveled to 10 thanks to Heian's gear. They concluded Heian was a rare talent who must remain on Daxia's side. Back inside the game, the girl messaged Qin Feng, praising him as a savior hero, making him suspicious of her motives. She explained that government news had spread, stating Dajiang Industry and Song Fei had plotted kidnappings and murders, while his destruction of them was framed as acting under national commission. Reading it, he understood the government deliberately glorified him to secure long-term cooperation. He immediately asked about Dong Fangxian's whereabouts. She said he hadn't logged out yet but promised to inform him, so Qin Feng set it aside, focusing on preparing for the abandoned continent. Many had tested the teleport system in town, but none had entered the official transport zone. When he stepped in, the system announced transfer to the abandoned divine continent. He thought the current zone was just a novice village, and the real journey began here. Those outside saw Qin Feng vanish and wondered. They speculated he was surely the great He-An. Puzzled that even with anti-stealth level 2, they still couldn't see him, concluding his stealth far exceeded that. At that moment, Qin Feng had arrived at the new location. He realized it was exactly as in his past life memories, the familiar ruins of Zhanghai. Players from different cities were all transported to the ruins of their corresponding cities. The ruined cities matched real-life locations, though the reason was unknown. Just then, behind him, a pair of ferocious red eyes flashed, watching him. Those eyes suddenly darted over, making Qin Feng instantly alert. A many-eyed, sharp-toothed monster appeared, rushing straight at Qin Feng. But as it attacked, he vanished, causing it to crash into the ground. He activated the Phantom Shadow, boosting evasion so the strike missed. He immediately countered with Shadow Shield Slash, killing the Earth-greedy beast of level 11 common grade. Soon after, more monsters charged, and he leapt into the air to evade. Then he cast the Grace of Liberation. Combined with Shadow Shield Slash, he wiped out the monsters. Seeing the loot drop, he realized there was no safe zone like towns here. Danger lurked everywhere. However, if he could find shelter in ruins, he could set up a base and control the area. He identified the safest place as the northwest of the desolate Zhanghai. Moving that way, he realized this was the Chamthan Guild base from his past life. Meanwhile, on the abandoned continent, Anvu's group had also been teleported there. Xiao He was shocked by the scene. Wang Man frowned, saying it looked like modern city ruins, while Xiao He felt it familiar. Then she realized the tall building was a relic of Jiangnan City. Xiao Shui nodded to confirm. Xiao He wondered about Shadow's whereabouts. Someone guessed he was also here. Xiao Shui smiled, reminding he excelled at hiding. Suddenly, two monsters burst from underground, attacking the group, making Wang Man panic and warn them. Xiao Shui quickly summoned her guardian spirit, a small bird radiating golden light over everyone. The two monsters immediately fixed their eyes on Wang Man. They rushed to attack. He raised his shield, but still took heavy damage, crying out in pain. Xiao Shui hurried to heal him, and reminded that monsters here were stronger than silver bosses near towns. In the team, an archer used a binding skill. At once, an energy ring locked down the two monsters, forcing them to writhe on the ground. He laughed proudly, thinking he had downed them with full power while Xiao He was chanting. Then she shouted loudly, casting magic to form a huge fireball from her staff. It shot swiftly toward the restrained beasts. The two monsters were destroyed instantly. The archer cheered for the kill and the loot gained. Wang Man told Xiao Shui to release a scout bird. She nodded and closed her eyes to control it. From above, she reported monsters everywhere, drawn by noise, no safe zone found yet, and asked the leader in confusion. Wang Man was stunned, and the archer cursed that this place was no different from a survival game. Xiao He asked Xiao Shui if she had found traces of Shadow, who was not far ahead, saying it would be safe if they met him. Xiao Shui replied she saw no one, but suddenly was shocked by a discovery. In the northwest, many lights flashed from monster loot drops. She confirmed it must be caused by a great expert who left items behind as their bag was full. She warned the team as new beasts swarmed in to encircle them. Anvu shouted to retreat quickly toward where Shadow had just cleared monsters, following the trail of light to find him. Wang Man ordered to hold formation, retreat while fighting, and the group responded in unison before executing. In another area, a horde of monsters gathered in growing numbers. Qin Feng wiped them all out with a single move. He sensed that even without buffs, Shadow Shield Slash dealt massive damage, enough to crush small monsters. This place was truly a leveling paradise. He stepped to a spot and confirmed it was the shelter location. Beneath the ruins lay a vast underground palace, discovered much later in his past life. This structure had immense capacity, the largest base in Shanghai, and also the headquarters of the Cham Than Guild. Before it was seized, the place was like an underground city, full of mechanical monsters and a powerful guardian boss. In his past life, after founding the guild, Ming had to gather 3 elite-level 15 teams with top equipment to barely conquer this palace. Qin Feng descended the spiral stairs, and the system immediately notified him he had reached the shelter. The soul-purifying land appeared, with strange, floating monsters like phantoms. With confident eyes, he determined that he alone was enough to defeat the Guardian and claim the area. The Wraiths spotted the intruder and let out shrieks. They all rushed to attack Qin Feng. He drew the Plague Blade, judging them to be gold element soul monsters of level 12. He cast Dark Moment, plunging the area into darkness that blinded his foes. The monsters froze, unable to react. Seizing the chance, Qin Feng unleashed relentless shadow shield slashes. He moved at extreme speed, sword energy sweeping across the battlefield. The spirits were slain and shattered, their loot destroyed, and in moments the area was cleared. After the fight, he realized blinded enemies took extra damage. Even basic attacks could finish level 12 monsters. Though much loot was scattered, he only noted he had slain 15 monsters in the Grand Hall, with countless more halls and thousands of rooms ahead. Truly a colossal structure. He guessed that clearing all monsters here would be enough to evolve the greedy hand again, then calmly moved on without picking up loot. After clearing another area, Qin Feng stood over scattered loot, confirming all minor monsters were slain. At that moment, the Guardian appeared, a warrior in full blue armor with an ancient helmet. Scene shift. Outside Hanation, 2 foreigners were also teleported into the abandoned divine land. The dark-skinned man wondered if this was truly the divine continent, while the girl with him found the scene familiar. Seeing the Statue of Liberty amid ruins, she confirmed this was the relic of New York. Elsewhere, another group was shocked to see the ruins of Shan City. Yet another group discovered the ruins of London. They questioned whether players were being sent to the ruins of their own former cities, with locations matching reality. Suddenly, 2 huge shadows appeared behind them. They were the minor monsters of the divine land, making a youth scream in terror and flee. The 2 foreigners had no time to run before being slain by the monsters, leaving only their tragic screams. In the ruins of Shanghai, the ground was covered with glowing loot. Wang Man peeked out to confirm no monsters remained, suggesting the group rest and recover. And Vu blushed with admiration for the great expert's strength, admitting their team was too weak. His praise embarrassed Wang Man, who reminded him to be discreet, but An Vu innocently asked why. Xiao H said thanks to the great expert clearing monsters they survived, then curiously asked where they would respawn if they died here. Wang Man suggested not to explore recklessly, wait until the team reached level 10 before acting. An Vu agreed, while Xiao Shui continued scouting. She discovered monster corpses cut into pieces, as if the great expert had vanished there, with scattered loot, including golden items she longed to pick up. Wang Man said he had contacted Shadow to ask if he needed the loot. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was still busy slaughtering monsters. After a while, he sighed in relief, declaring all minor monsters had been slain, with golden loot scattered everywhere. The result? Over 40 grand halls, 1,000 small rooms cleared, more than 400 minor monsters, 4 bronze bosses, and 2 silver bosses slain, yielding over 80,000 experience and 205 evolution points. He lacked only 5 more points to upgrade the greedy hand, when a message arrived from Wang Man requesting to pick up loot and promising repayment in lifespan. Qin Feng understood Wang Man's team had arrived, agreed and proposed discussing gear later, receiving a reply to meet at the ruined fortress coordinates. After the conversation ended, sudden lightning flashes erupted ahead of him. The electricity grew denser, converging before him. He realized the area's guardian had appeared. A colossal boss emerged, the Soul Purifier Fai-san, level 15 platinum, guardian of this land. Whoever defeated it would claim the territory. Qin Feng used Shadow Shield concealment, judging this to be the strongest ruin monster, with 750,000 HP split into 3 phases. In his past life, the boss's single-target lightning damage was devastating. Even golden-geared warriors could barely survive. But now, he no longer needed to endure it. He immediately swung Shadow Shield Slash straight at the boss. But the strike was useless. Its health bar remained untouched. Suddenly, Qin Feng used the skill Throat Cut, causing its HP to drop by a huge chunk. The monster grew furious, condensing lightning into a spear and raising it high. It hurled them down repeatedly, while Qin Feng skillfully dodged each strike. While evading, he calculated one hit meant certain death due to platinum damage effects. His dodge rate was 75%, but against this boss the hit rate exceeded half. Still, with 182 agility and burst speed over 40 mph, he believed he could dodge before lightning struck. In the past, the whole guild needed priest shields and luck to barely survive, but this time was different. He resolved not to give the boss a chance, launching relentless attacks. The boss's HP dropped to 2/3. His combo had cut 250,000 HP, triggering Phase 2. In this phase, the boss gained temporary immortality and spawned lightning orbs. All 3 must be destroyed to avoid a full-screen explosion. In his past life, the team was wiped out by the shared damage, making Tan Xiaodu quit in rage, only for the next run to succeed. With that in mind, he swiftly threw poison darts at the lightning orbs. Each orb destroyed drained the boss's HP accordingly. A clear advantage, he calculated. After all 3 were destroyed, it would enter the final phase, so he continued striking the last orb. The orb exploded. The boss's HP bar instantly dropped to critical. The monster's eyes glowed dangerously. Electricity burst from its entire body, spreading outward from its center. Qin Feng recognized Phase 3, where the boss unleashed consecutive AoE skills. In his past life, only lightning resistance gear plus priest shields could barely hold. But now, none of that was necessary. Thinking so, he leapt into the air as a protective barrier instantly enveloped him. Below, thunder split the earth, while he dived from above, casting a spell combined with a dark light shield. A thought flashed in Qin Feng's mind. With the ground constantly bombarded by lightning, the only attack path was from the air. He then activated the Grace of Liberation skill together with the Dark Shield. His eyes gleamed with a deathly aura. He used his shield as a weapon, crashing into the boss so hard its helmet was blasted off. After the impact, Qin Feng landed on the ground calmly and composed. System announced. Platinum boss Fai-san was slain. Qin Feng reached level 11, gained stats and rewards, received extra lifespan for exchange, earned the title of First Platinum Boss Slayer, and became master of the Soul Purifying Land. He looked at the loot, reflecting that this shelter was not only a hideout but also a storage vault, possibly transferable to reality when the Great Upheaval arrived as modern weapons crumbled. In particular, from the first day, nuclear bombs, the strongest weapons, were useless, while tanks and planes lasted only briefly before turning to scrap. Thus, future wars would rely on powers from the divine game, with shelters manifesting in reality as fortresses with defensive barriers, becoming impregnable citadels. Suddenly, Qin Feng silently observed the surroundings. He recalled how in his past life the guild had used this place as a base of growth, filled with both memories and painful separations. This time he decided to walk his own path, determined to reach the peak alone. In a virtual forest, heavy rain poured relentlessly. A giant axe-wielding monster was in fierce battle. It was Tan Xiaodu's team. The monster swung its axe, teammates dodged, but she panicked, froze, and cried for help. As a result, she was split in two by the axe and fell dead instantly. Soon after, she revived in town with system warning of permanent and temporary lifespan loss. She was stunned and lamented while her teammates angrily blamed her carelessness. She argued back, accusing one of luring monsters poorly, sparking heated quarrels until a level 8 member quit the team. A teammate messaged Tan Xiaodu for help, but before finishing, he was slain by the boss's axe. Immediately, she too was sent back to town. After respawning, her companion suggested hunting monsters to level up since her lifespan was dwindling, and she agreed. At that moment, the system broadcasted across the game that Shadow and Jiang Hai had soloed the first platinum boss, gaining fame. The player community erupted, shocked that someone dared solo a platinum boss, speculating about Shadow's true identity. Tan Xiaodu was astonished, having never even seen a gold boss, let alone platinum. Her heart surged with rage at her incompetent teammates, mixed with envy that Shadow could defeat such a supreme boss. Scene shifted to where Qin Feng had just defeated the boss. He felt stronger, now level 11, allocating points into agility to pair with stealth, allowing him to slay bosses unharmed. Unexpectedly, the boss granted 20 evolution points, enough to upgrade the Greedy Hand to Legendary, unlocking loot bonus abilities, and 100 more inventory slots. The rare drop rate increased from 3 parts to 5, along with a huge storage space. At that moment, Greedy Hand evolved to Legendary Rank, and Qin Feng used it to collect the drops. The system reported he gained 5 loot items, 100 evolution points, some assassin gear, and a skill book, temporarily stored due to level limit. Then he summoned his devout follower. He ordered all loot in the palace to be piled up, and the follower obeyed immediately. He still had 115 evolution points, enough to upgrade skills not yet at epic rank. He spent points to raise many skills to epic and legendary, enhancing stealth, damage, control range, and the ability to absorb lifespan from the dead. Qin Feng was shocked to find he could collect even untradeable lifespan orbs. He instantly thought of special regions where lifespan drained quickly, seeing this as a secret art, ensuring he'd never lack lifespan. At that moment, the Shield Girl congratulated him on killing the Platinum Boss and revealed that Dongfang Xian had just logged out. She added that her family was hosting a banquet at Nam Mansion, stockpiling lifespan for in-game strategies. Qin Feng praised her for completing the mission. She expressed hope he would kill Dongfang Xian to save her, and he reassured her. After the talk, he packed all loot into the 100-slot backpack of Greedy Hand, preparing to sell to Wang Mong. Seeing him, Anwu happily shouted about the arrival of darkness. She ran over, arms open, addressing him with reverence. But Qin Feng stopped her, keeping the trade rule, selling 30 common and bronze items for a fixed 950 days. With slap marks still on her face, Anwu forced a smile, agreed, and transferred 2,000 days of lifespan to him. Qin Feng continued with higher-tier trade from silver to platinum items worth 18,000 days. Anwu, stunned at her first platinum gear, rejoiced that Zhanghai City would grow faster, while he replied calmly. Xiao H curiously asked about the multi-slot backpack like a magic bag. Qin Feng hinted their bags must be full and revealed the hidden teleport gate beneath the ruins. He added that the first use of the gate cost 500 days of lifespan, but later uses were free, then left decisively. And Wu excitedly bragged to teammates that darkness must be a reincarnator, while Wang Mang told her to calm down. She half-joked about seducing Qin Feng, making the mood even more absurd. The teammates looked at each other in boredom, not bothering to respond. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already moved to another location. The system asked if he wanted to use lifespan from trades to bring in-game powers into reality. He immediately chose to sync level and class. Spending 27,000 days, the sync completed, and his eyes turned cold as he prepared to extract upgraded skills, not only Shadow Veil, but many others. He burned tens of thousands of lifespan days to upgrade and extract skills. Shadow Veil, Backstab, Greedy Hand, Shadow Shield Slash, Phantom Shade, Blooming Curse Shelter, dark light pool shield, plus golden boots and necklace. He judged the necklace of devotion reduced cooldowns and summoned platinum followers, making him nearly invincible in reality. But all his wealth vanished, leaving only a few hundred days. Even so, he needed more lifespan for the next extraction to reach perfect synchronization. Then his figure faded away. In reality, Qin Feng's body was shrouded in dark aura. He reminded himself to leave quickly since enemies knew his location, also weighing the soul-purifying land extraction that required 1,300 years of lifespan. So he could only find refuge for now. He gently raised his hand. Greedy hand instantly swept away everything in the room. He smiled, admitting its massive storage was very convenient, with all belongings neatly inside. He stepped to the window frame. Then he checked his phone, confirming Dongfang Xian was at Jiangnan Restaurant, 15 kilometers away, with his current speed. It would take only about 10 minutes to arrive, so he jumped down and dashed like the wind. On the way, only a black shadow could be seen flickering and racing past. At Jiangnan Restaurant, inside, people joyfully discussed how lifespan and game skills affecting reality were a chance for the Dongfang family to rise. Xian Ni had made a good start. Dongfang Xian modestly said it was only his duty. The old man added praise, revealing they had gathered vast lifespan to invest in equipment and skill books. His plan was to quickly push clan members to level 10, seize advantage, and build a 1,000-year family, even a 10,000-year dynasty. Xian Ni secretly sneered, thinking his grandfather was still greedy for power and obsessed with immortality. He harbored his own ambition, planning to capture darkness alive to extract secrets and exploit him for lifespan. Then, betray and kill them all. The old man asked about progress in dealing with darkness. Xian Ni reassured him, saying he had arranged a trusted woman to uncover that one's identity and would soon have results. The old man instructed to capture darkness alive for the Dongfang family's greatest benefit, and he agreed. The whole clan raised their glasses in celebration and shouted slogans. Outside, Qin Feng had arrived and silently eliminated the guards. He stayed cautious, surprised the aristocrats carried guns. Dodging and shielding skills might not fully protect. A shot to the head or heart would be fatal. He decided to summon his loyal creature. Better safe than sorry. The beast had claws for close combat and blue fire for ranged attacks. With silver-level endurance, it could withstand bullets, and he ordered it to slaughter everyone. The monster charged straight into the restaurant. The guards panicked and shouted for its identity. It roared and rushed to massacre. Dongfang Xian recognized it as a divine creature and urged his men to open fire. Even hit by bullets, the monster was unharmed. It spewed flames to burn enemies. Then its hand pierced through a man's body. Xian trembled at the sight. His grandfather was restrained, screaming for his grandson's help. Xian panicked and fled, cursing. He thought if he escaped outside and logged into the game, he'd be safe. Upon reaching level 10, he would bring powers back to reality, leaving nothing to threaten him. Suddenly, Qin Feng appeared like a phantom, terrifying him. Qin Feng gently raised his hand. Xian's head instantly separated from his body. He calmly walked past the corpse. In his last moment, Xian could only stammer the words, "Darkness." Blood-red cursed flowers bloomed, draining tens of thousands of lifespan days and nearly 5 centuries of untradeable time. Qin Feng smiled, telling himself it was a great harvest. The flowers absorbed everything, then vanished into nothingness as he quietly observed. He remarked that the blooming curse power erased corpses while devouring life force completely. His total untransferable lifespan reached 2,327 years, enough for confidence in danger. Outside, people shouted for police, reporting gunfire and screams. Police forces rushed over, knowing it was the Dongfang clan's banquet. They heard of a shootout, surely with deaths, but upon entering saw only wreckage, not a single person. The room was wrecked, clear signs of battle, yet all lives were gone, and they asked if anyone had left. No one saw the Dongfang family, everything mysterious, so they filed a report, while Qin Feng slipped away under stealth with ease. With cold eyes, he set his next target as the Qian Corporation. Its headquarters had moved to North America, leaving only Miss Qian Shishu in Modu, so he had to act before she left. The journey spanned over 30 kilometers, which would take hours on foot, so Qin Feng stopped at a hotel. Renting a room, he thought in a deep voice that he must obtain a mount. Logging back into the virtual world, the system welcomed him. As he walked, he considered returning to the ruins to slay the silver-gold boss. At that moment, An Wu messaged him with good news, making him curious. She said Xiaohe had accidentally found an ancient tomb, but the entrance was blocked by a golden wraith, too strong for their team. He asked how they discovered it, and Wu explained that while avoiding small monsters, they lost a teammate. They later found Xiaohe had slipped into a pit, falling into a special tomb that also locked their team channel. Following the path, they encountered a level 12 Golden Blade boss, barely escaping, and now back in town, ready to share the coordinates. Qin Feng thought it was a rare chance. Just a misstep led to an ancient tomb, usually cursed and mysterious like random field events. He agreed and asked for the coordinates. An Wu slyly requested to buy any spare loot, and he smiled, calling her cunning. Then he immediately headed for the marked location. A huge well appeared before him. He suspected it was the entrance, mocking Xiaohe's luck for falling in. Without hesitation, he jumped down. A notification rang. Entered the Tomb of Resentment, all external contact sealed. He landed safely. Stepping deeper, he was watched by glowing red eyes. A roar echoed. A burly figure wielding a great blade shrouded in black aura appeared. Level 12 Golden Wraith. Qin Feng judged it a powerful melee type with high damage and wide attacks. No wonder An Wu's group had fled. Neither the weapons nor skills he sold could help. Even Wang Meng, as a shield warrior, lost half his health in one strike. The monster now charged and swung down. Qin Feng quickly retreated, knowing one hit would mean death. He instantly cast Liberation Grace and Shadow Shield Slash, raining blows on the boss. Following with Throat Slash, the monster's body was torn apart. He noted its defense was high but still fell under his skill combo. Suddenly the boss's severed arm swelled unnaturally, startling him. He cried out, realizing the danger. The arm exploded, fragments blasting everywhere. Being near the center, he could hardly dodge. He hastily leapt back. He reminded himself it was a careless moment. Luckily, Phantom Shade triggered in time, or he'd be dead. He recalled in his past life bosses exploding on death, wiping entire teams, usually only platinum level. Yet this golden boss in the tomb had it too. Loot already lay on the ground. He used Greedy Hand to collect everything. The system reported over 1,000 lifespan days, 20 evolution points, the Platinum Skill, Dark Knight Patience, Platinum Armor Resentment, plus 6,300 more lifespan days. He was excited, as both the equipment and skill were useful. Skill info appeared. Dark Knight Patience. Assassin type, infuses darkness into weapons, adds dark attribute damage in an area with 500 elemental damage, short cooldown, requires level 11. He was stunned after reviewing. It was an AoE skill for dark class. With his superior spirit stat, his magic damage already surpassed physical. His stats, Strength 9, Physique 9, Agility 24, Spirit 15. He decided to upgrade it to Epic. Spending 6 evolution points, the skill rose from Platinum to Jade, Diamond, then Epic. Range expanded from 5 Eons to 12 Oshabmate. Bonus damage increased from 500 to 1,300. Still level 11 requirement. He rejoiced at the result. He noted that although its total damage wasn't as high as Shadow Shield Slash, it was an excellent AoE skill for clearing monster hordes. Shadow Shield Slash covered a 5mm straight line, while Dark Knight Patience struck in a circle, making it far superior for clearing when surrounded. He equipped the Platinum Resentment armor. Attack 55, Physical Defense 45, Elemental resistance, 42, crit plus 42, HP plus 777, level 11 required. Its effect of plus 30 basic attack when hit wasn't too helpful, but its defensive stats far surpassed his golden armor. The remaining loot exceeded 20 items, selling for tens of thousands of lifespan days, enough funds to delve deeper into the tomb, hoping to find a rare mount. Elsewhere in the game, a goblin rushed forward. It swung its blade, slicing Tan Xiaodu and her friend in half in terror, killing them instantly. They respawned back in town. A teammate shouted angrily. He grabbed Xiaodu's collar, calling her a brainless burden who kept wiping the team. Now he had only 2 years of untransferable lifespan left. He warned if he saw her again at school, he'd really hurt her, then shoved her to the ground. Her girlfriend quickly helped her up, calling her name in worry, while the guy logged off. The friend advised returning to the small town where her parents lived, where a volunteer group supported the weak, but Xiaodu, full of hatred, swore revenge on Zhang Wei and the whole team, refusing to believe that trash was stronger than her. Then she told her friend, "Yin Yin, go by yourself," before logging out, leaving the girl shocked and crying out. In reality, Xiaodu still fumed, thinking no one carried her. She grabbed her phone and texted Han Han, asking for help to level up. He shamelessly replied she had to sleep with him first, bragging he wanted to try what the goddess was like in bed. She gritted her teeth, cursed, and furiously told him to get lost. Then she messaged another man, confessing she once liked him but had been blocked by Qin Feng, now severed ties with her brother, and wanted to go public with him. The other mocked her as stupid, saying if she could abandon her own brother, no one would trust her, telling her to get lost. Hearing that, Xiao Yu sat in bitter silence. She kept messaging everywhere, inviting Yue Xiao to play and help level, asking Xiao Ma to join. But all refused. Some even threatened her, leaving her in despair. Frustrated, she cursed the useless men, then cried that her non-tradable lifespan had only 2.5 years left. Not knowing what to do, tears falling, she recalled the estranged brother, softly calling the name Qin Feng. She told herself he would never abandon her, surely having a way to save her, so she decided to return to him. Thus, she headed toward the house she once lived in. Standing before the door, she froze, hesitating. In her mind, she planned to apologize and act meek to gain forgiveness, yet felt she had done nothing wrong. Then she comforted herself that lowering her head was only temporary, planning to pretend obedient so he would help her level, believing he had always loved her most since childhood. Once leveled up and free of lifespan worries, she would cut ties mercilessly. With that thought, she knocked and loudly called his name. She kept knocking, pleading, and shouting, but inside remained silent. Angry, she kicked the door open, scolding him for not giving her face. But upon entering, the house was completely empty, with no trace of Qin Feng, throwing her into panic. She tried calling, but the system said the phone was off. She redialed, still met with an automated voice, blankly murmuring his name. In the game world, deep within the tomb of resentment, Qin Feng swung attacks that easily destroyed monsters, their bodies shattering. He saw a surge of black qi rising, realizing he had reached the end of the path. Along the way, he had slain over 200 small monsters and many bronze and silver bosses. Nearly reaching level 12, opening the final coffin would release the main boss, hoping for platinum. He summoned his devout follower. Ordering it to open the coffin, the loyal creature strained to push the lid. Suddenly sensing something abnormal, his eyes grew sharply alert. From the coffin, a shadow burst forth, making the follower scream in agony. Its body was devoured by black mist, the dark qi spreading, forcing Qin Feng to retreat. Black qi spewed from the follower's mouth and nose, engulfing its body. A notification sounded. The follower was destroyed. Qin Feng realized it was the poison bone death boss, immune to physical attacks. He recalled in his past life someone once released this boss, letting it rampage to the base. Anyone possessed by it would die unless saved by teammates or had special life-preserving professions. Qin Feng sternly fixed his gaze on the monster's source. Immediately, he unleashed the skill, Dark Night Perfection. At that moment, the boss's true form appeared, hidden within the toxic mist. Qin Feng charged forward, striking a fatal sword slash at the boss's core. The monster's body split in two, system announcing the gold boss slain, but the drops were only gold tier, despite power surpassing platinum. Seeing the loot, Qin Feng secretly sighed in relief, thankful for the new magic skill he had mastered. He used the greed skill to pick up the spoils, frustrated that such hardship only yielded gold equipment. Just then, the system notified him of receiving a mount summoning bell, leaving Qin Feng stunned. Holding the item, he was amazed it could truly summon the ghostly Night Stalker mount, requiring character level 11. Reading the stats carefully, Qin Feng was even more surprised that it was among the fastest mounts, with combat skills and night stealth. He was shocked that the mount could both fight and turn invisible, feeling it was too advantageous. A desolate scene appeared among collapsed buildings. He rode the ghostly Night Stalker, both concealed while moving. In an instant, the mount's speed whipped up a strong wind behind. Qin Feng calculated he needed to reach level 15 and accumulate enough mount lifespan, then go to Motto to deal with corpses after logging out. The ghostly Night Stalker continued racing past ruins. He mentioned the Zhanghai Arena, a vast multi-leveled place full of monsters, ideal for leveling. The mount leapt onto rooftops, carrying him there, and he looked around, saying, "This is the place." This was the domain of experts. In stealth state, even bosses could not detect him. Even if faint sounds arose, bosses grew wary, but found no target. Qin Feng landed in the middle of the dense monsters, with his mount joining the battle. Cold sharpness flashed in his eyes. He unleashed Shadow Shield Slash, tearing through the horde, slaying many instantly. Elsewhere, outside the ruins, and Yu swung her sword, cutting down a boss. Seeing the corpse, she smiled in joy and declared victory. The fat man Ma Nai flattered her, inwardly proud of his second-generation background, viewing An Yu as his pursuit target. An Yu sheathed her sword, saying a level 8 gold boss still took over 10 minutes to kill, doubting Qin Feng could defeat a platinum boss. Ma Nai scorned him as only sneak attacking, while thinking his own family status gave him superiority. And Yu mocked him as weak, easier to exploit bosses, making him angry as he argued he was upright and disdained dirty tricks. He then turned sinister, bringing up Darkness's cruel nature, boasting he knew Motto police hunters who could detect stealth. He suggested plotting to expose Darkness's real identity, forcing him under government control to prevent tragedies like Song Fei and Zhang Lei from repeating. An Yu and Wang Meng just silently looked at each other. Then both burst into hearty laughter. They mocked Ma Nai, pointing out that cooperating with Darkness was the smart choice, making him blush with anger at the criticism. He gnashed his teeth, insisting that if stealth level was high enough, even Darkness couldn't escape. Ma Nai sulked, threatening to slander and force An Yu to kneel, while Wang Meng ignored him and asked about the boss loot. An Yu listed a gold priest gear, a silver, and a silver skill book. She looked up at the sky with a sigh, recalling how Qin Feng casually sold rare items, wondering how many bosses he had slain, suspecting treasure hunting talent, while the fat man's chatter was ignored. Wang Meng spoke up, still uneasy despite thinking it was overcautious. He mentioned the case of the Dongfang family disappearing at Jiangnan Hotel. Wang Meng hypothesized, if that tragedy was caused by Darkness, would they still shield him, especially if in reality he might be a murderer? And Yu replied the matter was under higher authorities' scrutiny, but so far no evidence condemned Darkness. She smiled, saying even if he truly caused it, she would still cooperate, even willing to clean up after him herself. Wang Meng asked in shock why, and An Yu calmly said, everyone wanted Darkness's favor. Just then, someone rushed in reporting an arena ahead. but all monsters already slain. A pile of corpses lay everywhere. Unclear which group was strong enough to clear them. And Yu immediately ordered them forward, while Wang Meng could only sigh helplessly at her. Entering inside, they saw before them heaps of glowing, dropped items. Wang Meng was stunned, saying at least hundreds of monsters must have died to drop so much, while An Yu affirmed it could only be darkness, warning the team to stay alert. Ma Nai Liang sneered in doubt, but An Yu replied that based on the rankings, no one else but him could manage it. The fat man snorted, saying with stealth he could do it too, while An Yu quietly messaged Qin Feng to buy spare equipment. Suddenly, the fat man froze, not daring to move. Behind him, Qin Feng and the ghostly Night Stalker slowly appeared. He screamed in terror, even losing bladder control. And Yu's eyes lit up at the sight of the mount, asking in amazement about its origin. Qin Feng calmly replied it was spoils from the tomb whose location they had given him. Then he looked at Xiao He, smiling in thanks, making the girl blush shyly. Qin Feng proposed a trade, reminding them the loot on the ground could be taken by anyone, and An Yu nodded, trusting his fair prices. Someone whispered a reminder, pointing out the fat man had wet himself. Ma Nai Liang seethed inside, cursing darkness for humiliating him before everyone. After finishing the trade, Qin Feng rode his mount away from the place. The system ranking appeared. Darkness stood first at level 13, far above level 10 opponents. Qin Feng thought clearing the arena this time had earned him a precious gold skill book. The book was Silent Concealment, gold grade, allowing permanent stealth while standing still, with 300 ambush damage on attack, 120-second cooldown, requiring level 13. He judged the skill extremely powerful, not only boosting in-game stealth but also synergizing with his invincible state in reality. If upgraded from gold to epic, both ambush damage and cooldown improved greatly. Qin Feng upgraded skills, his poison dagger evolving to epic with stronger damage and venom, then Grace of Liberation advanced to mythic, making nearly every strike hit weak points with overwhelming power. He also obtained a new piece of jewelry. It was a platinum deception necklace, greatly boosting stats and stealth skill levels, plus a gold dark veil raising evasion to 83%, making Qin Feng nearly untouchable. On his way, a sudden violent explosion erupted ahead. Qin Feng was surprised, wondering what had happened. From the smoke, a massive head emerged. A giant monster wielding enormous iron axes stepped forth. Looking closely, Qin Feng recognized it as the Steel Saintess, inwardly shocked at who dared summon this boss. In his past life, this boss required over 1,000 people to bring down with more than 4,000 deaths. It was the guardian of the Holy Cathedral, the second largest hideout in Zhanghai ruins. Though he hadn't planned to approach yet, Qin Feng resolved to take the challenge. He urged his mount to charge swiftly toward the boss. At the battlefield, countless people were joining forces to attack the monster. One fighter was smashed down by the boss's steel axe, teammates panicking at its overwhelming strength. Wherever the axe swung, corpses fell in droves. Qin Feng shook his head, thinking these people reckless, but suddenly noticed something unusual. He saw below a warrior riding a white tiger, shield and spear in hand, charging to confront it. That was Chen Wuming, possessor of the hidden class Holy Temple Knight, who had once fought Qin Feng to a draw in his past life, a cunning and dangerous foe. In the past, the Steel Saintess had been slain by Chen Wuming's Holy Temple Guild, spawning the saying, "West has Godslayer, East has Holy Temple," each controlling half of Zhanghai's ruins. When founding the guild, the Holy Temple Knights promised protection for members, but at the cost of 50% lifespan, turning most into mere tools for the strongest leaders. Someone bitterly declared that this time, Chen Wuming definitely could not escape. Down below, the boss kept sweeping players with relentless strikes. Qin Feng leapt lightly from the ghostly Night Stalker onto the ground. His eyes, Dongzi's, gleamed with a blood-red light. He cast Dark Knight Perfection, dragging all players into a crimson space where their bodies were shredded. The system rang continuously, announcing Qin Feng killing player after player. Seeing teammates torn apart, Chen Wu-ming panicked, suspecting darkness had acted, demanding why he slaughtered them for no reason. Qin Feng appeared behind him, coldly replying that it was because he didn't eat beef. He then unleashed Shadow Shield Slash, slicing Chen Wu-ming's body into pieces. From Qin Feng's hand fell blood-red blossoms. The curse of blooming flowers clung to players' corpses, draining their lifespan. In the blink of an eye, all resurrected at a distant revival array. Chen Wu-ming raged, cursing darkness as unreasonable, while comrades lamented their traded lifespan was exhausted. Furious, he blamed it all on that cursed skill. Someone suggested counterattack but was scolded, so he decided to withdraw and find a way to recover lifespan, while Tan Xiaoyu fearfully stared at her hand. Tears welled as she accused darkness of targeting her when her remaining lifespan was so little. The system announced Curse of Blooming Flowers absorbed 4 days of traded lifespan and 1 year of natural lifespan from Tan Xiaoyu, startling Qin Feng upon realizing she was present. Harvesting so little proved she had nearly no future left, thus submitting to slavery under the Holy Temple Knights, a result of her own choices. At that moment, the boss's giant scythe slashed down toward Qin Feng. The blow exploded the ground, dust clouds filling the space. Qin Feng dodged with illusory blur, remarking that the boss's early phase was not dangerous. When the boss missed and its target vanished, it appeared bewildered. The monster began gathering strength, spinning violently. Its twin scythes whirled wide, sweeping everywhere to search for enemies. The spinning speed surged, lifting its massive body gradually into the air. Qin Feng judged the opponent only repeated monotonous chain axe swings. After a few physical blows, he unleashed Grace of Liberation, causing a throat slit effect with explosive damage and toxins set to detonate after 3 seconds. Hitting its weak point, the boss suffered continuous bursts of damage. The throat slit effect directly spread poison through its body. The boss's health bar dropped to less than half. It roared in frenzy, glaring furiously at Qin Feng. He clearly understood that the terrifying part was the horrifying transformation in the next phase. When its health drops by half, the demon sealed inside awakens, reflecting all damage back to attackers. Rumors say its belly hides a teleportation gate. Anyone swallowed will be thrown to an unknown place, said to be inside a volcano. But in his past life, no one ever returned. Some likely confused it with another game's data. The crowd hiding above whispered in shock that the darkness pushed the boss into Phase 2 with just 1 strike. Some doubted it, since the Platinum boss was released by the Holy Hall before the darkness appeared and wiped them out. Yet with only 1 blow, he halved the boss's health. Now it raged wildly. The chatter continued non-stop, while Qin Feng silently observed the boss's every move. He calculated that the second phase of the zombie Saintess had a flaw. During its attacks, the damage reflection was temporarily nullified. That meant he could only strike when it attacked, otherwise continuous burst skills like Shadow Shield Slash, Throat Cut, Plague Blade, or Venomous Dagger would instantly kill him by reflection. He glanced at the hidden watchers, considering using them as stepping stones. At that moment, a man with a top knot strode forward, shouting for everyone to move aside, and the crowd quickly parted. Recognizing the newcomer, someone exclaimed, "Big Bro and Quan is here," the one nicknamed Safety First. People quickly reported that they had been watching and memorized all the boss's skills, but after losing half its health, it suddenly froze, body mutating, clearly preparing a new move. And Quan nodded, then asked if it was true the darkness fought alone. The green-haired girl confirmed, saying after the boss entered Phase 2, the darkness vanished. The group leader immediately ordered Tukan to use the red eye skill to check if the darkness was still around, and the girl responded at once. She cast the skill, summoning a small rabbit that leapt into the battlefield. The rabbit circled the boss, searching frantically for Qin Feng's trace. Through the rabbit's vision, the girl reported no sign of the darkness, guessing he had left. Safety First affirmed that if even a Tier 3 scout found nothing, then he must be gone, since a Tier 4 stealth skill was impossible. With that said, he immediately leapt straight into the battlefield. He laughed and reminded Toucan to stay alert, to report if the darkness returned. The girl was a bit flustered but quickly agreed. Others were stunned seeing him dive down, thinking he sought death by daring to solo a platinum boss, but then they recognized his face. Some recalled that back in the novice village he once killed a golden boss without taking damage, revealing him as the Master Safety First, a martial soul expert of absolute evasion, famed for dominating top-tier soul game rooms with lightning-fast reflexes. At that moment, the boss turned its gaze directly on him. It swung its massive blade down with ferocity. Safety First remained calm in the face of it. He rolled away gracefully, letting the strike smash into the ground and scatter stone shards. Suddenly, the boss conjured a hand of dark energy, grabbing toward him. He flipped again, escaping danger once more. The boss attacked in a frenzy, while he kept rolling to dodge, shouting excitedly as he moved. His underlings outside cheered, praising their leader's calmness, his flawless roll dodges, and unmatched aura. Some wondered why every time he rolled to dodge, the boss's health also dropped, with flashes of sword strikes appearing on its body, finding it unbelievable for a martial soul expert to be that insane. The green-haired girl explained that perfect evasion was just the basics. The real danger lay in Safety First's lethal attack skill. As long as he succeeded in rolling, absolute evasion was triggered. Then his next strike would pierce half the opponent's defense. Now Safety First focused his power into his sword, eyes flashing, absorbing energy to prepare a skill. His followers trembled, thinking this move could deal 4-digit damage. He smiled confidently and lunged with his blade. Under the moonlight, his sword split into 3 illusions. Sword aura streaking like meteors, severing the boss's extended arm in a flurry of cuts, making its health glow violently. Safety First did not stop, unleashing his finishing move, his blade blood-stained, charging his ultimate strike. The followers above screamed in shock as the boss's health dropped to only 1/3. He calmly sheathed his sword, arrogantly declaring the Rifted Moon Slash as his sword Dao. But suddenly, a wave of sword aura counterattacked straight into him. Immediately, countless streams of sword energy pierced his body. All the damage he inflicted on the boss reflected back, the numbers showing over 1,000 damage. Witnessing this, everyone froze in horror, crying out the name of their leader, Safety First. None could believe it. His dodges were perfect, every strike landed, yet the boss lost no health while its bar still dropped, all due to the reflection mechanic. His body gradually dissolved from the battlefield. Qin Feng smirked coldly. He stepped forward to collect the loot, thinking that luckily the guy had shown off and forced the boss to use many skills. During that time, he continuously attacked, lowering the boss's health to 1/3. Martial soul experts might be fast and deal high damage, but against reflection, they were doomed. Unable to attack while rolling and dying instantly when striking, truly a self-destructive path. Suddenly, the boss turned its head, leaving Qin Feng puzzled. He worried it intended to return to the Holy Land to recover health, which would make all previous efforts wasted. After the martial soul expert's death, the crowd was too scared to act, but once the boss stopped attacking, the reflection effect disappeared. Qin Feng decided there was no choice but to use a stronger method. He immediately dashed forward to block the boss's retreat, preventing it from returning. The watchers above were stunned, realizing all those terrifying strikes came from the darkness, making Safety First a mere joke while the darkness was the real master. The green-haired girl could hardly believe her Tier 3 detection failed, wondering if he possessed stealth skill Tier 4 or higher. One greedy man stared at the items dropped by the martial soul expert, full of desire. Qin Feng raised 10 layers of dark light shields, each able to block one strike. The furious boss swung its giant blade straight at Qin Feng. As the strike came, he seized the moment, thinking now is the time. He instantly unleashed Shadow Shield Slash, sliding across the boss's body. After the flurry of cuts, 7 layers of Darklight Shield remained. He calculated that out of 9 blows, the last 3 were reflected damage, luckily absorbed by the shields, or he would have died. Suddenly, the boss's body emitted strange energy, its severed arms regenerating completely. It slowly rose before Qin Feng, shrouded in a violet aura. All of his Darklight shields were erased in an instant. Seeing the purple flames spewing out, Qin Feng calculated the damage was too high. Even with over 80% evasion, 7 shields would vanish instantly, and a half-second delay meant instant death. Meanwhile, the greedy man from earlier crept toward Safety First's dropped loot. But just as he was about to touch it, Qin Feng's venomous dagger pierced straight into his forehead. Watching him collapse, Qin Feng coldly snorted, "Want to steal my spoils? Dream on." The blooming curse instantly activated on the target. The system reporting Qin Feng absorbed 612 tradable days of lifespan and 67 untradable years from Safety First, plus 355 days and 20 years from the lackey. He mused that Safety First was truly interesting, with so much lifespan that even dying once hardly mattered. Right beside him, the boss suddenly trembled and let out a growl. Qin Feng calculated that he could only rely on Darklight Shield combined with Shadow Shield Slash to slowly wear its health down. The boss went berserk, slamming its arms down with each strike cracking the earth, while other arms raised high preparing to smash down. Safety First's followers gasped in terror at the darkness's power, finally understanding why he claimed the first kill. At this moment, Qin Feng's eyes gleamed as he decided to unleash his ultimate move. He cast a chain of Shadow Shield Slashes, countless strikes raining down, shattering all his Darklight shields. The system announced he had slain the platinum-ranked zombie Saintus, gaining 48,000 experience, 120 evolution points, and the reward of the Holy Land Cathedral Key. The onlookers were stunned, mouths agape, unable to believe the darkness had truly soloed a platinum boss, truly #1 on the rankings. Qin Feng immediately used the mythic Greedy Hand skill. He obtained emerald-grade assassin leather armor with high defense, strong resistance, and a dark flame effect that weakened enemy defense and resistances, though less effective on major bosses. He also gained emerald-grade assassin's intuition, allowing detection of hidden shadows, boosting anti-stealth ability, requiring level 13. Qin Feng was astonished that the anti-stealth skill was at legendary tier, increasing weak point correction by 50% and stacking immense critical damage, almost guaranteeing a hit. He then used evolution points to raise Phantom Shadow Blur to legendary, greatly enhancing evasion, granting complete damage immunity upon a successful dodge. And Yu ran over excitedly asking about the harvest, making Qin Feng feel she was as talkative as a hunting hound. She was shocked that Qin Feng had already reached level 13 in just one night, while her group, grinding non-stop, was still stuck at level 11. And Yu angrily yanked Wang Meng's hair when he teased her, then half-jokingly asked Qin Feng about his manly speed. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush, openly listing the dropped items. And Yu instantly agreed to pay 45,000 to buy the whole lot, and the trade was completed swiftly. Afterward, Qin Feng mentioned another good item, then asked if they knew of any shelter locations. And Yu explained that shelters weren't in safe zones, but players could occupy them as bases, store items, and set up wards against intrusion when needed. Qin Feng guessed that the shelter Yu knew of came from a golden boss. She confirmed, adding that the new government had just destroyed a mid-sized one, which was why she knew the info. He took out the key, implying that they surely understood the importance of a shelter. It was the key to the Holy Land Cathedral, a shelter spanning 800 acres, and he allowed them to discuss before deciding whether to sell. And Yu and Wang Meng were stunned by the immense size of 800 acres. And Yu understood that such a scale meant powerful defenses and high facilities, enough space to house the entire government, so she immediately asked for a price. Qin Feng only told her to discuss first, inwardly recalling how, in his past life, this could be sold for 2,000 years of lifespan, enough to realize all skills and equipment. And Yu agreed to report immediately, then requested another favor, which Qin Feng permitted her to mention. She reported that 7 golden bosses had gathered in Dark Moon Town, killing many people, and offered 15 years of lifespan for him to eliminate them. Qin Feng was doubtful, believing the government should have been able to handle it, so he suspected something unusual. And Yu excitedly confirmed his suspicion was correct. She explained their team had planned to kill them one by one, but after each boss died, it revived, and all 7 gained greatly boosted stats, wiping them out. Qin Feng was shocked that the bosses not only gathered but also had resurrection ability. He immediately connected this to puppets created by the cursed stele of the ancient god, deciding it absolutely couldn't be ignored, and completed the trade, receiving 15 years of lifespan. He told her to send the coordinates so he could go right away. An Yu encouraged him. While he thought to himself this was a highly profitable deal, both loot from 7 bosses and 15 years of lifespan. Qin Feng rode the ghostly Night Rider swiftly like the wind. A massive statue appeared before him. Looking down, he witnessed an unusual scene. It turned out Qin Xiaodu was being surrounded and beaten by a group of female players. One girl slapped her hard across the face, scolding her for daring to seduce the guild leader right after joining. Xiaodu's face was swollen red, crying and denying it, but they grew angrier, threatening to tear her apart if she approached the leader again. They continued kicking and hitting her, cursing her harshly. Qin Feng thought that after Xiaodu joined the Holy Hall Knights, she had been dragged into internal struggles, just like in his past life, where he always had to intervene. He smiled and let her suffer on her own, then stepped into a hidden gate beneath the statue. Behind him, Xiaodu kept crying and begging while being beaten mercilessly. He remembered that beneath the giant statue at the center of the Zhanghai ruins was a secret chamber leading back to the starter town, a fact almost no one knew. However, teleportation consumed lifespan, 1,000 days the second time, 2,000 the third, and doubling thereafter. This was because, as the progression advanced, the starter town would be upgraded, minor monsters turning into bosses, and many hidden treasures appearing. For example, this ancient godstone altar was a rare fortune. The system asked if he wished to teleport to Dark Moon Town, which normally appeared much later, surprising him, but he agreed. Ding, consuming 500 days of lifespan, he was transmitted and landed in a crowded player area. Looking around, he found most were old men and women, surprised that the place was bustling yet filled mainly with the elderly. At that moment, a group escorted an old woman forward, reminding her of their agreement that after helping her reach level 3 and sharing 72 days of lifespan, she now needed to return that portion. The old woman angrily pushed them away, shouting that they weren't a charity for leveling up. So why demand lifespan? The young man quickly explained they took nothing extra. From the start, they promised to share the dropped lifespan, and she only needed to return the agreed portion. The old lady pretended not to know the deal, scolding the youth as shameless for asking lifespan from her. The 2 young men patiently reasoned that they helped her level up for free, so the dropped lifespan must be shared. Without a party, she'd get nothing. But she still argued stubbornly and even screamed for aid from the Meng Shahe Guild. At that moment, Qin Feng appeared behind her, grabbing her collar and dragging her away. He shoved her straight outside the safe zone boundary, leaving the 2 young men confused. Without hesitation, he swung his blade while gripping her neck. Blood sprayed high like a pillar, stunning the 2 youths in horror. Qin Feng calmly said her lifespan had dropped to the ground and they could take it. The 2 immediately cheered, praising the expert, but he just replied it was a casual act. The young men checked and saw exactly 72 days of lifespan, just enough. They thanked him profusely while Qin Feng turned away, thinking how troublesome it was that he couldn't act freely inside town. The Meng He Guild had originally set its base in Dark Moon Town. From the start, they aimed to be a welfare group supporting elderly survival, then gained government recognition and backing, with membership surpassing even Huaxia. In this chaotic world, more humanitarian groups like that were needed. Deep inside the forest, a monster was tightly bound by vines, struggling. A girl called for her mother to strike. She was a frequent companion of Tan Xiaodu. The mother nodded and raised her staff to release lightning. Lightning struck the monster as a teenage boy charged in with sword and shield to assist. His powerful slash split the monster's body in half. The monster died instantly. The group cheered in joy. The girl praised her parents' strength, but the mother advised that with persistence, anyone could fight small monsters. The group continued their journey. 3 girls asked if Xiaodu had joined the Holy Night Temple, hearing the fees were huge. And the daughter named Suonian confirmed. She said she once invited Xiaodu to join Meng He, where the weak gathered in unity and received careful guidance. But Xiaodu refused. Suonian's mother said Xiaodu was taken by the Holy Night Temple after reaching level 10, and the 3 commented they only treated her as a tool, with the 3-year contract no different from slavery. They advised that if one wasn't strong enough, just kill small monsters to gather experience and lifespan. The safe way they themselves survived. Suonian felt sorrow, knowing Xiaodu was different, possessing a hidden class and strength far beyond them. Suddenly, a volley of arrows struck the group. 3 arrows pierced the weak points on Suonian's parents' heads, damage numbers flashing, leaving her stunned. Her parents died instantly, and she cried out in despair. Strangers appeared, mocking that one move was enough, ridiculing Meng He as worthless trash. The arrogant leader stepped forward, ordering them to hand over all lifespan. Suonian trembled, clutching her staff, arguing that the government banned killing in town and asking if they feared being wanted. He sneered, cursed the authorities, and arrogantly threatened to give them only 3 seconds to comply. Suonian stood to block them, saying she would resist, urging her mother to call guild reinforcements, and the mother obeyed. The enemies laughed loudly, deciding to kill the old and capture the girl for torment. 2 rushed to attack Suonian, but before touching her, they were blasted away by a strong force. The girl cried out in shock. The archer gasped in terror, unable to finish his words. His head was severed instantly. Qin Feng appeared holding the head. Beside him, the Nether Night Stalker was devouring the remains. The enemy only stammered darkness before dying. In an instant, the whole gang was forced to respawn in town. They raged at realizing all their lifespan was drained, confused why it was gone completely, since even in slaughter mode it shouldn't be stripped clean. Panicked, they decided to go kill small monsters to recover whatever lifespan remained. But as soon as they left the respawn zone, a sudden flash of brilliant light appeared. A massive, radiant greatsword fell, piercing straight through the 3 of them. Stern figures declared the trio were assassins who had spread death everywhere. They identified themselves as government agents, warning they would strip life if any resistance was shown. From the corpses of the bandits, magical flowers burst forth wildly in the forest. Suonian choked with gratitude, thanking Qin Feng for saving her and her mother from tragedy. In his heart, Qin Feng compared and saw Suonian as kind and brave, completely different from Xiaodu. He silently vanished, leaving behind glowing loot that stunned Suonian. The mother worriedly asked about him, while Suonian held the glowing item, suspecting it was her father's lifespan. Mother and daughter kept wondering, while Suonian reflected that the world's #1 figure unexpectedly possessed compassion. In another corner of the forest, the story continued. A group moved along, annoyed that the one called Darkness was late, far too long. They doubted Darkness could defeat the immortal boss, unaware he had already passed right before their eyes. Qin Feng ignored those people, pondering the use of the ancient godstone table that could change professions. Rumors said a rank 7 expert once sacrificed 7 stone steelies to summon an ancient god phantom and slay a legendary boss. Some bosses had extremely strong invisibility powers, causing players to die mysteriously on the road. In some cases, the boss was actually a summoner mage, reviving endlessly after being killed. It was confirmed that every boss respawned after death, with power stacking continuously. The government hypothesized that killing all at once might break the respawn mechanism. Qin Feng summoned a loyal follower, equipped it with a necklace, and ordered it to scout. The servant obeyed and charged straight into the battle. It inflicted heavy damage, pressuring the boss continuously. Suddenly, one boss's eyes turned red, releasing black energy toward the follower. The dark aura engulfed it, making the servant scream in pain. In just a moment, the loyal follower completely vanished. Qin Feng calmly assessed that they were all level 10, with double the power of gold bosses, yet lacking counterattacks. He decisively cast Dark Knight Reversal, turning the entire space blood red. Then he unleashed a throat slash skill, applying it to all targets at once. The bosses evaporated instantly, yet no loot appeared. Immediately after, their corpses merged into a monstrous being with jagged fangs and a twisted face. He concluded killing them simultaneously was correct. But now a new phase had begun with a giant boss. Spotting the inscription, Ancient God Calamity, Utos, he dodged its strike by a hair. Qin Feng realized that breaking the ancient god relics and deciphering inscriptions earlier was preparation for this moment. He hurled a throwing knife at a rune carved on the boss's body. More knives followed in the predetermined sequence. The boss spewed blood violently as Qin Feng observed coldly. The boss's corpse collapsed, yet no loot dropped, deepening his doubts. Suddenly, the monster's head rose right behind him. The abomination's body began to rot and deform. Mouths full of teeth lunged forward frenziedly. Qin Feng realized the creature had to be slain beside the coffin bearing the corresponding rune. He recalled the ancient god stone table he had seen, judging this to be the final stage. His eyes blazed with fierce momentum, ready for battle. The boss's roar thundered across the sky, echoing through the space. And Yu's soldiers panicked at the tremors, guessing the boss was going berserk, and hurried over. They suspected darkness wouldn't dare show up, certain even he couldn't defeat this boss. Upon arrival, they were stunned at the devastation and scattered coffins, screaming in horror at the boss's head. The ground shook violently, leaving them confused, wondering if the boss had been destroyed by a natural disaster. A message from Yu arrived, ordering retreat because darkness had slain the boss, stunning the group in disbelief. At the ruins, they were amazed the boss was dealt with in just minutes, understanding why their superiors had decided so. By then, Qin Feng had already left with the loot, satisfied with the many gains. He reached level 14, accumulated 194 evolution points, and most importantly obtained the ancient god stone stele the government couldn't decipher. The stele contained cursed magic that could be embedded into equipment, granting enhancement effects but with drawbacks. He chose to channel the curse into the Black Flame ritual armor, which already greatly reduced defense and elemental resistance. The ancient god energy fused, giving the gear a stacking Black Flame effect, at the cost of lowering base attributes by 31%. Qin Feng was both shocked and delighted, for with 15 stacks, boss defense could drop below 0, benefits far outweighing the weakness. He then continued evolving skills, choosing to raise Shadow Shield Slash to legendary grade. The enhanced skill gained longer range, extended stealth time, more hits, shorter cooldown, and an extra powerful shield. He happily realized that if all 9 strikes landed, effective health would multiply tenfold, vastly improving survivability. Qin Feng muttered that at his current pace, he would reach level 15 in just a few hours and depart for Demon City. In the devastated area, another scene unfolded. A group of women continued brutally beating Tan Xiaodu while Qin Feng passed by and observed coldly. One girl complained of back pain. Another angrily showed her swollen hand from hitting too much. A violent one spat on Xiao Du, hurling insults, leaving her body covered in wounds. Xiao Du struggled to stand, her body trembling. With a bruised eye, she cried while blaming Qin Feng for abandoning her. She comforted herself that since she had signed a contract with the Holy Night Temple, even if she lost half her lifespan, it was enough to outgrow others. She swore revenge, then cast holy healing art, draining all mana to restore stamina, and screamed a challenge at the women. Qin Feng was silently leaving in stealth, but was unexpectedly affected by Xiao Du's skill, leaving him unsettled. Meanwhile, Xiao Du, exhausted from depleted mana, withered and collapsed, mumbling about the calendar. The scene shifted to the ruined demon city. A group of people were fighting a boss together. A shield-bearer rushed forward, blocking all incoming attacks. In the distance, Qian Shishu's group secretly watched, hiding their faces to conceal dark intentions. She sneered that men of Daxia were weak, needing 8 people to besiege just one boss. Black Hand beside her advised not to say that, while Qian Shishu flattered him, but secretly despised them as weak pigs. As the boss was near death, someone shouted to give it their all, its health almost gone. The rear-line mage boosted morale, calling for the finishing blow. Suddenly a spear pierced his back from behind. Black Hand lifted the spear onto his shoulder, casually thanking the weaklings for gifting him the boss, leaving the mage to fade away. The mage's teammates cursed in fury, exposing the brutal Black Blade group for betraying their own people to side with foreigners. They shouted fearlessly, charging together against Qian Shishu's gang. Qian Shishu smirked disdainfully, threatening to crush the Daxia pigs, while the black man rushed in with his weapon. He unleashed thunderous quake, smashing his hammer down and spreading lightning everywhere. Qian Shishu also charged in with dual blades. One swift slash struck before the victim could dodge. She admired her blood-stained weapons with pleasure, mocking Daxia men as useless. She ridiculed the Daxia government, calling the entire nation a heap of waste. The Western man agreed, proud of the backing they had, while Qian Shishu suggested retreating to North America for safety. She further schemed to found a guild dedicated to hunting and killing Daxia people. The black man approved, while an ally curiously asked what the guild's name would be. After some thought, Qian Shishu decided to name it SSS. She leaned back, saying she would log out to celebrate, and immediately disconnected. In reality, 3 black men serving her cheered to hold a party celebrating the birth of SSS. The scene shifted. An Yu messaged Qin Feng to come to a hidden spot for private discussion. Amid the loot, Qin Feng asked the total. Hearing 1,500, he scoffed it was too little. An Yu explained he had bargained it up to 2,000, making Qin Feng accept though still wary of being shortchanged. The setting shifted to the central statue of the ruins. An Yu stood waiting with a fully armed troop. Seeing Qin Feng, he forced a smile, explaining the escort was only to reassure superiors. Qin Feng replied coldly, thinking they wouldn't withstand even a few moves if conflict arose. The deal was completed. He gave up the Holy Sanctuary stealth key in exchange for 2,000 years of lifespan, while An Yu gained the secret key. Qin Feng turned away as An Yu bid farewell. The soldiers behind whispered disbelief that a shelter for thousands required such a price, noting only darkness was generous enough. He smiled, remarking that An Yu's gift let him fully prepare for the Demon City trip, then rapidly spent vast lifespan to upgrade and extract skills from epic to mythic, making his real-world power nearly equal to the game, though his body warned of hunger. He reminded himself it had been too long without food and decided to escape to fill his stomach. He returned to the real world. After logging out, his body was shrouded in black aura, and he realized with suspicion that he was trapped in an iron cage. 2 thugs were watching, one reporting that he had woken up. A woman's corpse lay there. The man with the baseball bat demanded his lifespan or he would die like everyone in the hotel, while the other gloated that in the apocalypse one could kill anyone freely. Qin Feng kept a cold gaze as the robbers threatened, one of them growing hot-headed and wanting to slash immediately. The bat-wielder thought he was stunned from fear and ordered to kill, making the fat one cheer excitedly. But before they could strike, a surge of blood aura erupted. Qin Feng unleashed the skill Dark Knight Soul Slash, tearing through the entire hotel. The building shook violently and collapsed, rubble flying everywhere. While eating instant noodles, he walked out from the ruins, realizing his body now required greater energy, and ordinary food was no longer enough. He reminded himself he must eliminate Qian Shisher and the Ilisi gang to seize the Divine Tree Branch. Riding the ghostly Night Rider, he calculated that although Qian Shishi was cunning and hard to find, she might reveal herself through the assassination quest targeting Qin Fengzi. Yet his stomach still empty, he decided to head for Ma Du, grabbing food on the way and leaving behind the noodle wrapper. The story shifted to the setting of Ma Du. Qian Shishi excitedly praised her companions with a sweet voice. With her weak body, she leaned on two strong black men, playfully teasing them while exalting the thrill of battle. One flattered her skills, making her burst into laughter. Suddenly, she received a message claiming that Shadow had killed Qin Feng and wanted to meet in Ma Du for payment. But fearing danger, she demanded a photo as proof, which he refused, citing surveillance risk. She thought that since Shadow also opposed the government, recruiting him into the Ilisi gang would make Dashia powerless. So she ordered coordinates sent for an in-game meeting, secretly planning to probe his stance. She then logged into the game, sending a sweet message with hidden requests, promising many benefits. Meanwhile, Qin Feng near the Evil Spirit Academy stayed completely invisible with his stealth skill, cursing Qian Shishi's cunning. He and Ghostly Night Rider entered the game at once, determined to see what schemes she planned. The setting was the Evil Spirit Academy within the ruins of Ma Du. Qin Feng and Ghostly Night Rider hid above, watching below as the government's voice declared they had tracked the Black Blade group. The government's tone was stern, demanding surrender or else they would suppress with violence. Opposite them stood Qian Shishi and her subordinates. She placed her hand on her chest, arrogantly declaring that the Black Blade group no longer existed, and it was now the Ilisi gang. She flaunted her body, claiming the gang targeted Dashia men, making the men in front blush and nosebleed. One government soldier still shouted she must be punished, while the man with glasses whispered, calling her baby and praising her recklessness. Qian Shishi caressed her body, seducing Dashia men to approach, while secretly thinking that if this act succeeded, she would indulge even more tonight. Qin Feng observed from above, realizing the leader was Chiu Haonan, codename Heavenly Walker. This traitor once leaked intel to Ilisi, only exposed and punished in Year 7. He loudly slandered while Qin Feng realized Chiu Haonan and Qian Shishi had colluded long ago. The two staged this show only to test his stance. Helping Qian Shishi meant opposing the government, while refusing meant he could not lure her into real-life contact. He laughed, then immediately leapt down to join the battle. To show sincerity, he unleashed Dark Knight Soul Slash, instantly wiping out many, including Qiu Haonan and his teammates, with thousands of damage points. Qian Shishi and her followers were shocked and terrified, unable to believe what had just happened. Qin Feng revealed himself, introducing before them, he was Shadow. He approached directly, frankly greeting Qian Shishi and stating his name. She blushed, her heart racing, infatuated by the strength of the man who appeared. Though shedding regretful tears, she resented that the man she admired belonged to Dashia, the enemy she hated. The two black men were astonished, exclaiming in English at damage surpassing 40,000, hailing him as the strongest in the world. But immediately after their heads fell, light bursting forth, all struck with fatal blows of immense damage. Qin Feng coldly said he didn't understand their language but assumed they had insulted him, leaving Qian Shishi stunned. She trembled, clarifying that they were only greeting, not cursing. He glanced and instructed that from now on, to avoid confusion, only Daxia language should be used. He then sternly told Qian Shushu to start the transaction, but first to put her clothes back on. She pulled up her shirt, asking about Qin Feng's head, finding him both strange and irresistibly attractive. Qin Feng replied that his head was still with him and could not be brought into the game, but if she wished, she could see it in reality. Qian Shushi acted trusting, saying she had witnessed his strength and was sure she wasn't deceived. He received 1,500 days of lifespan, then turned to leave, but she called him back. With a wicked gaze, she proposed long-term cooperation and hinted at a new assassination target, inviting him to her home that night. She licked her lips, provocatively saying she could satisfy whatever he wanted. Qin Feng stayed calm, directly asking who the target was and what the reward would be. Qian Shushu vaguely said she would reveal it in person, with a reward far more generous, then set the meeting at Madu Port that night before logging out. He thought the port she mentioned must be her private yacht. At the central monument of Donut City, another development unfolded. Chu Haonan had revived, angrily cursing Shadow for betraying the government. But inwardly, he felt pleased, believing Qian Shushi had succeeded in recruiting Shadow, from which he would benefit. He immediately ordered his men to investigate those in Zhanghai, demanding explanations, then told Lin Qingyue to collect lifespan first in preparation for the next move. Lin Qingyue, with the in-game title Gentle Rain at Night, harbored doubts, believing that if Shadow truly colluded with Ilisi, then even in death he must be eradicated. But she bitterly realized the power gap was too vast. They were slain before even seeing him clearly. In reality, night fell, and a luxurious yacht shone brightly on the sea. A cloaked figure slowly boarded the yacht. It was Qin Feng, who introduced himself to the guards as Shadow, here to meet Ace of Spades. The guards respectfully invited him in and informed inside that the guest had arrived, preparing to depart. He went deeper into the yacht under the escort of bodyguards. The vessel left the port, slowly heading out to sea. Qian Shushu, in a fiery red dress holding 2 glasses of wine, approached to greet him seductively. She drew nearer while praising his mysterious aura in reality. Qin Feng refused to be swayed, coldly asking directly who the assassination target was. Qian Shushi pressed her body close, reproaching him for lacking romance or affection. She handed him a glass, urging him to enjoy the romantic setting and suggesting they drink together to begin the spring night. He calmly raised the glass and drank it all in one go. She laughed loudly in delight, excited that he cooperated. Immediately after, she forcefully pushed him down onto the sofa. She wrapped around his arm, teasingly questioning him. Qin Feng grew suspicious and asked. Then she revealed the wine contained her family's secret formula. She arrogantly declared that anyone who drank would obey. Even Shadow was no exception, then laughed smugly. With lustful eyes, she leaned close, promising that at the peak of pleasure she would remove his hood to see his face, but for now wanted to keep the mystery. She began undressing Qin Feng, then gasped in surprise at how strong and hot a Daxia man could be, trembling with fascination. She grew increasingly aroused, while Qin Feng under the cloak also blushed and sweated. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from him. Flames bound Qian Shushi, making her scream in pain, unable to believe it was fire. At that moment, Qin Feng truly appeared, seizing the necklace from her neck, realizing it was the Aqua Spirit protection that saved her. She panicked as the system revealed the item's full stats. When she clearly saw the man before her, she was horrified, shocked that Qin Feng was here, thinking he had been killed by Shadow. He coldly explained that it was simply because he himself was Shadow. She frantically pointed at the remaining black-cloaked figure, asking who that was. The hooded figure revealed himself as a fanatic follower, shouting in frenzy like a madman. Qian Shishi immediately knelt, trembling and begging, calling him father in hope of mercy. She pleaded to offer all her lifespan, willingly becoming a slave to serve him anytime. Qin Feng sternly demanded the whereabouts of the 5 foreigners who had been with her. With tears streaming, she looked up, begging forgiveness, trembling and calling him Dad. Qin Feng coldly ignored her words and snapped her neck from behind. He picked up Qian Shushi's phone, noting that the 5 others were not present. The system reported he gained 659 years of tradable lifespan. While observing, he regretted the plan, intending first to call the government with her phone. The bright moon shone as the yacht drifted across the sea. Police speedboats rushed in after receiving a report of a massacre. Among the victims was the daughter of Qian Corporation's chairman. The informant insisted the killer's method matched in-game skills, so the investigation team immediately deployed to the crime scene. Chu Haonan stood at the bow in fury, claiming Shadow disregarded the law and killed openly, his heart aching for Shushi. He resolved to use his power to examine the corpse and trace Shadow, then fire with full force, vowing revenge for his lover. The forensic staff confirmed the victim died from a broken neck, with foreign DNA and burn marks in the mouth. Qiu Haonan cursed in rage that Shadow was both brutal and insulting to the corpse. Heavenly Walker swore to bring Qiu Haonan to justice, then touched the corpse to use the skill Dead's last words to trace the culprit within 5 minutes. He suddenly widened his eyes at the information he received. He immediately shouted to his teammates that Shadow was right behind them, at the 6 o'clock direction. As he drew his gun to fire, a flash of green light shot past his head. It was Qin Feng's venomous throwing dart, shattering Qiu Haonan's glasses to the shock of the investigation team. Qiu Haonan collapsed, while teammates panicked and called for their captain. Lin Qingyue and her allies set up a protective barrier, then all fired forward, shouting that Shadow was challenging the government. Qin Feng's voice explained he killed Qiu Haonan for selling secrets to Qian Shishi, affirming the proof was in the phone, urging them to cease fire. An investigator checked Qiu Haonan's phone, confirming contact with Qian Shishi, then suddenly discovered something that made him cry out in fear. The truth emerged. Qian Shishi was actually ace of spades in the game, shocking Lin Qingyue, who demanded to see evidence. The male investigator tried to explain, but she snatched the phone, saying there was nothing to hide. The screen showed intimate scenes between Qian Shishi and Qiu Haonan. Lin Qingyue's face flushed red, awkwardly asking what it meant, while the male investigator stammered. After viewing, she confirmed everything Shadow said was true. She analyzed. The in-game murder was staged to trick Qian Shishi, after which he killed her in reality, then called the police himself to lure Qiu Haonan out. With one move, he eliminated 2 dangerous enemies, leaving Lin Qingyue thinking he was terrifying. The male investigator curiously asked why she stared so intently. She quietly sighed in relief, knowing Shadow wasn't against the government, or else the consequences would be dire, then voiced her thanks to him. She also apologized for firing at him, her hand still gripping the gun. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger and shot herself in the leg, blood gushing. She collapsed, teammates worried. But she signaled she was fine. Tears fell as she prayed for Shadow to continue cooperating with the government. An investigator asked if it was necessary, and she explained caution was needed since his nature was unclear. Meanwhile, Qin Feng silently watched from above. He coldly thought that Lin Qingyue dared to wound herself to prevent conflict, truly worthy of becoming the future leader of Ma Du's government forces. The scene shifted back to the game world. A group of people were fiercely battling a horde of monsters. A young man with a shield called for Tan Xiaodu's support, and she raised her glowing staff. But the healing spell mistakenly targeted the headless monster behind, causing a teammate to be bitten by a man-eating flower, making him angrily scold her as useless. Thanks to the wrong spell, the monster fully recovered. Immediately after, a mysterious beam pierced both the young man and Tan Xiaodu. They died, but were quickly resurrected. Xiaodu cried bitterly, suspecting darkness targeted her for revenge over Song Fei. The young man angrily hit Tan Xiaodu, scolding her for not realizing it was Platinum Assassin Hala, not darkness. He blamed her for misusing the healing skill that triggered the trap and threatened suicide if the guild leader assigned her again, leaving Tan Xiaodu in tears. At that moment, the headless boss slowly approached them. The boy panicked, shouted danger, and fled desperately, abandoning the terrified Tan Xiaodu. In another luxurious mansion, a tray of fruit was violently thrown to the floor, shattering. A red-haired woman screamed over the phone, accusing the government of missing the chance to kill darkness and insulting them as useless at a crucial time. She declared she would not accept excuses, demanding revenge for the slaughtered Dongfang family, blood for blood. She reminded him his father-in-law was also killed and pressed him not to hesitate. Suddenly, a blood-soaked youth called his mother, proposing a plan to kill darkness, with a girl's corpse behind him. The woman asked Nan Tian what plan he had, reminding him he was too young to join the divine game. The boy turned cold and vicious, saying he couldn't enter the game but could plot, lure darkness and trick him into his father's fireworks factory. Once the kill was done, they would blow it up, turning fireworks into a blazing tomb, witnessed by the world, ensuring no one else would be harmed even in failure. Hearing this, the mother rejoiced, praising her son as wiser than adults and mocking the useless Su clan man. Her husband's voice came through the phone, agreeing but warning to keep it secret, as the government still sought to recruit darkness and his elder brothers would oppose. She calmly accepted, saying she would handle it herself, then hung up. Looking at the female corpse in the room, she cursed, asking why she refused to hand over lifespan while the boy blushed and apologized. He admitted he lost control in anger and accidentally beat her to death. The scene shifted into the divine game at the ruins of Mado City. At this moment, Tan Xiaodu's team was once again cut down by the headless boss. Surrounding players panicked at their sudden deaths, suspecting darkness had struck unseen. But soon after, they too were slaughtered by the headless boss. The few survivors could only flee, screaming that darkness was crazily killing everyone. In real life, Qin Feng stood bleeding on the surface of Lake Mado. He admired the scene and decided to extract a hideout there. The system asked if he would spend over 1,300 lifespan to open the soul-calming land. The system announced the shelter was an underground structure and required choosing a position on the map. It also warned old materials would vanish. But Qin Feng confirmed without hesitation. The lake surface began to surge. A crack opened, and the soul-calming land fortress emerged, completing the process. After finishing, Qin Feng said it was time to retrieve the Book of Revelation. Upon entering the game, he received Wang Meng's message that someone accused him of killing indiscriminately. Investigation revealed the true culprit was Platinum boss Hala with invisibility, and they asked for his help. At that moment, more players were killed by the boss. One gamer suddenly cried out that even with level 3 anti-stealth skill, he still couldn't detect it. A player named Anquan La Somat mocked that if they could see the boss, it would be controlled already. Even darkness lost to it. Still bitter about darkness stealing fame, he was hushed by a green-haired girl fearing detection. The group discussed retreating to higher ground for better sight. Just then, Anquan La Somat stepped on a discarded banana peel. He slipped hard, cried out, and instantly drew the boss's attention, which killed 2 teammates, while he miraculously survived. Watching his companions die before his eyes, he cried their names in agony. He glared furiously, cursing the headless boss. The boss charged and swung its sword at him, and Quan La So Mote rolled aside, barely dodging the fatal strike. He froze, realizing he had acted too soon. The boss kept attacking, and he could only roll to survive. He grumbled, asking why it wasn't over yet. He kept rolling circles around the boss while the boss stood motionless. After a while, he grew dizzy, groaning that he was at his limit. His vision blurred. He thought the boss vanished, but it had actually gone invisible. He complained of dizziness and blurred sight. The boss suddenly reappeared, striking a fatal blow that made him vomit blood. He collapsed dead, dropping years of lifespan. At that moment, Qin Feng appeared behind the boss like the wind. He unleashed a powerful skill, stabbing the boss for over 28,000 damage. Qin Feng's eyes flashed as he asked if the boss was Hala. The story flashed back to a few minutes before Qin Feng arrived. Many players pointed at Tan Xiaodu, accusing her of exposing a skill that let the boss lock on to their respawn point. She burst into tears, insisting it wasn't intentional. They scolded her for low skill, but Chen Wu-ming angrily ordered silence, afraid of luring the boss back. He turned to Tan Xiaodu, saying she was unfit for combat and should search for hideouts instead. He promised lifespan rewards if she found rare spots, regretting once thinking she was a treasure. He added she'd gain 1 extra day of lifespan daily, but warned constant deaths were wasteful, then granted her 2 tradable days, making Tan Xiaodu happily thank him. Other female gamers grew jealous, thinking she faked weakness to get close to the guild leader, and plotted to imitate her. At that moment, Qin Feng struck, killing the headless boss and questioning if it was Hala, leaving Chen Wu-ming bewildered. The boss's body gradually dissipated. Qin Feng rose under everyone's stunned gaze. Chen Wu-ming was so shocked his jaw dropped. Then he suddenly punched the nearby man so hard his eyes bulged. At that moment, Tan Xiaodu was shrouded by vague, shadowy figures. She trembled in sweat, making those nearby back away in fear. Chen Wu-ming coldly kicked her and the phantoms far away, stunning the crowd. Tan Xiaodu was hurled into the air, screaming in terror. 4 headless bosses appeared immediately, surrounding her. The An Quan La So Mat group arrived, shocked to find 5 boss entities in total, with 1 just slain by Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng, Tan Xiaodu's eyes lit with hope, thinking she was saved. She cried and screamed, "Darkness, big brother," begging for rescue. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed as he unleashed the shadow shield slash toward both the boss and Tan Xiaodu. At that moment, both the boss and Tan Xiaodu fell together. Both were struck by the skill. The boss was destroyed, and Tan Xiaodu also died. Qin Feng gained massive experience, evolution, and over 1,500 tradable lifespan days. He immediately gagged and cursed his bad luck. Then he used the greedy hand skill to collect all lifespan, discovering the boss had absorbed untradable life force from many players. At that moment, An Yu's group appeared, and she joyfully asked to buy it, making Qin Feng speechless at always running into her. He said they arrived at the right time, hinting at another treasure location and offering to guide them if the price was fair. An Yu quickly agreed. Qin Feng instructed Wang Meng's group to follow him, but excluded An Yu for a special reason. An Yu playfully pouted about discrimination, joking, he must like men. Qin Feng grew annoyed and knocked her on the head with a loud thump. He explained that to the north was the Tower of Divine Fist, full of rewards, but its NPCs were sexist. If women joined, the difficulty increased tenfold. An Yu fumed, cursing the discriminatory NPCs, then dragged her teammates to grind monsters elsewhere in anger, bidding farewell before leaving. Qin Feng led the way ahead, sending a party invitation, which thrilled Wang Meng's group, excited for their first chance to fight alongside a top master. Wang Meng's group panted, complaining that Qin Feng's slow walk was still faster than their full sprint, admiring his speed. Meanwhile, Qin Feng calmly walked, opened the system panel, and checked loot, finding over 20 items, 2 suited for assassins. One was the bone dagger Xian Bai, assassin weapon, attack 388, armor penetration 125, boosts strength and agility, with an effect doubling speed and plus 130% evasion for a few seconds. He tested it, saw it was far stronger than his old weapon, with penetration and speed, judging it a valuable gear. The second was the Dark Blade, platinum weapon, fires dark sword beams, dealing plus 600 elemental damage, removes buffs, cooldown Tilon 13s, requiring level 14. He noted its base damage wasn't high, but effects were useful, so he spent evolution points to upgrade it from platinum to legendary, greatly boosting dark damage and cutting cooldown to just a few seconds with crit hits reducing cooldown by 3 more seconds. Qin Feng was surprised and delighted, realizing the skill could nearly be spammed with under 1 second cooldown. At that moment, he remembered Wang Meng's group and turned around. But when he looked back, they were nowhere in sight, puzzling him where they went. In fact, they had fallen behind nearly 2 kilometers. One exhausted player collapsed, panting that Qin Feng's pace was unbearable. He begged that he couldn't continue. Wang Meng supported and encouraged his teammate to grit his teeth and keep going. By then, Qin Feng had reached a towering structure. He confirmed to himself this was the intended place. He said inside, an NPC would appear with a trial, and the stronger the player, the higher the prices the NPC set. Thus he decided to use only part of his strength to avoid being overcharged, and encouraged the group, saying passing 1 gold boss would mean success. When Qin Feng glanced back, he saw Wang Meng's group looking grim, for reasons unknown. Wang Meng, still panting, gave a thumbs up to reassure they would fulfill the mission. Hearing this, Qin Feng added that after passing the trial, they could buy rare items, instructing everyone to trade only in team chat so the NPC wouldn't overhear, and the group trudged in. They pushed the door open and entered with Qin Feng. Inside, the boss appeared, laughing as it welcomed the group from Blue Star, mocking that they must be lost since the gods abandoned the game. It introduced this as the Tower of Divine Fist, where anyone passing the trial could trade with it. The teammates were shocked at the NPC, with one nervously asking how the trial battle would work. Qin Feng said the fight would be easy if they followed his commands, but one player kept asking details about timing, phases, and boss skills. He even asked about movement, critical skills, target lock, weaknesses, and duration, making Qin Feng and Wang Meng sweat. Wang Meng explained his nickname was Fake Dog, as he became overly cautious after losing teammates. Qin Feng ignored him, stepped forward announcing readiness, while the man still unprepared, and the NPC started anyway. The NPC declared the battle begun, allowing no delays. A violent dark vortex appeared in midair. From it emerged a level 20 boss, the water puppet Black Winestone, gold grade. One teammate feared since their highest level was only 11, but Qin Feng reassured them, telling Wang Meng to go first. He nodded at once. Wang Meng raised his shield, using a charge skill to rush the monster. The boss instantly swung a massive blow at him. The strike hurled Wang Meng back, alarming teammates, but Qin Feng quickly sped up to catch him. Qin Feng reassured them not to worry about him, then ordered archers to fire from range and swordsmen to strike 3 times on landing. The group obeyed. Archers shot arrows that made the boss scream in pain. Then swordsmen unleashed triple slash in succession. The boss opened its mouth, showing sharp white fangs. It smashed its huge arms down, blood spilling constantly from its mouth. Dark energy waves spread out from its body. Qin Feng warned the boss had entered berserk mode, telling the team to avoid the black oil, his eyes turning serious. Dark energy blasted in all directions, the group dodging just in time while shouting danger. Qin Feng used Shadow Blade, a purple knife manifesting from him. The blade pierced the boss, dealing 4,500 critical damage. That strike erased the berserk effect, returning the boss to normal. Wang Meng teased if Big Brother unequipped gear, the damage looked too low. Others joked he acted so well, pretending weak to fool the NPC. An archer asked why Qin Feng knew the NPC's pricing rules so clearly. He explained that since the gods abandoned the game, many secrets lay hidden in ruins, requiring perseverance to discover and accumulate knowledge. Hearing this, Wang Meng's group fell silent, feeling uneasy. Suddenly the boss roared, energy gathering into a sphere in its mouth. Qin Feng warned it was about to spin clockwise and breathe fire, and black oil plus flames would kill in just 3 seconds. However, a swordsman ran the wrong way, making Wang Meng panic and shout a warning. Qin Feng immediately said it was too late to dodge, ordering Wang Meng to activate immortality to save his teammate. Wang Meng rushed forward to block, using his shield to save Lao Chu. Qin Feng praised him and told him to unleash his strongest skill once the fire went out to maximize damage. When the flames died, the whole team immediately charged to attack the boss. Continuous critical strikes landed, the boss's HP dropped rapidly, and its body cracked open amid miserable roars. Finally, the level 20 black wine stone water puppet collapsed, and Wang Meng's group stood proudly in joy. Qin Feng quietly concluded that the boss's key point was its berserk state below 70% HP. Once dispelled, its strength was only equal to a silver-tier boss. An NPC reappeared, laughing and congratulating them as the first team to pass the trial. He declared that by paying with lifespan, they could exchange for the Divine Tree Scripture. Nanwu Jueli sells Divine Tree books that can craft items. Xiaoyun curiously looks at the NPC named Weekly and notices he has 6 fingers. Weekly narrows his eyes with killing intent. Lightning shoots from his gaze, instantly killing Xiaoyun and draining nearly 100,000 HP. Xiaoyun dies, dropping 2 life orbs, and Wang Meng confusedly asks why the NPC attacked. Tan Feng mocks Xiaoyun's game name, implying its uncertainty. He reassures teammates that NPCs won't attack unless forbidden topics are touched. Here, his fingers. Wang Meng nervously asks if Tan Feng can win, but he shakes his head, admitting he isn't strong enough yet. In truth, NPCs were once gods, now bound by laws to act as merchants, trading lifespan for items. Wang Meng inspects the books and is shocked they can turn lifespan into real-life usable items. Xiao Wu excitedly says with them they'll have food even in disasters and points to a mechanical maid book to buy. While they hesitate, Tan Feng buys all 9 books for 9,000 days of lifespan, thinking of prestige from the Divine Authority Tower. He raises his head to request the hardest challenge, but Weekly mocks him as incapable, though Tan Feng still asks for details. Weekly explains difficulty has 5 levels, with the 5th being Golden Boss, 5-fold in all stats. Wang Meng and Xiao Wu panic, fearing dodging skills is already hard, let alone facing such boosted HP and defense. Weekly coldly warns that if they die inside, the challenger's lifespan will belong to him. Tan Feng firmly confirms he wants the challenge. Weekly laughs, calling him arrogant for courting death so early in the game. A golden puppet instantly appears, its power magnified 5-fold. Tan Feng shows no fear, testing his new weapon, recalling this foe once had 2,000% summon boost, not just 500%. He vanishes into the air, hurling a poisoned throwing blade at the boss. Then he activates Black Flame, lowering 7% defense and resistance, poisoning the puppet, which counters with fierce fire. Instantly, Tan Feng triggers the white bone grip effect, doubling speed for 5 seconds. His body blurs like a ghost, dodging the fire attack completely. The monster's flame breath misses, leaving it weakened with no way to dispel. Tan Feng appears behind it. He swings his sword hard at its head, reactivating his speed boost. Without lingering, he retreats right after landing a critical strike. Xiao Wu thinks he's using invisibility non-stop, but Wang Meng believes it's due to extreme speed. The boss suffers another of Tan Feng's moves, the dangerous Dark Soul Slash. He circles the enemy like a phantom, spamming Shadow Slash with black flames, cutting defense and resistance by 64%, as massive damage numbers burst out. Tan Feng sees HP drop fast, silently grateful for the ancient divine stele, or else his skill's max damage would only be half. Wang Meng is horrified seeing the boss lose 1/3 of its HP, while Xiao Wu admires the terrifying evolution of Shadow Slash. From above, Weekly realizes the situation exceeds expectations, suspecting Tan Feng's talent is far beyond common sense. Tan Feng calmly waits for Dark Soul Slash to trigger, doubling strike damage every second. The golden puppet immediately suffers heavy injuries, roaring in agony. Poison combined with Dark Soul Slash inflicts massive continuous damage, with HP loss rising to terrifying levels. Even boosted fivefold, the boss falls instantly. System announcing Tan Feng cleared Tier 5 and gained fame points from all 4 prior tiers. He becomes the world's first to conquer the Tower of Divine Authority solo challenge. The total fame points earned this time is 75. At the same time, all global players receive notice of Darkness's record-breaking feat. The community erupts since no one had heard of the Tower of Divine Authority, all buzzing over Tan Feng surpassing everyone. At this moment, Jue Li realizes he's been outplayed. Cursing in rage and regretting not charging tens of thousands more lifespan days. Furious, he bursts with blinding light, shouting for all to disappear from his sight. Wang Meng squints to avoid the glare, Xiao Wu trembling in panic, thinking the NPC unleashed a killing move. Explosions roar as the light wave crashes down on the group. Only Tan Feng remains calm, while his 2 teammates scream in fear, holding their heads. In the end, they are safely teleported out of the area. Wang Meng and Xiao Wu are stunned to realize they are unharmed. Xiao Wu confirms this is outside the Tower of Divine Authority. Wang Meng sighs in relief, and Tan Feng reminds them NPCs cannot kill players. He turns away, saying he's done and wants to log out for dinner. Teammates thank him and ask to join next time. Tan Feng agrees, and Xiao Wu politely bids farewell. In reality, inside Tan Feng's underwater base, the system records he exchanged 9 divine tree books for 90 days of lifespan. Immediately after, he spends another 106 years of lifespan for luxury furniture, supplies, and a mechanical maid. A cat-eared girl-shaped robot appears, sweetly introducing herself as capable of managing all chores and ready to serve her master. Tan Feng reclines on a soft chair, ordering the maid to clean and prepare food, and she promptly obeys. Meanwhile, in Shanghai City in real life, a corpse covered with a white sheet is revealed, leaving only 1 foot wearing a red shoe. Nai Liang reviews the file, noting this is the 3rd female victim this week, identical to the 2 prior. Limbs severed and eyes gouged. The director asks about leads. Nai Liang shakes his head, saying the killer knows inspection methods too well, dumping bodies outside effective hours. The director orders subordinates to contact On Yu to accelerate career rank up, determined to catch the killer. Subordinates agree, while Nai Liang's hesitation draws his attention. He suspects Darkness is involved, as log-in-log-out times coincide with victims' deaths. The director ponders, saying timing alone isn't enough proof, but Nai Liang presses, warning that public rumor already claims Darkness is the killer and the government is shielding him. The director sternly warns Nai Liang not to let personal grudges with On Yu or Darkness interfere, and assigns the tech team to support the case non-stop. After speaking, he turns away to give orders to others. Nai Liang stays behind, grinding his teeth in anger, but agreeing. Inside the game, at the ruins of Mado. After resting, Tan Feng logs back in, hidden before a massive structure. He realizes it's the Evil Spirit Academy. Risky, but shielded by the strongest barrier in the area. The system reports he spent 2.74 years of lifespan to establish a guild named Ying. He plans to seize the academy under the guild's banner, gaining a strong foothold in Mado. Finishing his thought, he departs, remembering that shelters can teleport between Shanghai and Mado conveniently. He enters the academy while invisible. The first stretch is easy, with no monsters encountered. The unusual emptiness makes him suspicious. By the 3rd basement floor, it's still silent, suggesting someone strong cleared the way earlier. Suddenly, mocking laughter echoes, signaling an ambush. Now you have no escape. Tan Feng turns and sees a young girl surrounded by 3 Tula Dian guild members, desperately crying for help. Cornered with no way out, she begs them not to come closer. Behind her is a sea of lava. The axe wielder mocks. The blonde says they'll hand her to a powerful woman's daughter, and the blind green-haired one forces her to reveal her real-world address, threatening to drain her lifespan if she resists. The blonde calculates, suggesting about 30 years of lifespan since she twice killed Madame Dongfang in-game. Seeing her pale face, He smirks and proposes a deal. Hand over 30 years and then be abused by them. The girl trembles with tears, asking nervously what kind of play they mean. The axe wielder bursts into triumphant laughter. The blonde pulls down his pants to expose himself, openly humiliating her. He flaunts his body as a weapon of domination, arrogantly claiming he will start first. She looks at it in fear, silently assessing the situation. Finally, she sobs and pleads for the single condition that they release her afterward. The blonde signals his companions, ordering her to start with him, then move to the second, arrogantly demanding she approach. Under depraved pressure, she steps forward weakly, trembling, but as she nears, her eyes suddenly turn cold and sharp. She aims at him and throws a poisoned dart with resolve. Before it leaves her hand, the blind one reacts, activating an electric shock to block it. He slams her to the ground with his overpowering body. Another casually remarks she isn't obedient at all. Pinned down, she coughs harshly, struggling to rise. The blonde doesn't relent, sitting on her and forcing her to open her mouth as his final command. Suddenly, she smiles coldly and whispers farewell. The cloth wrapped on her hand gains power, sharpening like a blade and slicing off the axe wielder's head. The blind, green-haired man is stunned, not understanding what just happened with the chain. Before he can react, the cloth wraps tightly around his neck. It constricts and crushes his head under brutal force. Tan Feng witnesses the scene, guessing her class is the martial chain blade, leaving him astonished. She stomps hard, crushing the blonde's tool underfoot. Cloth wraps around her body as she curses the beasts, and Tan Feng deduces her profession is a top-tier class with a strange name. She grits her teeth, vowing revenge against Dongfang Yue, her words dripping with hatred. After finishing the thugs, she retracts the strange weapon and introduces herself as a Huang Quan assassin known as Gui Ling. Tan Feng recognizes her, recalling this rare hidden assassin class once ranked among the world's top 10 in his past life. But because she opposed the Su clan in Mado, her identity was exposed. She fought thousands alone until exhausted to death, leaving regret for his whole guild. He thought he'd never meet her again, yet fate brought them together. He reveals himself to greet her, wondering about the name Dongfang Yue she mentioned, since in his memory the Dongfang clan was wiped out by him. Seeing someone appear, Guiling assumes it's another pursuer, snorts coldly, and attacks, forcing Tan Feng to dodge while he explains he's not an enemy. She remains skeptical, thinking the coincidence too strange, and decides to strike first, hurling chain blades with cold words demanding his death. The sharp chain blade flies forth, powerful enough to make its target explode like the Tula Dian members earlier. The sharp chain coils tightly around Tan Feng's body, leaving no gaps. Yet when the chains squeeze, inside is only shadowy illusion. No real body. Tan Feng's half-real figure appears right behind her, thinking he must prove his strength to talk, and decides to play a match. Gui Ling retreats quickly in shock, still determined to swing her chain blades at the mysterious foe who flickers in and out. To stay safe, she uses stealth shadow, blending into darkness to wait for her chance. Her body vanishes before him, not realizing she's repeating tricks against a true master. Tan Feng chuckles lightly, mocking that stealth move. He then activates his own stealth shadow, disappearing on the spot. Both assassins conceal themselves, the atmosphere on the bridge over the lava lake turning eerily silent and tense. Invisible, Gui Ling strains her eyes but sees nothing. Confident in her level 4 anti-stealth from the Huang Quan assassin, she is shocked not to detect him, briefly suspecting he is darkness. At that moment, Tan Feng appears right behind her, deliberately teasing her aloud. Startled, Gui Ling retreats quickly, slashing fiercely with her chain blades, cursing that even high-level anti-stealth is useless against him. She raises 2 fingers before her lips, chanting a spell to unleash the skill Demon Soul Pursuit. The arrowhead on her weapon suddenly sprouts eyes, staring fixedly at Tan Feng. A tracking mark appears on his forehead, making him visible even while hidden. Seeing Gui Ling's weapon relentlessly pursuing, he looks slightly surprised. Tan Feng mutters, wondering if this weapon can lock onto his coordinates. Guiling proudly controls her weapon, believing that even though she's blind, it can still recognize targets. Indeed, no matter how Tan Feng runs, it keeps tailing him. Dodging, he assesses that this class can break anti-stealth, quite impressive. Then he changes tactics, circling around her so the chain winds back toward its master. After stretching it to the limit, he smiles, declaring this is its weakness. Stretched to the extreme, the weapon backfires, making its wielder cry out in pain. Holding one end, Tan Feng suspends her upside down and coldly says he is darkness, not Dongfang Yue's lackey. If he wanted her dead, she'd already be gone. Without releasing, he presses further. Is the Dongfang Yue she mentioned from the Dongfang family of Zhanghai? Hung helpless, Guiling admits it's true, but explains she married into the Su family, so they weren't too close. Tan Feng nods, realizing one link remained when he destroyed the Dongfang clan before. Hearing this, Guiling opens her mouth wide in shock. Had he really erased the entire Dongfang family? She quickly seizes the chance, begging for alliance against Dongfang Yue and urging him to let her down. With the needed info, Tan Feng lets go, dropping her to the ground. As she recalls her weapon, he asks about the terms of cooperation. Why must she kill Dongfang Yue? At the mention, her face twists with hatred, saying it's to avenge her family. She briefly recounts how before the game existed, Dongfang Yue drunk drove, killing her mother, yet was shielded by the Su family and went unpunished. That discovery enraged her father, who sought evidence to charge the powerful woman. At this point, she breaks down crying, tears streaming down her cheeks before revealing something shocking. She cannot erase the final memory. The next day, her father's body was pulled from the water, ruled a suicide from mental collapse. That time became the darkest of her life. When she sought justice, Su family guards beat her nearly to death, leaving her in despair. Fortunately, fate didn't abandon her, for an opportunity arose in the virtual world. She chose the assassin's path, grinding levels madly to seek revenge. In the game, she could kill her, but it required spending her lifespan for real-world effect. She bitterly recounts that after every revival, many hired killers hunted her, and the rest of the story Tan Feng already knew. Realizing her strength is insufficient, the girl tearfully begs the leader of darkness to help her end her hatred and kill the enemy. Faced with her tearful plea, he ponders for a moment, then tactfully refuses the direct request. Believing the refusal is due to lack of benefit, she instantly promises to offer everything: wealth, experience points, gear, and the rest of her life, in exchange for help. Tears stream again as she swears she's willing to be a slave if only he avenges her. He silently observes, realizing her determination is truly firm. Calculating inwardly, he explains he cannot kill the target for her, that vengeance must be hers alone. He declares he'll support in other ways, but success or failure depends on her ability and fate. One chance closes, but another opens. Confused, she asks how he will assist. He coldly suggests she join the group he leads to gain the backing she needs. Instantly, he sends her an invitation to join the Darkness Guild. After checking system data and seeing only him in it, she realizes this is a chance from the strongest in the virtual world, and without hesitation, accepts. The system confirms her entry. At the same time, he accepts her as a friend. Now she belongs to the same organization, only needing to proceed with class advancement. He doesn't reveal much, only guiding the concept of advancement, leaving her to explore and return upon success. He skillfully sparks her resilience, warning that if she fails at even this small task, then revenge should be abandoned. Kneeling on the ground, she accepts his words, her eyes blazing with resolve. After advising her, he vanishes from the depths of Evil Spirit Academy. Musing that the Huangquan assassin has immense potential, once she matures, she might become his support. Pondering this, he heads deeper into the vast library. There awaits the Guardian, a level 15 platinum aberrant demoness Chistana with 4 vicious heads guarding the academy. After observing, he immediately acts, charging into battle. His first strike, Dark Night Ring, lands with over 26,000 critical damage. In the opening phase, only 1 head is active and immune to physical damage, forcing him to use weaker elemental skills. He summons Shadow Blades, combining gear boosts for speed and cooldown reduction to maintain rhythm. Thus, nearly every step he hurls a blade, unleashing dozens in succession. The skill turns him into a mobile cannon, countless blades embedding into the boss's head. Its HP plummeting under chain crits. An explosion erupts. The golden head shatters, signaling the next phase with 3 heads awakening. The remaining 3 roar in fury, bodies spinning and whirling violently. It casts skills everywhere, ground trembling as all 3 heads fire death beams simultaneously. Amid the fierce assault, he still dodges gracefully, movements agile like a dancer. At the same time, he keeps hurling poisoned blades in succession, each a critical hit, boss HP dropping with massive notifications. Eventually, each head explodes one after another. After finishing the battle, he turns away, ending the deadly dance. Behind him, a violent explosion erupts, and the system immediately issues a notice. The player has slain the aberrant demoness, Chistana. Reward: 50,000 experience and a key to a platinum-tier shelter in Evil Spirit Academy. The system also announces he can now advance his class. Tan Feng wastes no time, choosing advancement at once. After updating, the Darkness class ascends to Tier 2. Profession stats increase. Strength, 9 to 27. Constitution, 9 to 27. Agility, 24 to 72. Spirit, 15 to 45. He reviews his stats. Level 15. Non-tradable lifespan, 4,515 233 days. Tradable lifespan, 5666.25. Strength, 129 to 147. Constitution, 184 to 202. Agility, 260 to 316. Spirit, 101 to 131. HP, 2608. Physical damage, 535. Cooldown speed, 85%. Resistances updated. He also unlocks a new Tier 4 passive skill. New effect: attacking while hidden no longer breaks stealth and still triggers anti-stealth effects. Holding the shelter key, Tan Feng is satisfied. Profession stats tripled. Attacks don't break stealth. Tier 2. Darkness has fundamentally transformed. Moments earlier, outside the academy, Guiling spots the enemy's arrival and grows alert. The axe wielder mocks her past mistake, while the blonde smugly boasts he's summoned all Tula Dian guild members. They waste no time. The guild thugs strike immediately, the axe wielder charging and threatening harsher blows this time. A thunderous crash. His massive axe slams the ground with earth smash, forcing Guiling to retreat. As an assassin weak in frontal fights, she slips into stealth to ambush and find a chance to kill. But this time, the enemies came prepared, tossing a flare. The flare bursts like the sun, a tool detecting stealth within limits. Guiling's stealth resistance isn't enough. She's instantly exposed. At once, the axe wielder kicks her down. He steps on her head, licking his lips in contempt, growling that he'll teach her a lesson. Guiling pulls out a green potion and coldly vows not to submit. But pinned, they block her from drinking it. A foot crushes her hand, knocking the vial away. The blonde picks it up, reading Rebirth Poison. Half lifespan consumed to respawn, while the axe wielder marvels at her courage. Yet the stronger a woman is, the more men crave to dominate. The blonde crudely presses on her, saying he likes it. Suppressed by a scoundrel grinding against her face, she can't hold back tears, furious again at her powerless weakness. Just then, the system publicly announces to all inside Evil Spirit Academy, the Platinum tier shelter there now belongs to Guild Ying. Activating the barrier, all non-Shadow Guild members are treated as illegal intruders, and illegal intruders must be punished immediately. The system announces a purge. Thunder strikes from the sky, blasting the bodies of the Tula Dian Guild members. Within moments, they all turn into lifespan orbs around the ghost spirit, System announces purge complete. After calming down, she realizes Evil Spirit Academy is a guild's hideout, meaning the Shadow just defeated the Guardian and took its key. After defeating the Evil Spirit Academy Guardian boss, Tan Feng received items: a Jade-grade Demoness mutated ring, usable by all classes, plus 22 to all stats, plus 30% cooldown speed, level 14 required. Unique effect, plus 25% skill range, plus 10% AoE damage. Second item is a platinum-grade poison trap for assassins/hunters, placing a level 5 hidden trap that deals 500 poison elemental damage, slows, and applies poison damage for 5s. Slow 50%, poison damage 100% per second. Up to 3 traps can be placed. Cooldown 10s, effectively 4.65s. Trap lasts 3,600s. After checking the 2 items, Tan Feng nods with satisfaction. Both suit assassins. The ring is great, as Shadow Slash and Dark Night Flower Ring are AoE skills. Checking evolution points, he has 363, just enough to evolve Backstab Enhancement to Legendary. He spends 340, leaving 23. Upgrading from Epic to Legendary, back attacks increase from plus 75% to plus 100% damage. Legendary bonus: all damage while stealth counts as backstab. Tan Feng is thrilled, as this boosts damage and safety. At this moment, player Xiaohei, IGN Dai Li Zi, messages Tan Feng. God tier, I found ruins. Want to come? He replies with interest. Where? Xiaohei answers. At Zhanghai Ruins, on a cliff near the temple entrance, with murals identical to Xinshou Town ruins. Tan Feng wonders why Xiaohei's group didn't try, but they explain the teleport orb after clearing monsters doesn't work. The system says only a fated one can enter, so they suspect Tan Feng. He agrees to try, bringing gear from Mado Ruins to Zhanghai via teleport. While traveling, he hears Xiaohei complain Zhanghai authorities lack lifespan and should sell directly to Mado instead. On a cliff near the Zhanghai Ruins, a figure sits enjoying the breeze. That person is Xiaohei, with a sheep-camel-like mount beside her. While she relaxes, Tan Feng suddenly appears behind, asking about the ruins' location. Xiaohei and her mount panic in fright. Tan Feng suppresses a laugh and calmly says he'll be careful next time. She then points down the cliff to the entrance, making Tan Feng curious how she found it. She hesitates, saying it's a long story. She briefly explains it was thanks to finding her mount there, the little sheep, while Xiaohei was playing with it. 2:35. A silver boss suddenly appeared, startling her and the sheep, and she fell off the cliff. She landed awkwardly but was caught by trees below, thus discovering the place. After finishing, she leads him down carefully, warning if she dies, call An Yu and Wang Meng for help. Unlike her caution, Tan Feng jumps lightly and lands safely, praising her discovery. She compares him, saying his movement surpasses Wang Meng. She then takes Tan Feng into the cave, where her team already cleared and scouted the maze ahead. Worried for allies, Tan Feng advises minimizing deaths to avoid lifespan loss. She smiles, saying she has a backup plan, surprising him. She reveals her team often lures life-draining monsters into ruins' sealed spots to use them. After killing them, they drop untradeable lifespan, which her team stockpiles for emergencies. Tan Feng praises the clever idea, guessing it must be from An Yu. Xiaohei is surprised he guessed right. He only smiles, remembering in his past life it was also An Yu's idea, then follows her to the floating light orb. She touches it. System says she's not the fated one. She lets Tan Feng try, guessing it's tied to the ancient temple. Tan Feng nods and reaches toward the teleport orb. When he touches it, no system message appears. Instead, the orb bursts into brilliant light. Xiaohei shields her eyes from the glare. Then Tan Feng and the orb both vanish. She exclaims, he really is the fated one. Tan Feng reappears in a vast ice cavern. System announces remote communication is blocked. In the unfamiliar place, His first move is activating stealth. Surveying the terrain, he mutters, "This is the Twilight Ice Cave." The system assigns a quest to protect the Twilight Ice Crystal. Startled, he looks at the shining crystal above, guessing its destruction would trigger a catastrophic ice wave. Surrounded by many passages, he realizes monsters will swarm to destroy the crystal, and if it falls, he dies too. He readies the poison trap, knowing failure means losing the chance to return and no rewards, but still chooses to try. After planning, he invests evolution points into the poison trap. System announces 3 levels spent, leaving 17 points. The poison trap is upgraded from Platinum to Jade, then Diamond, then Epic, greatly boosting poison damage, duration, trap limit, and durability. After upgrading, he quickly sets poison traps at all entrances to the central area. His mission handling ability rises sharply, enhanced further by the ring's wider skill range. The traps expand, sealing exits and blocking monsters from escaping. Tan Feng is satisfied that the traps now fully cover the paths, ensuring monsters trigger them. As soon as setup is done, blood-red eyes flash in the dark, signaling monsters approaching. He stays in stealth by the Twilight Ice Crystal, calmly watching. Soon, monsters stumble into the poison traps at the entrances. The traps explode, venom spreading across exits, inflicting continuous heavy damage. Other cave entrances also detonate, maintaining damage streams until all monsters fall. The repeated damage wipes out every monster. None reach the crystal. He hardly needs to move. Stealthed, all damage counts as critical, easily killing mobs and defending the crystal. Just as Tan Feng grows complacent, an arrow suddenly shoots from the dark. Startled, he whirls and reacts instantly. Lightning fast, his body blocks the arrow as his auto shield activates, nullifying the strike. Tan Feng coldly glares toward the attacker. A monster archer appears, making him frown at this ranged threat. Meanwhile, outside the Mado ruins, the sky is thick with dust. A veiled female mage faces a blonde dwarf from the Tu La Dian Guild. She is Dongfang Yue, known in-game as Feng Ni Jutian, demanding why he abandoned the ghost spirit hunt tied to the shadow. Hearing that name, the blonde man pales, admitting he dares not interfere and tells her to find someone else. Dongfang Yue rages, unleashing magic power, threatening to kill him in real life since she knows his secrets. Her fierce gaze and bulging veins signal she is about to strike. But before she can, a hammer-like punch smashes into her face. The blonde man strikes first. The blow knocks her flat, face twisted, teeth scattering. He jumps on her, stabbing wildly with a dagger, screaming over long humiliation, declaring he can't face the shadow but can kill her easily. The crazed blonde vents his fury. The proud noblewoman cannot resist, and finally, Feng Ni Jutian is declared dead by the system. Dongfang Yue panics and logs out, screaming in her home with hatred, believing she was betrayed. In real life, she calls her husband, weeping that Tu La Dian killed her, demanding he retaliate. Her husband, shocked, confirms Tu La Dian was the group she herself hired to hunt Ghost Spirit. She explains they fled in fear of the shadow. He solemnly vows to crush Tu La Dian after dealing with the shadow, also revealing he has arranged for He Long Dian to stir trouble in Mado. Hearing this, Dongfang Yue's eyes gleam with malice, calling both the shadow and Tu La Dian her enemies. She tilts her head back laughing, vowing to avenge the Dongfang clan by slaughtering all foes. Back on the battlefield, Tan Feng unleashes an illusion strike through the monster archer's head, killing instantly. He remains calmly in stealth, fully confident, as every critical strike erases ranged monsters and reduces cooldowns. The system congratulates him for completing the quest, surprising Tan Feng at how quickly it ended. Next to him, the Twilight Ice Crystal shatters into fragments. A radiant treasure chest appears, stunning him since it's an epic chest. Without hesitation, he reaches to open it, recalling the last one granted him a special blessing. The lock clicks, golden light flooding the cavern. From the glow emerges a beautiful, mysterious, enchanting woman. Above her head only shows and her outfit looks both familiar and strange to Tan Feng. He realizes she is the mysterious priestess who appeared with the chest before. She speaks in an ancient tongue, still hard to understand as before. Though he can't master the language, Tan Feng grasps the meaning. He passed 2 trials, chosen as a special figure, likely thanks to the judge's eye. During their dialogue, the priestess transforms, revealing the ancient god is dead and granting him inheritance of the judge's power. As she speaks, her body radiates sacred golden light. She undergoes a ritual-like change, her hands turning into pure white gloves, her dark gown into shining white. Even her concealed hair becomes dazzling platinum. Fully transformed, she reveals herself as the three-eyed goddess, declaring she will watch his path to becoming the true judge god. She presents a radiant golden bell, calling it his gift. The system immediately displays its info, the summoning bell of Az. Forged by Az with divine rules, it unlocks at levels 25, 35, 50 to summon her descent and open ruin trials, completing all 3 lets as reside at the base, aiding skill upgrades. Tan Feng accepts the bell, finally realizing his earlier encounters were mere lucky fated meetings with minor temples. Az smiles encouragingly, telling him to pick 1 skill for a free upgrade. He ponders, recalling that skills are judged by quality and level. Quality is fixed unless forcibly evolved by special means. Even the weakest skill can become mythic. Level, however, determines actual power. For example, the gap between level 5 and level 50 of the same skill is immense. The hardest is a skill with both high quality and high level, yet Tan Feng chooses to upgrade Grace of Liberation, a top-secret art he believes can be endlessly improved with lifespan. Az gently kisses his hand, softly agreeing to his choice. The system announces, Grace of Liberation rises from level 10 to 16, weak point damage boosted from 300% to 410%, crit chance doubled, and gains an active skill, Dark Soul Slash, dealing 310% damage per second for 3s, with only A7's cooldown. Afterward, Az's body fades into light, leaving a promise to meet again. In her place, a spatial vortex appears, making Tan Feng wonder if it is a teleport gate. He doesn't enter right away, carefully checking and noticing another glow inside the chest, which he picks up. System congratulates him for obtaining Bak Fei's Equal Exchange Pact, Epic Quality. This is a rare defensive item of epic tier. It is assassin-class leg armor, plus 198 physical defense, plus 198 elemental resist, plus 198 damage resist, 19.8% damage taken, whisper resist attribute, and can sacrifice 1 item skill, Ease Epic, to exchange for a same class item of equal level and quality, usable once per hour. For Tan Feng, this pact is priceless. He is delighted since it lets him swap his jade gear into assassin gear. After storing his loot, he enters the teleport gate, thinking Dai Li Zi has indirectly helped him greatly. Outside the cave, Xiao He is still patiently waiting. Surprised, he asks why she hasn't leveled for an hour. She smiles brightly, saying she stayed to guard the god tier from ambush. Moved by her dedication, Tan Feng generously gifts her a newly acquired skill book. Xiao He drools with joy when she sees it's a platinum-level shield skill at level 13, greatly boosting survival. With her reward, she rides off on her little sheep. Tan Feng also logs out, stomach growling, needing food. At the same time, in Jianghai Ruins, the temporary base of the Silver-Rank Holy Knight Guild, Chen Wu Ming cheerfully declares today marks a turning point, as the guild finally has an official home. Their home is just a cramped public restroom, but he insists it's a good start that prevents surprise boss massacres. Members feel proud to have a safe rest spot during grinding, strengthening their camaraderie. Wu Ming does not forget to praise Zhao Du's contribution. He introduces her as the one who discovered this place, prompting cheers and warm applause. Zhao Du hasn't felt such warmth in a long time. She stands on the toilet lid to speak, starting with gratitude to her teachers and friends. She also thanks those who mocked her. saying their scorn made her stronger. With teary eyes, she chokes up about her late parents, believing they would be proud of her now. Xiaodu wipes her tears, but laughs from being overly emotional. Seeing her digress, Wu Ming quickly reminds her to explain how she found the shelter. She honestly admits it all began with a strange dream. In that dream, a mighty warrior led her to seize this place. Because it felt vivid, she tried her luck and surprisingly succeeded. Guild members burst out laughing, thinking she is joking about dreaming of the shelter. Wu Ming nearly laughs too, but restrains himself, pretending serious thanks before teasingly asking if she dreamed anything else. Unexpectedly, she answers sincerely. She innocently says she once dreamed of a grand, bustling shelter, likely platinum grade. The guild bursts into laughter, treating it as a cheerful prophecy of soon having a bigger base. Wu Ming closes the story by trading 1 year of lifespan to reward Xiaodu, who gratefully thanks him. He hugs her, encouraging everyone to follow her example of devotion, saying unity is key to survival in chaos. He then dismisses the meeting, telling some to grind levels while Xiaodu should keep seeking shelters. Blushing at the praise, she agrees. A while later, at Zhanghai ruins, Xiaodu wanders alone, carefully observing her surroundings. She tries to recapture the dream's feeling, convinced the shelter is nearby, but finds nothing. 3 jealous girls secretly trail her. They whisper suspicions that she's searching for a platinum shelter, then hurry after her into a building. Inside the dark space, Xiaodu advances cautiously, her sense of being followed spot on. She closes her eyes to calm herself, reminding that as a life priestess, she can overcome fear. But upon opening them, a monster with eyes growing on its tongue blocks her way. Xiaodu screams in terror. The shock makes her faint and collapse. The soul-sucking hag lunges but misses since its prey is unconscious. It soon notices the 3 others lurking, terrifying them, trembling. They still shout to attack. Yet before acting, one is seized by the creature's horrifying white tentacle. The monster shoves its grotesque eye tongues into the unlucky girl's mouth. The girl's body withers quickly as the system reports her lifespan drained to 0. The platinum-haired girl screams in panic and flees. The horned one also bolts, realizing the beast can drain life completely. Amid the victim's desperate screams, Xiaodu slowly stirs, groaning faintly as her consciousness returns. Hearing the anguished cries behind, she too gasps in fright. While the monster feeds on the 2 fleeing girls, Xiaodu slips deeper into the building. It is pitch dark. She stumbles on a spiral staircase leading down. She finally bangs her head on the floor, luckily losing only HP instead of dying. The pain feels real. Wincing, she sits up, confused about where she is. Before her stands a large, intricately carved door, firmly shut. Wide-eyed, she realizes this is the very entrance from her dream, the platinum shelter, and must inform the guild leader. She messages Wu Ming, reporting the discovery. He immediately orders her to stay put and adds her to the party to locate her. Xiaodu confirms joining and replies she'll remain waiting. Before finishing, an eerie laugh echoes behind her. The soul-sucking hag has silently followed, its eerie tongue-eyes glowing as it stares at her, making Xiaodu shiver in terror. Although terrified to tears, her eyes flash with determination. Gritting her teeth and gripping her staff, she tells herself to stay strong and defeat the foe. Facing the monster, she keeps convincing herself she's no longer weak and can win. Dark green magical energy spreads around her as she mutters about her noble priestess status. This time her spell unleashes venomous vines, striking the target instead of failing. The poison causes continuous bleed damage, numbers flashing rapidly. Xiaodu is overjoyed, jumping and cheering as the toxin gnaws at the enemy non-stop. She releases more poisonous mist to cover the area. The soul-sucking hag suffers heavy DOT, its HP dropping sharply, exciting Xiaodu since the poison is far stronger than normal. But the toxic mist also spreads toward her. She panics, covering her face, realizing she trapped herself in the poisonous cloud. Now both monster and Xiaodu lose HP. Poisoned herself, She gasps in fear, suffocating. As her HP nears 0, she suddenly remembers her life priest detox skill. Near death, Xiaodu casts detox, but mistakenly targets the hag instead of herself. The enemy is unexpectedly cleansed, confused at what just happened. Xiaodu continues inhaling poison and collapses dead. System helplessly announces player Xiaodu put herself on the death board. Since she has a base, she revives at the shelter and instantly receives an angry message from Wu Ming asking what happened. She tearfully claims the monster killed her. Wu Ming, shocked, questions how she escaped since the hag drains lifespan. She happily answers she chose suicide, knowing capture meant death, calling it the only way to survive. Wu Ming praises her cleverness. She thanks him and heads to meet the guild, smug that the stalkers are all dead. At the site, Xiaodu points to the door, calling it the Platinum Shelter. Wu Ming praises her work and promises rewards, and she gratefully thanks him. Wu Ming orders Da Tao's group to clear the surroundings. Da Tao vows none will disturb them, not even the shadow. Next, Wu Ming commands the others to attack the Guardian to seize the shelter, and the guild shouts as they charge. They push on the door, shouting to slay the Guardian, but it remains still, prompting grumbling from behind. After repeated attempts, the vanguard reports the stone door won't open. Wu Ming grows thoughtful. He recalls each shelter in the game has a guardian and thinks he understands. He asserts the stone door itself is the guardian. A member strikes the stone door with a weapon, producing a loud echo. The door shows 320 HP, and everyone cheers, confirming it's the guardian and praising Wu Ming's insight. Wu Ming laughs and orders an all-out attack, declaring it a windfall. The group surges forward. Although the shield is extremely tough and the assault drags on, they pour all skills into battering the door. As soon as he logged in, Tan Feng got a system warning that his shelter was under attack, with the entrance losing 0.7% durability. The defensive barrier was intact, normal teleport was locked, and the system asked if he wanted to use war teleport. With only one war teleport left today, he sneered, realizing the enemy had found his base. However, he stayed calm, knowing their firepower would take long to break through, and decided to ride Wu Lang to check. Immediately, Tan Feng activated stealth and rode the wolf. Soon he reached the outskirts of the shelter. Below, he saw several men chasing a girl, shouting threats not to run. Another suddenly blocked her way, holding a spiked mace to intimidate. He swung it like a baseball bat, striking the girl hard. The blow sent her flying several meters. At once, another used a ranged control skill. Golden swords fell from the air, pinning her body and making her scream in pain. One of them shouted this was the domain of the Holy Knight Guild. Intruders must be punished. Bound, the girl cried, explaining she only passed by, but they framed her to rob. From above, Tan Feng recognized her as Yang Xiaoya, an old colleague who once helped him. On the ground, the bullies kept boasting, and Tan Feng heard enough to confirm the Holy Knight Guild was besieging his shelter. The thugs grinned lewdly, planning to assault her, while Big Head laughed, wanting a share. But just as they laughed, they all collapsed, heads severed. Tan Feng's figure flashed, killing all three instantly. Xiaoya froze in shock, fearing it was the darkness but noticing differences. Before disappearing, Xiaoya caught sight of familiar eyes, her heart shaken, suspecting it was Tan Feng. Tan Feng coldly snapped his fingers. He cast the curse Flower Bloom, making crimson otherworldly blossoms bloom on the corpses. Life and lifespan were drained from the bodies, a horrifying sight before Xiaoya. After ensuring her safety, Tan Feng turned away and slowly vanished in stealth. Noticing the familiar gaze, Xiaoya called out nervously, suspecting it was Tan Feng, but there was no reply. His figure faded quickly. Xiaoya stood dazed, disappointed he had left. She tried convincing herself it was coincidence, since if it were Tan Feng, he wouldn't let his sister be enslaved by that guild. A while later, at the entrance to the soul-purifying land, Wu Ming led the guild to greet him, chanting darkness, praising his immortal fame. After hearing about his subordinate's abuse, he kicked Big Head down, scolded harshly, then apologized to Darkness for poor management. Wu Ming eagerly boasted that since being saved, the whole guild idolized him, vowing to follow the justice of the great Darkness. The guild members inside even fervently confessed admiration, while Wu Ming flatteredly asked the reason for his visit. Tan Feng waited for the right time, then spoke directly, saying he heard they were attacking a shelter. Wu Ming's smile vanished, but under his pressure he still admitted it, timidly asking if Tan Feng also aimed for that place. Tan Feng's eyes flashed cold, bluntly declaring that shelter was his territory. Wu Ming froze in disbelief. All guild members shouted in shock. Sweating, Wu Ming argued that according to reports, Tan Feng only had one base in Madoma, and no one could own two. Then a member named Zi Kui added that under a guild's name, it was possible to own another shelter, leaving Wu Ming pale and stammering. He nodded and slowly confirmed it was true. He owned shelters in both Mado and Jianghai. Hearing this, the guild members worried together. They had trespassed into Darkness's place. This was disastrous. Xiao Yu burst into tears, devastated that this land belonged to Darkness, when in her dreams she never saw him here. Wu Ming knelt, begging forgiveness and asking how to make amends. Tan Feng coldly accused them of damaging his shelter gate. He pretended to ponder, then gave the condition: pay with 500 years of lifespan to settle it. Wu Ming was stunned, mouth agape at the number. The shock made him collapse unconscious, with Big Head and Zikui rushing to help. Zikui supported him and pleaded with Tan Feng to be lenient, begging since the guild leader had fainted. His gaze was icy as he demanded if they knew how costly repairing the gate was. Trembling, they shook their heads silently. Thanks to Zikui's aid, Wu Ming woke and lamented, cursing the 500-year penalty as divine punishment. Thinking of the consequences, Wu Ming grabbed Xiao Yu's collar, blaming her. He accused her of causing disaster and ruining the reputation of the Holy Night Guild. She stayed silent and sorrowful, hiding her true intentions. Then she bowed, sincerely admitting full responsibility, shocking Wu Ming. Xiao Yu stepped forward, offering to bear all punishment and serve as a slave to atone. She begged to dedicate all her future lifespan until the damage was repaid. Her plea moved the guild, but Tan Feng only looked coldly, frowning at Wu Ming. Wu Ming, Big Head, Zi Kui, and the others all wept at her devotion. However, Tan Feng remained indifferent, directly calling the guild leader Chen Wu Ming. Hearing his true name, Wu Ming sweated in terror. Shocked, he knew it. With killing intent in his eyes, he asked sharply, was she worth 500 years of life? Fear spread through Wu Ming under that oppressive aura. As guild leader, Wu Ming quickly understood Xiao Yu's true scheme. Furious, he struck her with a punch, scolding and shoving her away. Get lost, troublemaker. Xiao Yu was knocked down as Wu Ming exposed her plan, deliberately dragging the guild into Darkness's shelter, then faking sacrifice to cling to him. Wishful dreaming. Before fainting, she cursed her plan's failure. Meanwhile, Wu Ming lowered his tone, begging that their small guild couldn't pay 500 years, asking to reduce or change the demand. Tan Feng feigned pity, lowering it to 100 years of lifespan, with the rest paid by slaughter status members, 1 year each. He planned to use this chance to clear his own slaughter status. Wu Ming gladly offered 100 years, which the system confirmed. After that, he quickly gathered all members with slaughter status. Wu Ming urged them to hurry so Darkness wouldn't wait. Meanwhile, Tan Feng checked and began repairing his shelter. The system reported repair costs required 7 days of lifespan. He confirmed without hesitation. Mission complete. The system noted he lost 7 days, but the shelter was restored. Once Wu Ming delivered enough people, Tan Feng unleashed Dark Night Reversal, wiping them all out instantly. The ground was filled with lifespan orbs dropped from their deaths. The system recorded 400 slaughterers eliminated, reducing his status level from 4 to 3. Wu Ming clapped and pretended excitement, praising darkness for punishing violators. Tan Feng coldly ordered their guild to guard the shelter from now on, startling Wu Ming. He explained it was punishment, forcing them to take shifts, warning if enemies attacked, the guild leader would be punished directly. Wu Ming outwardly obeyed respectfully, but inwardly cursed darkness for trapping them in this remote place. Soon after, the system reported another base. Evil Spirit Academy was under attack, with the barrier at 99.8%, asking if he would use War Teleport, with one use left today. Tan Feng's face darkened. Annoyed at trouble at Evil Spirit Academy, he decided to use War Teleport to save time. A glowing array enveloped him. Wu Ming was shocked to see him vanish instantly, while Tan Feng angrily wondered who dared touch his shelter. Once he left, Wu Ming instantly changed attitude, telling the group to retreat. Big Head asked if they weren't supposed to guard. Wu Ming assigned Xiao Yu to take charge instead, leaving her confused. He growled that this was what she always wanted, forcing her to stay and threatening to drain her lifespan if she left. At Evil Spirit Academy near Tichmadu, a group with black dragon tattoos shouted wildly, pounding the gate, reducing the barrier to 51.7%. Not far away, onlookers whispered that daring to provoke darkness meant certain death. It turned out to be the foreign guild motto Black Dragon Hall. At that moment, a hidden figure teleported in. Tan Feng appeared on the rooftop, muttering why this guild targeted him when he'd had no conflict with them. The Black Dragon Hall leader shouted for everyone to unleash full power in one strike. He activated a power-gathering skill, pooling team strength into a dark orb. Then he hurled the pitch-black energy sphere, shouting the skill name. The orb struck the barrier with a blinding explosion, shockwaves blasting backward. The whole guild was blown back by the shockwave, shielding their faces in the smoke. When the dust cleared, the barrier was down to 13%, and they laughed, certain they'd soon break in and seize 100 years of lifespan. Watching, Tan Feng immediately guessed they were commissioned. The only survivor with a grudge was Dongfang Yue. At that moment, pink-violet magic light flared behind with a beastly roar, startling the Black Dragon leader. A magnificent golden dragon appeared in the sky, like from a painting. The giant creature roared, its sound waves spreading violently. All Black Dragon Hall members were stunned, their bodies frozen in place. The leader was dizzy, mind hazy, immobilized mid-air. Some members outside the effect panicked, pointing upward, shouting for everyone to look. They saw a blazing meteor descending, and chaos broke out as they tried to flee. But all were bound tight, terrified and confused what skill this was, why the meteor looked so strange. A deafening explosion rang as the meteor hit, flames bursting outward. When it ended, the ground was full of lifespan orbs, with only one figure left standing. The leader, who thought he'd surely respawn, was shocked to still be alive. He laughed in relief, boasting the meteor only dealt about 3,000 damage, confident thanks to his high health. But before finishing, a shadow flashed and cut off his head. The head rolled as he was instantly sent back to respawn. Others rushed over, puzzled that their leader was killed before they could react. A leading girl holding a brush observed, suspiciously asking if darkness had acted. In fact, Tan Feng stood before her unseen. The shield warrior insisted darkness's power was beyond reason, likely achieving permanent stealth. Realizing the group was familiar, Tan Feng knew they weren't enemies. He noticed the brush-wielding girl was the rare soul painter, in-game name Zhang Kanhuan, titled 10 Miles of Green Mountains. He suddenly understood that the dragon roar and meteor just now were painted by her. The soul painter class could recreate magic skills and summons through drawings, with power depending on strokes, extremely strong in sieges and team battles, but weak in solo fights. Unsure if Tan Feng was present, Kanhuan risked calling out, hoping to negotiate. Tan Feng didn't show himself, only let his voice echo to ask her purpose, startling the shield warrior. Kanhuan brightened and quickly explained she wanted an item related to her class inside his shelter, willing to pay. Understanding her goal, Tan Feng sighed. So in his past life, Evil Spirit Academy was exposed to the Sky Guild because of her. But this time, he had occupied it first. The Sky Guild's leader, Zhang Lao, was once the head of the Motto Chamber of Commerce, later retired to become a streamer. At 73, he often streamed with his granddaughter, gaining fame online with great skill and many high placements in smaller tournaments. Zhang Jianchuan lost her father early, was spoiled by her grandfather, played games with him, and used a new game to found the Sky Void Guild, growing it into Daxia's top 10. Tan Feng had watched their live streams, so he was familiar and welcomed them in person. Zhang Jianshuan's group was surprised when the hideout door suddenly opened, allowing direct dialogue. In the Marduo region, within the Evil Spirit Academy, Tan Feng appeared, sat on the black throne, and asked why they sought him. Zhang Jianshuan introduced herself as a soul painter, needing special materials from the Evil Spirit Academy, mentioning Tan Feng once sold a hideout to the government for 2,000 years of lifespan. She hesitated, but stated clearly that she wanted to buy the Evil Spirit Academy for her profession. Awaiting Tan Feng's opinion, Tan Feng was surprised and praised the Sky Void Guild for accumulating several thousand years of lifespan in such a short time. He refused to sell but allowed them free access to the first floor of the academy. Even with this concession, Zhang Jianshuan still wanted to rent it, offering 500 years of lifespan to use floors 1 to 3 for 3 years. Tan Feng considered it, realizing her profession advancement could be solved without extra conditions. But her insistence on renting showed that the Sky Void Guild actually wanted ties with the dark forces. Seeing him hesitate, Zhang Jianshuan added a new condition to show sincerity. She offered to help Tan Feng eliminate the Black Dragon Hall, which had once attacked his hideout. Tan Feng grew suspicious, noting this meant declaring war on another guild, and asked why she didn't seek her elder's approval. Cam Zhuan happily mentions her grandfather, affirming he is obedient and views the Black Dragon Hall as secondary. Qin Feng praises her decisiveness, agrees to sign, making Cam Zhuan excited and happy. The system announces the lease contract is complete, and Qin Feng gains 500 years of lifespan. He adds that they can safely use the first floor as the barrier will auto-recover. Cam Zhuan cheerfully replies and leaves. After Cam Zhuan departs, Qin Feng blushes, admitting she is livelier in real life than online, then reminds himself to focus on business. He enters his private room, opens the storage, recalls continually making equal exchanges, and decides to try once more. He immediately makes a trade, losing one item to obtain a random object. The system announced the loss of mental training and granted the rare skill Zhui Hongji Ren at Jade level, belonging to the assassin type. This move deals single-target melee damage, adds 4,800 blood element points, increases damage as enemy HP drops up to double, with healing and shield effects. Tan Feng was surprised to receive an execution skill. Execution skills are ultimate moves that require energy accumulation to activate. When used at the right time, this skill can turn the tide of battle. He examined the skill book and praised Zhui Hongji Ren for its overwhelming damage, far beyond his current high-level skills. Without hesitation, Tan Feng spent evolution points to raise the skill from Jade to Legendary, increasing blood damage from 4,800 to 9,000, healing up to 600%, plus a blood shield. He calculated that with damage boost effects, this move could explode to 100,000 damage. With 555 points left, he planned to upgrade another skill to Mythic. The system announced Tan Feng spent 500 evolution points to upgrade Stealth from Legendary to Mythic, raising invisibility by 7 levels, adding bonus damage when broken, and reducing lifespan loss by 90%. Tan Feng tested Stealth mode, eyes shining as lifespan loss dropped sharply. He was satisfied, believing the storm zone would no longer be a burden. At this point, Tan Feng reached level 17, just enough to equip the Jade set he had exchanged. The first item was Yiyan Mask, Assassin type, boosting physique, spirit, anti-invisibility, accuracy, and temporarily increasing precision. On his hands were Bai Shou thin gloves, Jade level, boosting defense and strength, but reducing max HP to trade for higher attack. On his feet were whooshing jade socks, increasing movement speed and stealth level with a temporary vanish effect, plus DQ ring-boosting water resistance and water element damage. Tan Feng reflected that except for leg armor, his whole body was now covered in jade gear, listing valuable items from mask, weapons, armor, necklace, gloves, rings. The last pieces were epic-grade boots from a fair trade and the jade wuxing socks. Overall, the glittering high-tier set looked like a flashy peacock, which annoyed him, so he activated Appearance Hide to return to his class look. With his shadow class form, mysterious and handsome aura enhanced, he fixed his hair and set out to conquer the next hideout. At the same time, in the real world, on the outskirts of Mado City, a luxury mansion under strict guard received a car at its gate. Guards asked the number of passengers, and someone replied there were 4. One man complained about being few, another explained lifespan sellers were rare, while a tall youth with black glasses urged the group to get out. He smiled and observed, saying this must be the buyer's residence, while a brown-haired youth with glasses mocked the owner's wealth. The guard told them to wait while he reported to Madame Dongfang. Scarface grumbled about not being allowed in, the black glasses man mocked his low status, the bespectacled youth urged speed, while a veiled girl stayed silent. The guard ignored them with disdain, then the mansion door unlocked. Dongfang Yue appeared with her son, ordering the 4 to hand over their lifespan as light orbs. Scarface disliked her commanding tone, protesting that no payment had been given yet. Dongfang Yue coldly demanded they convert lifespan into light spheres and throw them down or die. Armed guards inside immediately aimed guns at the 4. The black glasses man nervously questioned her intent. He quickly changed tone, suspecting she planned to rob them like they would. A sudden strike wiped out all the armed guards. Nan Tian, terrified, hid behind his mother while she stayed highly alert. The black glasses man was actually a bug master, a rare class controlling evolved insects. And he ordered his group to seize Madame Dongfang. The silent girl suddenly released a cold black aura around her. Scarface, a warrior, used a platinum shield to block all gunfire, frustrating the guards. He took advantage, leaping up and smashing his shield down to crush several soldiers. Another moved swiftly, skillfully dodging dense gunfire. The bespectacled youth in a fancy suit slid aside to evade the rain of bullets. He posed his hand like a gun and mimed firing. A long spark burst from his finger, burning the rushing soldiers. The glasses youth was actually a special shooter, each finger firing different explosive shots. At the same time, a blurry figure darted, flickering in and out. With invisibility, the girl easily pierced the defenses. The soldiers cried for help, reporting a strange profession breaking through the front gate. The invisible one wielded a strange object, rushing at Dongfang Yue and her son Nan Tian. It turned out to be a spirit wraith, grinning with joy at the chance for revenge. Since Dongfang Yue lacked invisibility detection, she failed to notice the wraith's killing intent. Suddenly, a purple skeletal foot appeared and kicked the wraith away, stunning Dongfang Yue. Though thrown back, the ghost stayed invisible. A masked guard with half-scarred face appeared, whispering warnings and ordering capture for her son's use, but the ghost-faced man objected, saying the enemy was too strong with only half chance of success. Scarface reminded allies that the enemy also had professions. The ghost-faced one closed in, observing that they were a veteran bandit gang preying on the rich. The Bugmaster showed curiosity, hoping the group was strong enough to be worth fighting. He said that would be interesting, while Scarface raised his shield to prepare for battle. The ghost-faced man grew angry, cursing the arrogant foes. The Bugmaster ordered his insects to launch a sneak attack from behind, starting the battle. The ghost-faced man swiftly ducked, cleanly evading the first strike. The action continued immediately. He braced his head on the ground and flipped up with explosive leg power. Before the insect could react, his legs clamped it tightly, shocking the Bugmaster since it was normally extremely fast. As others were still stunned, the ghost-faced man's belly swelled as if preparing another move. He unleashed a bizarre technique from his body, trapping the insect completely. The Bugmaster and Scarface froze in disbelief at the grotesque sight. Then he released it, the small creature poisoned, convulsing and falling. The ghost-faced man stood in purple mist, declaring the place sealed by his sensing barrier. He was revealed as the hidden profession, Origin of Plague, a strange assassin type devouring and spreading disease. He took initiative, declaring the attack would begin. He suddenly shot up into the air. Scarface gasped in shock at the overwhelming speed. He quickly raised a steel shield to defend, eager to test strength. But behind the shield, he didn't see his opponent's disdainful gaze. The ghost-faced man unleashed an explosive aura strong enough to deform the sturdy shield. The shield shattered, leaving Scarface exposed. Then he was kicked straight in the head. His skull cracked. Scarface died instantly. Body flung back as the ghost-faced man pressed toward the other two. The Bugmaster panicked, calling allies to fire for cover. Bullets rained down but missed entirely while he calmly leapt aside. The shooter sneered, saying jumping in front of a marksman was suicide. The ghost-faced man ignored the mockery, remaining calm. He closed his legs and emitted a sonic wave from below. The wave shattered the shooter's glasses, blood spilling from 7 orifices as he fell dead. After that, the ghost-faced man dismissed them as too weak, leaving only the trembling Bugmaster, who fled helplessly. He instantly seized the survivor's head. The Bugmaster begged for mercy, but the ghost-faced man said he'd spare him, since he'd already killed half by the pact with Madam, then demanded the whereabouts of the hidden one. The Bugmaster froze, insisting no one in his group had invisibility, only the 2 dead comrades. The ghost-faced man was also surprised. The Bugmaster recalled the small figure with them was just a stranger hitching a ride to sell Lifespan. And there was blood outside the mansion. In the game, at the Magic Tower in ruined Meido, a teleportation array appeared atop the leaning tower. Tan Feng quietly approached while invisible. No one stood at the tower gate. He realized the guard monster had already been slain. He entered casually, without resistance. Inside was a vast library, maze-like with traps, its depths sealing a terrifying monster, said to be a princess mutated by the White Dragon. Seeing the mess, Tan Feng guessed others had explored deeply, then stopped at a bookshelf, suspecting a teleport mechanism. He pulled a special book, triggering the teleport system. Instantly light enveloped him, a pig symbol flashing before sending him upward. On the top floor, no one noticed another hidden person's arrival. A large group was battling the boss, Princess of Despair, leaving Tan Feng stunned. People were constantly thrown back, their weak gear causing high casualties, yet they still pushed to this floor. Tan Feng carefully scanned around, eyes fixing on one figure. It was a middle-aged woman encouraging allies. He recognized her as Huang Hui-fen, leader of the Fei-Ke Heavy Industry Group. Tan Feng recalled that Fei-Ke Heavy Industry was a major heavy industry corporation. But after the game incident, Huang Hui-fen converted assets into Lifespan and led staff to form a guild. Huang Hui-fen was an illusionist, with a core skill to create teleport gates. She could set entrance and exit points, creating travel paths that only vanished if she canceled or they were destroyed. The strategy of placing a gate from respawn point to near the boss let the dead quickly return to battle and retrieve lost lifespan. With this ability, her guild quickly rose and once ranked among the top 20 in Great Xia in the past life. But against the level 18 platinum boss Princess of Despair, that strategy was useless. This boss absorbed lifespan drops at 100 times the normal rate, growing stronger with each kill. As a result, if dragged out, she would ascend to Jade rank, fully heal, and become unstoppable. Seeing annihilation imminent, Tan Feng decided to intervene, or the guild would be erased. He revealed himself to bargain, asking for 1,000 years of lifespan in exchange for killing the boss, with assassin gear belonging to him. Huang Hui-fen, wary, asked his identity. Tan Feng confirmed he was Shadow. He advised her to consider since her guild couldn't win. If she refused, best to retreat. His words angered some, and a hot-headed youth rushed out to confront him. He pointed at Tan Feng, cursing him as greedy and telling him to leave. But Hui Fun quickly restrained him, fearing her son would provoke trouble. But before she finished, Tan Feng seized Ziqing. He immediately hurled him into the teleport gate behind. As he was halfway through, Tan Feng cast Dark Night Ring. Not on him, but to destroy the gate itself. The gate collapsed, Ziqing vanished like executed on the spot, and Hui Fen panicked, crying out for her son. She furiously blamed Tan Feng, saying teaching him would suffice, so why ruin her portal? He coldly left a warning, saying she would soon understand, then repeated his demand for 1,000 years lifespan to kill the boss. After speaking, Tan Feng disappeared from sight, leaving the battlefield. He leapt down the tower, calculating that they hadn't realized. If he hadn't broken the portal, they'd be wiped when the boss ranked up. As he neared the ground, he waved his hand to summon the Mount Wulong. Wulong appeared, cloaked in stealth, carrying Tan Feng away. Destroying Fei Ke Guild was minor, but gaining 1,000 years lifespan was key. Wulong landed lightly as the tower's top glowed brighter, and rider and beast quickly left the area. Tan Feng glanced back, confirming his guess. That group would feed enough lifespan for the boss to ascend, and the light was the rank-up sign. He remembered that when the boss reached Jade rank, the rewards for killing it would be far more prestigious. Suddenly, Guiling messaged joyfully, saying she had found Dongfang Yue and was struggling to negotiate. She revealed the woman was hiding at a manor outside Fenyin Mountain, guarded by a powerful class. She had nearly been killed. Tan Feng, curious, asked her for details and arranged to meet at the skeleton graveyard. He silently praised Guiling for locating the target in such a vast area. Soon after, at the eerie skeleton graveyard, Tan Feng asked Guiling to describe the Guardian. Guiling shyly reported he was a skilled melee fighter, fast and strong, attacking with flatulence. He could see through invisibility and was shrouded in purple mist within a 10-mile radius. Tan Feng was shocked, realizing it was the hidden class origin of plague. A 10-mile radius meant it was only the early stage, and its plague field countered her stealth. Tan Feng analyzed further. Plague boosts physique and regeneration but erodes spirit, so its weakness is fragile willpower. Guiling angrily wondered if she could take revenge. Tan Feng affirmed plague amplifies desire while corroding the mind, making inner weakness the profession's flaw, mentioning Guiling's evolution. He said that at stage 2 of the Huang Quan class, she would transform into a new form, Huang Quan Demon. His words awakened the hidden demon within her, a ghostly head with glowing green eyes appearing behind her. Her eyes shifted to cold green, a sign of her demonic nature rising.